the town that bled terror. Greetings, my butchers. Welcome to Buckaroo, a town soaked in blood and steeped in terror. This cursed place has birthed 16 of the world's most infamous serial killers, their twisted legacies poisoning its very ground. At the center of this blood-soaked horror is Edward Nailbiter Warren, a nightmare incarnate who relished his victims' agony, biting off their fingers one by one before granting them gruesome death. From chilling conspiracies that warp the mind to horrifying experiments that obliterate the line between science and pure evil, Nailbiter drags us into the blackest corners of terror. With the masterfully sinister storytelling of Joshua Williamson and the spine-chilling art of Mike Henderson, this tale goes beyond mere horror. It forces us to stare into the abyss, not just of Buckaroo's macabre legacy, but the darkness lurking within ourselves. So, steel your nerves, my friends. In today's video, let's bite off more than we can chew. Let's sink our teeth into terror itself. But before we begin, we have a small request. If you like our content, please subscribe to our channel. It is a small click from you, but it means a lot to us. Thank you. Act 1. There Will Be Blood. Chapter 1. In Riverside, California, a SWAT team stormed a house under orders from Carol, their leader. The team secured the area, but was ordered to capture Edward Charles Warren alive. As they entered, the pounding sound of a heartbeat echoed ominously. Inside, Warren, bloodied and unnervingly calm, sat with a dying, blood-soaked victim as he chewed his finger, blood dripping from his lips. He addressed the team mockingly, saying, "Don't worry, there's enough for everyone." Edward Charles Warren, aka Buckaroo Butcher, number 16, was a serial killer known for his disturbing modus operandi. Warren targeted innocent men and women who had a habit of chewing their fingernails. He would kidnap his victims and hold them captive, waiting for their fingernails to grow back. Once they did, Warren would chew their nails and fingers down to the bone before ultimately killing them. Warren was suspected of 46 deaths in California alone. This grisly and bizarre pattern earned him notoriety and a chilling reputation, leading the press to give him a nickname based on his peculiar obsession, the Nailbiter. 3 years later, in San Antonio, Texas, Officer Nicholas Finch sat in a dark motel room with a gun to his head, his heartbeat loud and relentless. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, his phone buzzed. The noise snapped him out of his trance, and he answered. On the other end was Elliot Carroll, an old colleague, questioning if Finch was in trouble. He knew that Finch had been going through a suspension. Carroll, evasive but urgent, pressed Finch to come to Buckaroo, Oregon. He claimed to have solved the secret of the Buckaroo Butchers, a notorious group of serial killers, but Finch was skeptical and dismissive. Carroll insisted that Finch bring his investigative skills immediately, saying it would help him distract from his current suspension. Carroll ended with a cryptic statement, "I figured it out." Reluctantly, Finch agreed after Carroll pushed him, saying he was the only one Carroll could trust. Finch demanded Carroll send the address and reluctantly committed to arriving by the next morning. Carroll, standing in a graveyard with a distant church behind him, assured Finch that he wouldn't believe the truth unless he saw it himself. Finch, frustrated but resigned, muttered, "You're such an a-hole." Finch arrived in Buckaroo, Oregon, under heavy rain. He stood outside the diner and waited for Carroll, but he never showed up. He muttered frustrations about the rain while spotting Carroll's abandoned car. Concerned, he connected the dots and realized Carroll was likely dead. Finch suddenly remembered what had got him into suspension. During an interrogation, he had assaulted and killed the convict inside the police station. The thought of that grisly scene made him bite his nails in anxiety. Outside in the rain, Finch met a red-haired teenage girl named Alice. She sarcastically pointed out his habit of chewing fingernails, which, given the town's history, made people uneasy. Finch admitted it was a bad habit he'd had since childhood, joking it was better than smoking. Alice, unimpressed, told him both made him look like an idiot. Finch deflected, asking if she should be in school. Suddenly, Finch was stung by a bee, surprising him given the rain. Alice casually explained that bees sometimes escaped from honey farms in the woods. Finch remained skeptical, questioning why a bee would be flying in heavy rain. As they spoke, the rain stopped for the first time that day, which Alice found unusual. The two arrived at the Murder Store, a grim shop filled with serial killer memorabilia. Finch entered the unsettling store alone, calling out for someone. The shelves were packed with disturbing objects, masks, jars, and gruesome displays. Finch picked up a replica mask resembling stitched flesh. As he inspected it, a hand grabbed his shoulder. A grinning man in a cowboy hat introduced himself as Raleigh Woods. Raleigh, the store's owner, excitedly explained that the mask was a replica of the one worn by the infamous killer known as the Book Burner. Finch listened as Raleigh Woods explained the backstory of the Book Burner, a serial killer who began as a bullied child. Unable to read or write, he turned into a murderer, burning down libraries across Washington and Idaho, with people still trapped inside. Raleigh revealed that this grim history made the Book Burner the first of the Buckaroo Butchers, a group of serial killers tied to the small town. Finch, unimpressed, sarcastically remarked he already knew how the story ended. Raleigh assumed Finch was just another serial killer fan, but Finch denied it. Raleigh continued, explaining that 16 of the world's worst serial killers were born and raised in Buckaroo, the last being Edward Nailbiter Warren. Finch criticized Raleigh for profiting off such a grim legacy, but Raleigh defended himself. He revealed his grandfather was the Book Burner, claiming he wanted to turn a negative into something positive, like a horror convention called KillerCon, to bring tourists and money to the struggling town. Outside, Alice was harassed by two local boys, Hank and Robbie. They mocked her, claiming she was destined to become the next Buckaroo Butcher. Alice, unfazed, threatened Hank, saying she already knew who her first victim would be. When Hank grabbed her, Alice retaliated violently, hitting him. The fight escalated until Finch intervened, stopping the boys and breaking Hank's nose. Finch laid down his two rules: no women, no kids. Sheriff Shannon Crane arrived, gun drawn, and broke up the situation. Hank and Robbie whined, blaming Finch, while Alice confidently admitted she was holding her own before Finch stepped in. Crane, amused but stern, ordered her officers to take Hank and Robbie to the station. As Crane left, Finch muttered his frustration at the town's chaos, with Alice smirking knowingly. Sheriff Crane ordered Alice to leave for school, shutting down her protests. Raleigh Woods, still agitated, demanded charges against Finch, but Crane silenced him. Finch remarked on the town's politeness as Crane questioned his intentions, asking if he was a cop or a reporter. Finch revealed his badge, identifying himself as Nicholas Finch from Army Intelligence, searching for his missing friend, Elliot Carroll. Crane, surprised, told him to follow her. In Carroll's wrecked room at Miggin's Motel, Crane explained that Carroll became obsessed with Buckaroo's connection to serial killers after Warren's trial. He believed there was a pattern linking the killers to the town. Finch noticed the disarray, and Crane revealed Carroll called her the day before, saying he was onto something. Finch guessed Carroll's discovery made someone upset enough to silence him. Later, they observed Edward Nailbiter Warren from a distance outside his house. Crane, disgusted, explained that Warren returned home after being acquitted and was now writing a book, using the money for legal battles and protection. Finch listened, disturbed, as Crane mentioned keeping close watch on him. At Warren's house, Crane knocked. Warren answered the door casually, blood-smeared and wearing an apron, as if he was cooking. He greeted them with eerie calm, licking his fingers and holding a bloody cleaver. "There's enough for everyone," he said ominously, as a bloody roast steamed in an oven on the kitchen counter. Chapter 2. 8 months ago in Los Angeles, Edward Charles Warren, the infamous nail-biter, stood trial for his crimes. The court listed 47 counts of kidnapping, 39 counts of torture, and 45 counts of first-degree murder. Outside, an angry crowd protested, holding signs and demanding his execution. Inside, the tension broke when the court foreman delivered the verdict, not guilty. The public erupted with shock and disbelief, outraged that the system had freed a monster. Cut to present in Buckaroo, Oregon, where Finch and Sheriff Crane confronted Warren. Finch questioned him about his connection to Carroll, explaining that Carroll had been obsessed with uncovering why 16 of the world's worst serial killers came from Buckaroo. Warren casually admitted that Carroll visited regularly to discuss his theories, but insisted he last saw him alive the day before. Finch, noticing Warren's blood-covered apron, pressed further. Warren dismissed it as meat juice from his barn. Warren led them to his barn, where he claimed to slaughter cows himself. Inside, piles of bloody bones created a gruesome sight. Warren gleefully described butchering as his release, mocking Finch's suspicions about Carroll. Growing frustrated, Finch accused him of hiding the truth, but Warren smugly denied everything, quipping that eating people was the other Buckaroo butcher's specialty. His area was chewing their fingers to the bone and then killing them. Finch lost his temper and smashed Warren through the barn door. Warren, dazed, accused Finch of assault, but Crane sarcastically deflected, claiming Warren tripped on the blood-soaked floor. Warren seethed as Crane received a radio call, telling her that there was a fire. Warren, standing smugly, bid Finch farewell with taunting words. "Bye-bye, pretty bird." Crane, exasperated, warned Warren never to address her like that again. Warren replied sarcastically, offering to help solve their missing persons case. Crane shut him down, making it clear they would not team up. It wasn't Silence of the Lambs. As Finch and Crane left, Warren quipped about his lack of appreciation for Chianti. The fire was raging at the Miggins Motel, smoke and flames consuming the structure. Finch and Crane watched in disbelief as it burned. Finch cursed under his breath, while Crane hoped it was nothing serious. The motel glowed in the chaos as a figure wearing book burner's mask watched from afar. Determined to retrieve Carol's notes, Finch charged into the burning building despite the danger. Inside, Finch navigated the intense flames, coughing and covering his face. He grabbed a stack of Carol's papers, muttering that it had better be worth it. Suddenly, there was a noise from the next room. Finch, dazed, called out for Carol, but when he entered, he discovered a completely burned body. Outside, firefighters arrived as the building smouldered. Finch stumbled out, battered but alive. He confronted Crane, frustrated, insisting the body they found better not be Carol's. Raleigh Woods appeared with townsfolk, demanding action against Warren. He accused Warren of being behind the chaos, calling him a fingernail-chewing sicko. Crane defended Finch, denying Warren's involvement, which angered the crowd. When Robbie challenged her authority, Alice snapped back from the crowd, reminding him Finch had already humiliated him earlier. Crane silenced the escalating argument and told everyone to leave. Privately, Finch asked Crane about her connection to Warren. She reluctantly admitted, "He was my prom date," a revelation that left Finch dumbfounded. Crane asked why on earth would Carol call Finch upon learning the secrets at Buckaroo. Finch revealed his past as an information extraction specialist, admitting he used to torture people for the truth, something Carol trusted him with when it came to solving Buckaroo's mysteries. Finch concluded they needed to find out who started the fire immediately, especially if Carol had been the body inside. Elsewhere, Hank angrily opened his book burner mask and confronted someone in the shadows of the graveyard about the hotel fire. He claimed he and Robbie had been watching Crane and Finch as instructed. They had started the fire but hadn't been told about a body being there. Before he could finish, the person he was talking to attacked him, slashing his face with a blade and leaving him in agony. Hank stumbled through a graveyard, blood pouring from his mouth. He screamed for help, begging the attacker to stay away. In desperation, he tried to escape by climbing a wall, but the masked figure caught up, brutally stabbing him through the chest. Later, Finch and Crane met at a diner to regroup. Finch ate steak, but joked uneasily about it possibly being cooked-up human meat, given Buckaroo's history. Crane snapped, telling him not to joke, explaining how the townspeople hated suspicions about outsiders being the killers. Finch asked what would happen if the body in the fire wasn't Carol's. They needed answers. Crane then showed Finch some of Carol's notes. Carol had been trying to link the killers, filled with strange theories. Finch mentioned several notorious killers as described in Carol's notes, each with disturbing and unique methods. The Crossbones killer was a man obsessed with creating skull and crossbones sculptures. However, his fixation didn't stop with inanimate objects. He used real human bones, turning his grim art into something far more sinister. The Terrible Two were a brother and sister duo who exclusively targeted other twins. Then there was the Blonde, a woman who responded to catcalling in the most violent way imaginable. Men who dared to harass her would find themselves subjected to unimaginable torture. She would cut out their tongues, tie their lips together, and leave them in agonizing silence. Just as they spoke, Crane received a call from Morty, the medical examiner. Morty urgently told her to get to his office, hinting that the identity of the body they found would be shocking. Crane and Finch rushed into the rainy night, frustrated by Morty's refusal to give details over the phone. When they finally arrived, they found a horrifying sight. A body hung up outside the murder stop, drenched in blood and rain. Crane identified the victim as Hank. Finch was baffled, demanding to know how someone could hang a body up in public without anyone noticing. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that Hank's fingers had been chewed on. Furious, Finch cursed, muttering that whoever was responsible was still out there. Chapter 3. Agent Carroll's notes on Edward Nailbiter Warren described Warren as a typical serial killer, intelligent, charming, and emotionless. Warren's obsession with fingernails stood out, but Carroll otherwise found him boring and too neatly fitting the mold of modern psychopaths. Carroll believed Warren held the key to a deeper mystery, as if he had been designed for something far more significant. At the Rose Garden, a masked group of vigilantes confronted Warren. One of the men, holding a noose, told Warren he had chewed his last nail. At the murder store, Sheriff Crane shouted at Raleigh to calm down. Raleigh demanded to know how someone managed to hang Hank's body on the murder store sign without anyone noticing. Another man dismissed Hank's death coldly, muttering, "Good riddance." Sheriff Crane and Agent Finch later spoke with Alice, who showed little sympathy for Hank, calling him a total D-bag. She recounted how Hank had harassed her the day before and shrugged off the seriousness of his death. Finch, suspicious, questioned how she even knew Hank was dead. Alice casually responded that word spreads quickly on Twitter. Their exchange was interrupted when another officer arrived, reporting that townsfolk were headed for Warren's place, intent on taking justice into their own hands. Finch grimly noted they were planning to hang him. The vigilantes tied Warren to a tree, ignoring his pleas for a chance to explain himself. One of them accused him of dodging justice in the past and promised that he would finally get what's coming. Meanwhile, Finch and Crane approached in a patrol car. With no time to waste, Crane accelerated the vehicle, smashing into the group and breaking the noose just in time. The vigilantes scattered into the woods, shouting threats that they would return. Crane and Finch managed to save Warren, though the masked men escaped, vowing revenge. Crane and Finch stood among the aftermath of the chaos, watching the vigilantes scatter. Finch observed how quickly they ran off, and Crane, brimming with defiance, yelled after them. She promised a reckoning, recognizing some of their faces and ensuring they'd hear from her deputies later. Nearby, Warren coughed, sarcastically thanking Crane for saving his life. Finch cut through the banter, ordering Warren to his feet. When Warren asked if he was under arrest, Finch flatly responded, "Nope, I'm protecting you." Back at the station, Warren sat behind bars, mocking Crane about finally being locked up. He remarked on the stench of the cell, trying to get under her skin. Crane dismissed his sarcasm, telling him he was alive only because they might need his help finding Carroll. Finch accused Warren of resuming his murders, suggesting Carroll might have gotten too close to the truth. Warren denied it, claiming he was retired and had no idea where Carroll was. Finch remained skeptical, pointing out that it was just a matter of time before Warren slipped back into his old habits. Warren shifted into a story. He recounted a day in Portland where he'd escaped the gloom of Buckaroo and wandered through a sunny marketplace. Spotting a striking woman with crazy eyes, he described the thrill of feeling seen for the first time in years. Warren approached her, ready to introduce himself, but the woman hit him and abused him, recognizing exactly who he was. Warren insisted he was under constant scrutiny, with everyone waiting for him to relapse, so he couldn't have killed someone or set a motel on fire. At that moment, Morty, the resident mortician and historian, interrupted, revealing he had results from examining 2 bodies. Finch followed him to the morgue, but on the way, the light kept turning off due to some electrical issue. Morty said that his real name was Garth Diggins, and his uncle was a Buckaroo butcher too, the gravedigger who buried his victims alive. Inside the morgue, Morty shared grim news. Hank's fingers weren't chewed but torn apart with pliers, and he'd been stabbed repeatedly. That wasn't Warren's work. Morty explained that the other body, the burnt one, had been dead long before it appeared in Carroll's hotel fire, providing a brief sense of relief. However, he revealed that they were now dealing with another mystery. The body was the book burner, one of Buckaroo's infamous serial killers. Finch was immediately skeptical, calling it impossible. As Morty continued, he noted that tests confirmed the corpse belonged to the original book burner, a killer long presumed buried. Finch and Crane struggled to make sense of it all when the lights flickered again. Suddenly, a figure in a ghostly white cloak appeared in the room. Crane and Finch were stunned, but before they could react, the masked figure lunged toward Morty. The figure attacked Morty viciously, while Finch shouted for Crane to stay with him. Crane drew her gun, yelling at the intruder to stop, but the figure slipped through the door. She chased after the masked assailant, determined to catch them. Racing down the hallway, Crane was just steps behind as the figure pushed toward an exit. Cursing under her breath, Crane reached the door and tackled the white sheet covering the figure. To her shock, the cloak was empty, flapping eerily in the wind. Standing alone in the alley, Crane stared in disbelief at the cloak on the ground. She muttered aloud, trying to piece together what had just happened. "What the hell is going on here?" Finch pointed out that the attacker was the Y2K killer, who had attempted to kill as many teenagers as possible at the turn of the century before supposedly killing himself. Finch suggested it was a copycat, but Crane questioned how the killer had Carol's phone. The two speculated on the mysterious deaths, Hank's murder, and the book burner's body, concluding that they were being sent a message. They arrived at a secluded, overgrown cemetery. Crane revealed it as the serial killer graveyard, a place Carol had never mentioned to Finch. Each serial killer had been buried there after death. Crane handed Finch a shovel and told him to start digging, as the truth lay waiting beneath the ground. Chapter 4. In a group meeting, a woman tearfully defended her brother, saying he would never hurt anyone. However, she admitted that her brother had once been a brilliant artist with a unique vision of the world. Reflecting on his past, she remembered how he was celebrated for his creativity with a promising future. But his original perspective turned dark. Her brother became the infamous WTF killer who mutilated people as if their bodies were canvases. He called it his abstract phase. Despite his horrific acts, she described him as a happy, normal kid who had friends and excelled in school. During the investigation, she overheard an FBI agent grotesquely celebrating her brother's notoriety, commenting that an educated black man as a serial killer was exciting and even gave him a boner. Visibly emotional, she called the entire situation a damn shame. Elsewhere, Raleigh, a confident and antagonistic figure, discussed the town's macabre history, claiming his grandfather was the first of the serial killers, the one who started it all. He criticized the rules that prevented people from speaking out and argued it was time to take back power and reclaim their legacy. His perspective was clearly opportunistic, wanting to capitalize on the town's grim history. Meanwhile, Finch and Crane continued digging near the book burner's coffin. Finch dismissed Raleigh's exaggeration, saying the book burner only killed 5 people, barely enough to be called a serial killer. Crane explained that it was the last killer who truly made Buckaroo infamous. Their conversation revealed more about the town's twisted legacy, including how the rise of Edward Nailbiter Warren brought attention to their dark past. Suddenly, gunshots rang out, forcing Finch and Crane to take cover. Someone clearly didn't want them uncovering more secrets in the graveyard. Crane armed herself, ready to respond. Finch shouted, "Now, Zrania," and moved, while Crane fired back with precision. Despite the chaos, Finch couldn't see their attacker, demanding to know where they were hiding. The shooter seemed to slip away, leaving Finch frustrated and shouting about his growing resentment of the town. Suddenly, the masked Y2K killer ambushed Finch from behind, grabbing him in a chokehold. Finch struggled, breaking free and punching the killer. The Y2K killer refused to go down, taunting Finch before Finch delivered a brutal blow. The killer collapsed, but the encounter left Finch winded. Meanwhile, back at the sheriff's office, Alice stealthily grabbed a set of keys from a sleeping policeman. She walked inside, calling out for Crane, but no one was around. From the cells, Warren greeted Alice sarcastically, quoting The Silence of the Lambs with, "Hello, Clarice." Confused, Alice corrected him, saying her name was Alice and asking who Clarice was. Warren groaned about kids these days not recognizing famous movie lines. Alice teased him in return, revealing she wasn't afraid of him, calling him less scary than expected, and taunting his reputation as the big bad nail-biter. Alice then challenged Warren to help her with a school project, offering an exchange. She promised to hand over something of value, his cell keys, if he told her everything she wanted to know. The nail-biter, intrigued, watched her and smiled. Back in the woods, Finch fought to hold off the Y2K killer, while Crane resumed firing. She shouted for Finch to get back, spotted the killer, and fired multiple rounds, forcing the figure to retreat into the shadows. Finch shouted for Crane, desperately tracking the fleeing figure. Before the Y2K killer could get far, Crane tackled him mid-sprint, throwing him to the ground with force. "No!" she shouted, pinning him down. Drawing her gun, she told him he wouldn't escape this time. Crane tore the mask off, revealing Robbie, crying and terrified. He apologized repeatedly, claiming he hadn't meant for any of this to happen. Crane, shocked, demanded answers. Did you kill Hank? Robbie insisted he didn't, saying Hank was his best friend. He explained they had burned down the hotel to stop the curse and prevent more killers. He mentioned someone told them this would fix everything, but he refused to name names. Finch, still recovering, watched as Robbie stood, insisting he did it for the town. Before he could say more, Robbie put the gun to his head and pulled the trigger. The sudden shot sent crows scattering as Finch muttered, "Damn it!" struggling to comprehend what was happening in Buckaroo. Finch then discovered the grave they had been digging held nothing, no coffin, just dirt. Before he could process this, the ground beneath him collapsed, sending him tumbling into darkness. Crane shouted in concern as Finch hit the bottom, surrounded by prison cells, bruised and disoriented. Finch muttered, "Damn," from above. Crane called down, asking if he was okay and promising to find a rope. Finch, brushing himself off, said he'd look around. Finch discovered strange underground prison cells, cautiously stepping through the dark and broken space. His curiosity quickly turned to shock when he approached a figure in one of the cells. Crane climbed down and asked what was wrong. "No, no, no!" Finch shouted in disbelief. His distress caught Crane's attention as she called out, asking what was wrong. Finch, still horrified, stumbled backward as he tried to process what he saw. When Crane finally caught up and looked inside the cell, they both froze. Tied to a chair, bloodied and mangled, was Carol, their missing friend. His lips were stitched and limbs were cut off. Crane uttered his name in shock, unable to comprehend the gruesome sight. Finch confirmed it was Carol, horrified, as he questioned who could have done this. The tension heightened as Carol suddenly began to move, letting out muffled, panicked sounds, his eyes wide with terror and tears streaming down his face. Chapter 5. Warren disturbingly described his fascination with blood to Alice. He began by asking if anyone had tasted human blood and reminisced about small paper cuts that people instinctively suck on. Warren explained how his first experience with blood tasted metallic, like licking a battery, and admitted this curiosity led him to explore more, eventually involving other people's blood. He shared that his nail-biting compulsion began in childhood and became an obsession. His mother tried everything to stop him, even resorting to painful punishments, but nothing worked. As he grew older, he would pay women, like hookers, to let him chew on their nails. Eventually, that wasn't enough to satisfy him, and the compulsion escalated. Warren remembered Carol calling him out for playing games. He revealed that Warren came from a privileged upbringing and mysteriously vanished after prom night with no warning. Carol confronted him with photos of victims tied to the other Buckaroo butchers, demanding to know the connection between Warren's spree and the 16 serial killers born in Buckaroo. He insisted it couldn't be a coincidence. Warren coldly warned him that digging further would come at a cost, and it did. Carol's limbs were severed while he was still conscious. He was taken to the hospital, where doctors marveled at his survival. Though his trauma was undeniable, Carol was alive, but hooked to machines, clinging to life. Finch accused Crane of hiding the truth about the graveyard caves, furious that key details were withheld. Crane defended the decision, saying that keeping the caves a secret was necessary, since the media already had enough to turn the situation into chaos. Both agreed they needed answers, deciding to confront Warren directly. On reaching the station, they found Warren telling Alice about himself. Crane immediately took the keys that Alice had taken and told her to go home. Warren was released from his cell, with Crane telling him Officer Link would escort him home. Warren seemed amused by the sudden leniency, sarcastically questioning the decision. Crane explained she had only been holding him for his own protection, but no longer felt the need. Warren taunted her, calling her "little bird," and teased that he would visit Raleigh. Frustrated, Crane muttered how much she hated him, while Finch questioned the wisdom of releasing Warren. Crane admitted they didn't know if Warren was involved in Carol's attack, but letting him go would allow them to see what he did next. Crane and Finch then delivered the devastating news to Robbie's parents. His mother was distraught, unable to process the idea of her son's death, while his father insisted it couldn't be a suicide, suspecting murder. Crane requested permission to check Robbie's room, promising discretion. Robbie's mother reluctantly agreed. Inside the room, Crane and Finch found a chaotic mess. Finch checked under under the bed, jokingly hoping to find a box of porn, but instead discovered a suitcase full of suspicious items. It contained ropes, a mask, and articles pinned to the lid, all linked to Buckaroo's serial killer history. Finch was unsettled, saying it felt like they were being led too easily. Crane observed that Robbie and Hank may have been troublemakers, but they weren't killers, questioning where they had gotten the items. At the murder store, Raleigh argued with an unseen figure. He insisted he had done everything asked of him, but wasn't willing to shoulder blame for the boys' deaths. As Raleigh grew agitated, he pointed fingers and accused the figure of digging up his grandfather's body. Before Raleigh could finish, the person he was talking to attacked him. Crane and Finch arrived outside the store, spotting smoke and hearing chaos inside. Finch barreled through the wreckage, calling out Raleigh's name. Inside, they were met with a horrifying sight, a dark figure standing amid fire. He had cut off Raleigh's head. Shocked, Crane muttered, "Holy shit!" They confronted the masked killer amidst the raging fire. The killer, donned in a ram-horned mask, raised his weapons ominously. Finch immediately opened fire, bullets ripping through the flames and striking the masked figure. The killer collapsed, riddled with bullets, but Finch and Crane remained cautious. Finch confirmed aloud that the severed head on the floor was Raleigh's, calling in for backup to deal with the escalating situation. Crane asked if Finch recognized the killer, to which Finch hesitantly replied that it must be someone unknown. Before they could act further, the masked figure suddenly stirred and grabbed Finch, knocking him into the burning chaos. Crane shouted for Finch to move as flames engulfed the room. A large cabinet creaked and fell, barely missing Finch as he dove out of the way. The masked killer, relentless, advanced on them. Finch, frustrated and out of options, angrily taunted the figure, accusing him of being predictable, just like everyone thought. Crane watched as the killer raised his weapon threateningly, but before he could strike, Warren appeared out of nowhere and tackled the killer with a gleeful "boo." Warren pinned the killer, mocking Finch's predicament and joking about the killer's attire. The impact sent them both crashing through burning debris. As the flames raged, Warren and the killer faced off. Warren sarcastically greeted the masked figure, asking why they had made such a dramatic entrance. It was clear that he knew the killer. The killer pointed his finger at Finch. Finch, meanwhile, tried to rouse Crane, trapped beneath debris, while calling for her help to lift it. Warren, refusing to let the killer escape without answers, shouted after him, demanding to know his motives. The killer, however, ignored him and turned silently. Warren ran towards Finch, and together, in a last, desperate move, they lifted the shelf. As they got Crane out of harm's way, the masked figure vanished into the smoke and shadows. Crane thanked Warren for saving her. Warren planned to skip town, claiming the chaos would fall on him otherwise. Crane questioned him about the masked killer, but Warren brushed it off, suggesting the new killer could be the newest butcher. He admitted to being a silent partner in the murder store and blamed Raleigh for double-crossing him. At Buckaroo Urgent Care, Finch vented his frustration, feeling indebted to Warren for saving them. Crane reflected on the town's endless mysteries, particularly the theft of the book burner's body and its connection to Carol. Finch revealed he found no mention of the masked killer in Carol's notes, but remained determined to uncover the truth. Finch spoke about his resolve to retrace Carol's steps to uncover the town's secrets and seek justice for Carol's attackers. Crane agreed and offered to get coffee, but they were interrupted by the arrival of Agent Abigail Barker. Barker introduced herself and declared she was taking over the investigation, having been briefed on the recent murders and fires. Recognizing Finch, she revealed he was supposed to be on trial for murder. At a rural house, Elliot Carroll's journal entry played on in Alice's mind. Elliot had described his obsession with solving Buckaroo's dark puzzle, what turned its citizens into serial killers. While her parents were distracted, Alice went downstairs into a dim, cluttered basement, pulling on a light bulb string. In the basement, she stood before a wall covered in articles, maps, and photos of serial killers. Pointing to a map labelled Buckaroo, Birthplace of the Butchers, she muttered to herself, "If I were a serial killer, who would I kill next?" Act 2. Bloody Hands. Chapter 1. Alice reflected on her frustration with Buckaroo while lying on her bed, reviewing notes on the town's dark history. She noted recent disturbing events, including an FBI agent's dismemberment and Finch's controversial presence in town after accidentally killing someone months earlier. Agent Barker's loud confrontation with Finch reverberated through the hospital, and Crane faced the resurfacing media frenzy, struggling to manage the press. Meanwhile, Alice grappled grappled with her conflicted emotions, trying to focus on her research. She noted how, despite everything, life in Buckaroo was returning to a semblance of normalcy, except for an unresolved issue. A few days ago, a pregnant woman with red hair walked purposefully through the rain toward a cafe, drawing Alice's attention. Inside the cafe, the woman, Mallerie, stormed in, demanding answers about the murder store. Alice explained its recent destruction and sarcastically questioned if it had been a tourist destination. After a tense exchange, Alice learned that Mallerie had specifically come to Buckaroo to have her baby. Mallerie believed her child would gain notoriety by being born in a town infamous for breeding serial killers, explaining her fascination with Buckaroo's dark legacy. Alice, visibly unsettled, pressed Mallerie for an explanation of her motives. Mallerie elaborated on her belief that her child's birth in Buckaroo would tie them to the town's twisted history, potentially elevating her status. She fantasized about a life where her son could become a serial killer. Once he got arrested, it would make Mallerie proud, and later she would make her life public and go on a book tour. This sparked a heated discussion about morality. Alice challenged her reasoning, but Mallerie seemed resolute. She said that she could give birth in the barn of any of the families that the serial killers belonged to, and that would ensure that her son would become like them. Suddenly, Mallerie cried out in pain, alarming Alice. Realizing Mallerie was having contractions, Alice tried to gauge the urgency, learning Mallerie's due date had passed. Mallerie's panic grew as Alice called for help, directing her toward emergency care. Alice rushed Mallerie into the hospital, demanding help. Dr. Glory assured her that the situation was under control. He tried to calm Mallerie, but she became suspicious, accusing him of planning to take her baby away. Glory denied the accusation, but Mallerie grew increasingly agitated. In a sudden fit of rage, she stabbed Glory in the mouth with a syringe and fled the hospital. Alice, stunned by the chaos, watched as staff and Crane tried to regain control. The doctor survived, but warned that Mallerie and her baby might be in danger. Crane issued an APB determined to track Mallerie down. Alice, feeling blamed for letting Mallerie escape, clashed with Crane, storming out after a heated argument. Outside, Crane stopped Alice, asking why she was so intent on helping Mallerie. Alice insisted that Mallerie needed someone to listen to her. Crane reluctantly admitted that Alice reminded her of someone she knew as a teenager, which frightened her. After some convincing, Crane allowed Alice to join the search, and the two drove off together. While driving, Alice reflected on Mallerie's strange insistence on giving birth in Buckaroo. Crane noted that Mallerie wouldn't have made it far, likely staying within the town's farmland. Alice suddenly realized where Mallerie might be, an abandoned barn associated with a troubled family. They arrived at the isolated barn after scanning all other barn on their way. It was raining heavily. Crane remarked that the property had been shut down after a scandal ruined the family's reputation. Alice pointed out Mallerie's insistence on having the baby in Buckaroo. When Crane asked why, Alice relayed Mallerie's disturbing statement about wanting her baby to grow up to be a serial killer. Crane was skeptical, but Alice suggested Mallerie wasn't serious and just sought significance. Suddenly, Mallerie appeared, wielding a stick and yelling for them to stay away. She struck at Crane, who dodged and urged her to stop. Alice noticed Mallerie's contractions worsening and tried to calm her, addressing her gently. Mallerie, consumed by paranoia, shouted accusations about them taking her baby. Mallerie ran, refusing their help as Crane chased her through the rain. She collapsed, crying that everyone thought she was crazy and broken, but she only wanted to be known for something. Crane knelt beside her, assuring her she wasn't broken and didn't have to face this alone. Mallerie hesitated, but eventually allowed Crane to help her. Mallerie's labor intensified. She screamed in pain, and Alice reluctantly joined to assist. Crane and Alice encouraged Mallerie to push, and she finally gave birth. Mallerie cradled her newborn daughter, overcome with emotion, but still fearful about her child's future in Buckaroo. Crane reassured her that the baby wasn't born in Buckaroo, explaining they had passed city limits while running. This revelation provided some relief to Mallerie. Crane called for medical help, ensuring Mallerie and the baby were transported to a hospital far from Buckaroo. Later, Mallerie received ongoing psychological support and was able to keep her child, naming her Beth. Mallerie planned to start fresh in Portland, leaving the dark legacy of Buckaroo behind. Crane commended Alice for her actions, expressing pride in her efforts. Reflecting on the events, Alice contemplated Buckaroo's eerie influence. She acknowledged its growing strangeness and wondered how deeply the town's dark history infected those who lived there. Alone, Alice flipped through her notebook, her thoughts spiraling into self-doubt. On that page, she had written, "Am I crazy?" over and over. Warren dreams. Warren recounted his murderous dreams, which helped him sleep. In his dream, he walked alone at night, addressing a common question he often received. How do you sleep at night? As he leapt to kill his prey, he answered his own question. Like a baby, loud knocking suddenly woke Warren from his sleep. Startled, he exclaimed in frustration, but got up to answer the door. Morty stood outside, delivering a payment enclosed in a bag. Warren reassured him that the amount was more than sufficient, joking about sneaking past his babysitter. Morty said the Warren's patrolling officer had gone for a coffee. Warren said that Sheriff Crane was not going to be happy, but she was rarely happy. When Morty nervously asked what Warren planned to do if his contacts ran out, Warren deflected, insisting he would keep playing the good boy everyone expected to fail. He dismissed Morty with a wave, telling him to leave. Seated alone, Warren opened the bag and placed a bib around his neck and stared hungrily at severed fingers arranged on the table. With an unsettling grin, he picked up a finger and took a bite, muttering to himself that a midnight snack always helped him sleep. Chapter 2. A frantic man screamed for help in complete darkness, crying out that someone was after him and pleading for assistance. A few days earlier, that same man, comic book writer Brian Michael Bendis, rode his bike cheerfully through Buckaroo, Oregon. He passed a vandalized sign proclaiming Buckaroo as the birthplace of serial killers and arrived at the police station. Confidently introducing himself to Sheriff Crane, he mentioned his intention to write a book about the town. Crane, unimpressed, warned him to avoid causing trouble and refused his request to accompany her on patrols. She dismissed him with a pointed remark about the dangers of staring into the abyss. At the hospital, Finch and Barker argued heatedly. Barker criticized Finch for killing a man during an interrogation, pointing out the complications it created for their investigation. Finch faced reprimand for his actions, while Barker sarcastically referred to him as a walking crime scene. Meanwhile, Bendis crouched outside the room, taking notes on their conversation. Bendis later questioned Buckaroo residents about connections to the Buckaroo butchers. Their responses varied. Some were vague, others evasive or disdainful, and a few outright denied involvements. The fragmented and evasive answers revealed the lingering unease surrounding the town's dark legacy. Despite resistance and mistrust, Bendis persisted, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within Buckaroo. Amid this, one man finally admitted his younger brother had been one of the infamous killers. He revealed his brother, known as the Whistler, had tortured and murdered 10 people in Florida before one victim escaped and called for help. The brother's actions devastated his family and forever changed how people viewed them. The man lamented that his son would one day have to learn the truth, but for now, he was grateful his child was too young to understand. When Bendis suggested leaving Buckaroo to escape the stigma, the man explained that for better or worse, Buckaroo was home, and everyone there shared an unspoken understanding of its dark history. Reflecting on his brother's crimes, the man admitted he often wondered if he had missed any signs, but said he couldn't stop blaming himself. He confessed he had taught his brother to whistle, a detail that weighed heavily on him. Their conversation ended as the man hurried off to care for his child. Right then, Edward Charles Warren, the Nailbiter himself, approached Bendis. Warren, seemingly a fan of Bendis's work, asked for an autograph, but soon turned the conversation toward Buckaroo's dark reputation. Warren dismissed accusations against him, emphasizing that he had never harmed children. He pointed out their shared notoriety as individuals with 3 names, teasing a connection between them. Warren warned Bendis about delving too deeply into Buckaroo's mysteries, suggesting that the pursuit of truth might change him. Warren put forward his argument that Bendis was also a killer. He had killed Peter Parker and Alpha Flight and multiple X-Men. Although Bendis suggested that it was not the same, Warren jokingly said that Bendis knew what it meant to kill. His hands were drenched in ink instead of blood. Bendis stopped Warren and asked him about his murder moment, the moment individuals transition from merely contemplating murder to committing it. But Warren had vanished without a trace. He remembered that Warren had talked about a graveyard. Curiosity led Bendis to the serial killer graveyard, a heavily restricted area. area marked by police tape. Fascinated by its eerie reputation, he ventured inside with his camera, marveling at the unmarked graves. While exploring, he discovered an open grave with a rope leading deep underground. Despite his reservations, he descended the rope ladder, noting the strange structures and iron bars below. He joked nervously about his wife's reaction to his recklessness, all the while documenting his findings on his phone. As he ventured further into the underground labyrinth, his flashlight illuminated unsettling details, including faint whistling sounds and crude drawings on the walls. These depicted violent acts that appeared freshly made with blood. The haunting environment amplified his fear, especially when his phone slipped from his grasp after a mysterious noise startled him. The whistling continued, heightening his panic. Desperate for help, Bendis ran blindly through the dark, shouting that the whistler was after him. His cries for assistance grew increasingly frantic, and just then, Sheriff Crane discovered Bendis after hearing his scream. Bendis, visibly shaken, claimed he had been chased and insisted he saw cave paintings, though Crane found nothing when she investigated. She dismissed his fears, suggesting the town's eerie nature could mess with his mind, and retrieved his phone. Ignoring his questions about why she was there, Crane redirected him, offering a ride back to Portland and telling him to abandon his horror book about serial killers. Later, Bendis attended a comic book signing event where fans expressed their admiration for his work. Amid the praises, a young fan handed him a note someone had left for him. The note ominously read, "I let you live in the caves, but I'll be watching you." Bendis shook in terror. Later, Finch and Crane returned to the caves. Finch revealed Barker was still watching them closely, but admitted his trial was weeks away. The two agreed to continue investigating Carol's notes, specifically about the new butcher responsible for the recent violence. They examined the cave paintings, noting that some blood was fresh. Finch decided to focus on gathering confessions, his former specialty, but Crane warned him to avoid more trouble. Chapter 3. An individual meticulously dissected a bee while singing a twisted rendition of "Bringing Home My Baby Bumblebee." As they destroyed the bee piece by piece, they mused about the creature's secrets, hinting that the bees held the key to a larger mystery. Their focus was obsessive, and the disarray in their workspace reflected the chaos of their mind, suggesting a deeper connection to Buckaroo's dark history. Finch approached a rural property in the rain, guided by notes from a previous investigation. He inspected the area, observing beekeeping boxes and questioning how bees could thrive in such weather. An armed man emerged from the house, aggressively confronting Finch and accusing him of trespassing. Finch questioned the man about recent murders and the mysterious agent Carol, but the man denied any involvement or knowledge. Finch then revealed Carol's notebook, emphasizing the word bees, and insisted they needed to talk. At the firing range, Crane practiced shooting to release tension. Barker interrupted, criticizing Crane's evasiveness about her connection to Warren. Their exchange was tense, with Barker implying that Crane might be hiding something. Crane deflected, suggesting Barker redirect her focus. But Barker argued that if Carol didn't wake from his coma, the truth about the town's secrets might never surface. The press loomed over Buckaroo like vultures circling chaos. Crane reflected on their relentless intrusion and the mounting pressure as the town's dark secrets threatened to unravel. Barker hinted at Crane's past with Warren, but understood that if Carol died, then the secrets would never be revealed. Hearing this, Crane told Barker to wait till then, shutting her up. At Warren's house, a crowd gathered, pressing officers for answers about his potential involvement in recent events. Inside, Warren observed through blinds, remarking on the attention he consistently received. A loud individual from the crowd attempted to confront Warren directly. Warren extended his hand and allowed the man inside. Moments later, the man came flying out of the house, screaming in terror. Warren stepped outside, mocking the situation and labeling his answers as unsatisfactory. Returning inside, he resumed painting a portrait with blood, dismissing the disturbance as inconsequential to his masterpiece. At the burned-down murder store, Reverend Fairgold delivered a fiery sermon to a gathered crowd. He blamed the town for allowing its dark legacy to flourish, invoking his son's death as a rallying point. His rhetoric turned accusatory, suggesting the town's sins had fostered serial killers. Crane confronted him, dismissing his claims and emphasizing that the investigation excluded connections to the Buckaroo butchers. Fairgold insinuated Crane's past with Warren contributed to the town's troubles, challenging her authority. Tensions rose as the Reverend proposed a plan centered on prayer and self-policing, subtly accusing Crane of moral failings. Elsewhere, Finch questioned the bee farmer about Carol's investigation. The farmer denied knowing Carol and dismissed Finch's suggestion of a connection between bees and the Buckaroo butchers as absurd, likening it to a horror movie plot. The farmer revealed that 20 years ago, the bees in Buckaroo began dying inexplicably, devastating the town's honey farm economy and leaving people unemployed. He expressed frustration with Finch's persistence, maintaining he didn't know why Carol showed interest in the bees. Finch called out the farmer's lie, noting inconsistencies in his story. Cornered, the farmer admitted to having spoken with Carol but avoided sharing details. A loud noise interrupted their conversation. Finch, alert, questioned the farmer about the source, but the man denied hearing anything. When Finch pressed further, the farmer grabbed a shotgun, warning Finch to leave. They faced off, weapons drawn, with Finch demanding to know what was being hidden in the basement. The farmer insisted it was for the town's protection and refused to divulge further. As tensions escalated, Finch shot the farmer in his leg in self-defense. Despite the farmer's warnings not to investigate, Finch opened the basement door and was confronted by a swarm of bees. Descending cautiously, he discovered a dark, unsettling space filled with tools and signs of obsessive activity. Finch was startled to hear someone singing the eerie bee-themed song. Emerging from the shadows, an older man greeted Finch, casually mentioning the bees' aversion to noise. The man revealed himself as the farmer's grandfather. He described the sacrificial behavior of bees when they sting and their use of pheromones to summon others when threatened. He claimed that the bees of Buckaroo had been in danger for years, exuding fear into the air through these pheromones. Finch asked if the old man had been training the bees, but the man denied it, though he admitted to being mysteriously immune to their stings. The stings only gave them blisters. Finch pressed him further, linking Carol's investigation to the pheromones, but this enraged the old man. At the mention of Carol's name, the man furiously demanded Finch leave. Suddenly, a swarm of bees erupted, filling the air with a deafening buzz as the old man screamed for Finch to get out. The bees overwhelmed the space, forcing Finch to retreat. Chased by the bees, Finch muttered in frustration, "Shit!" Chapter 4. In the past, Mr. Crow greeted various children in Buckaroo across different years, including Billy, Lauren, and a nervous Warren. Each interaction highlighted the town's dark history, referencing infamous killers like Mr. Fatal and the Nailbiter. Over time, Mr. Crow's smiling face changed to a broken visage. At present, Tim and his friends excitedly examined a file about the mysteries of the Buckaroo butchers retrieved from his father's locked drawer. They read about the Lucha Eliminador, a wrestling-themed killer. As the school bus passed the intended stop, the children grew uneasy, realizing they were being taken somewhere unfamiliar. Their nervous questions to Mr. Crow were met with ominous silence and unsettling laughter. At the bee farm, the sound of buzzing bees intensified as he encountered a swarm, forcing him to fire his gun in a futile attempt to fend them off. Meanwhile, Roger, previously shot, struggled to stand as the situation spiraled into chaos. The elderly beekeeper, visibly unhinged, mocked Finch's efforts, declaring his gun useless and taunting him about the futility of running. As Finch tried to escape, Roger finally stood, urging Finch to flee. Roger blamed Finch for aggravating the situation, but insisted they escape together. The swarm of bees grew more aggressive, stinging Roger repeatedly. Despite his attempts to swat them away, Roger was quickly overwhelmed. Finch managed to make it outside, but the bees relentlessly pursued Roger. Roger collapsed outside, screaming in pain as the bees covered him completely, infiltrating his mouth and suffocating him. Finch stood helplessly nearby, expressing remorse as Roger begged for help in his final moments. The swarm eventually consumed Roger entirely, leaving Finch to watch from a distance. He quietly apologized as he ran into the woods. Finch ran through the forest, swarmed by a relentless cloud of bees, muttering about his disdain for the town. Amid the chaos, he dove into an open hatch, narrowly evading the bees as he slammed the door shut. Inside, he took a moment to catch his breath, relieved that he hadn't been stung. Exploring the space, he discovered a tunnel system and wondered if it connected to the graveyard. His suspicion deepened as he noted the eerie environment, punctuated by distant, ominous laughter. Back at the house, the injured old man sarcastically mocked the police for their interference. He called out to Roger for help, but but there was no response. His frustration grew when he realized someone was inside the house. Confronting the intruder, he angrily demanded they leave, shouting defiance at their presumed authority, claiming he didn't want to play their game. However, his bravado collapsed into desperation as the intruder attacked him. He pleaded for mercy, insisting he had been just a baby, but his pleas quickly turned into shrieks of pain. In the woods, Alice, carrying a map, heard noises and encountered Finch. She offered him a phone after confirming her identity, while Finch cryptically hinted he knew who had caused the commotion. Moments later, Barker arrived, irritated about being dragged into the situation, but intrigued by Finch's description of the house's bizarre secrets. Finch directed them to investigate the basement, though the body they had expected to find was missing. Suspicion built as Finch vowed to confront the mysterious old man again. Inside the house, tension thickened when Finch's conviction about the scene was undermined by unexplained inconsistencies. Barker and Alice, skeptical of Finch's approach, exchanged looks before Alice smacked a bee in frustration. Crane arrived at her home after a long day investigating the caves beneath the graveyard. She reported over the phone that the search yielded no additional cells beyond the previously discovered ones, and only more peculiar paintings. Exhausted, she resolved to rest before her shift. Upon entering her home, she sensed something was off and cautiously reached for her gun. Peering into the house, she called out, suspecting someone was inside. Inside, she confronted the intruder, Reverend Fairgold, who casually rifled through her belongings. He sarcastically speculated about her expecting Warren and made pointed remarks about her past relationship with him. Crane demanded to know what he was doing in her house. Fairgold claimed the door had been open and suggested he was only concerned for her safety, which Crane dismissed as a poor excuse. Frustrated by his condescension, she forced him to leave, emphasizing her dislike for his invasive behavior. As he left, she slammed the door behind him, muttering in anger about his audacity. Crane, visibly weary, began preparing for much-needed rest. After changing, she collapsed onto her bed, sighing deeply. However, as she lay there, something unexpected happened. Her hand dangled over the bed, and she felt a soft, startling kiss on her fingers. It was Warren lying beneath her bed. Confused and wary, she woke up, but found no one there. As the window curtains flapped in the breeze, her radio crackled to life with urgent news. A major situation involving the school bus required her attention. Crane immediately responded, asking for details about the incident. On the bus, the atmosphere was tense. A child cried, begging to go home. Mr. Crow, tormented by his role in Buckaroo's dark history, cryptically revealed he had transported several future killers during his tenure. He said that the cycle of giving birth to serial killers must stop, and he would use the cleansing waters for the job. He laughed a sinister smile as he prepared to drive into the lake. Chapter 5. Timmy ran from the bus into the forest, desperate and frightened, as Mr. Crow called out for him, claiming his actions were for his own good. Timmy stumbled and fell, freezing in terror when a figure dressed in dark robes and a ram-horned mask, riding a horse, loomed over him. The eerie figure shushed him as Timmy shook with fear. Timmy screamed for help as the figure advanced, but Crow caught him, stating that death in the water was the only way to save his soul. Crow then dragged Timmy away. At the school, the parents of the missing children confronted the authorities in a state of panic and anger. They demanded answers, suspecting foul play and questioning whether the infamous Nailbiter was responsible. Sheriff Crane attempted to reassure them, promising that every effort was being made to find their children. Finch and Barker observed the chaos, with Finch remarking on how bad Crane's day had been. He offered assistance, noting the town's grim reputation. In the chaos, Reverend Fairgold spoke in favor of Crow. Crane lashed out at him, accusing him of knowing more than he let on. Finch intervened, acknowledging Crane's frustration, but cautioning her against losing control. Fairgold reluctantly revealed a location where Crow often went to pray. Meanwhile, inside the bus, the children cried out in fear as Crow declared it was time for their salvation. His unstable demeanor and ominous proclamation terrified them. As he pressed the gas pedal, the children's screams grew louder. The school bus plunged into the water with a violent splash, creating chaos among the children inside. Sheriff Crane and Finch reached just in time. They sprinted to the edge of the cliff, with Finch urging Crane to jump. Both dove into the water, determined to save the children. Inside the submerged bus, Crow's behavior grew increasingly erratic, but Finch managed to confront him, striking him. Crane ripped the tapes that were used to tie the kids. Crane and Finch worked on getting them out of the bus, while Finch guided others to safety, yelling for them to swim. As the children struggled in the water, Finch worked tirelessly, pulling Timmy to safety. Emerging from the water, gasping, he assured Crane and Barker that all the children were safe. However, Crow accused everyone of not understanding his mission. He claimed the children of Buckaroo were destined to become killers, like the infamous Buckaroo butchers, and that he had been trying to stop the cycle. His deranged rant implicated Crane, reminding her of her connection to the Nailbiter. As tensions rose, one of the young girls unexpectedly attacked Crow with a knife, stabbing him in the throat. Blood splattered as Crow collapsed into the water. Crane, horrified, rushed to the scene while Finch and Barker tried to manage the chaos. Barker called for medical assistance, but it was too late. Crow succumbed to his injuries. Crane comforted the girl, assuring her the bad man is gone. Emergency vehicles gathered at the lakeside, while a crowd of reporters listened to Reverend Fairgold's address. He spoke about Mr. Crow, describing how the man had grown bitter and distrustful of the system after the Nailbiters returned to Buckaroo. He used the event as an example of how the town could corrupt even the best of people. Finch, Barker, and Crane reflected on Crow's actions, acknowledging his critical involvement despite his flaws. Barker sarcastically referred to the girl as Little Miss Killer and questioned what would happen to her. She dismissed any legal consequences, noting the town's peculiar ability to trick the courts. The group discussed the broader chaos in Buckaroo and resolved to remain vigilant. Later, Finch revealed something he had noticed while underwater, a strange statue beneath the lake built over a sunken temple. The structure hinted at a deeper mystery tied to Buckaroo's dark history. Finch and Crane stood together, deliberating over their next steps. Crane acknowledged the growing absurdity of the events: missing persons, bizarre tunnels, and supernatural occurrences. She suggested a change in strategy. Finch expressed his frustration about the case, lamenting their lack of progress and the increasing body count. They both realized that things were likely to worsen. Inside his cabin, Warren cooked while whistling, but he was interrupted as the door burst open. A figure clad in black stormed in, knocking him unconscious and handcuffing him to a chair. The intruder, revealed as Finch, prepared for interrogation. Finch confessed his past hesitation to interrogate due to an incident where he had accidentally killed someone. However, this time he had no reservations. As Finch unveiled an array of torture tools, he coldly stated, "By the time I'm done, you'll tell me everything I want to know." Act 3. Blood in the Water. Chapter 1. Warren sat bound to a chair, battered and defiant, as Finch pressed him for answers. Warren taunted Finch, threatening gruesome harm to his family if pushed too far. His words dripped with malice, suggesting he would devour them and drink from their skulls. Claiming his threats were not idle, but backed by experience. Finch, unfazed, struck Warren across the face, demanding answers about Buckaroo's dark history and its role in creating serial killers. Warren scoffed, dismissing Finch's threats, and sarcastically asked if waterboarding was next. Finch, remaining calm but firm, denied resorting to such tactics, though he reminded Warren of his own lethal tendencies, referring to a recent killing. Flashbacks revealed Finch grappling with guilt over an earlier interrogation gone too far, where he had beaten a suspect to death while seeking justice. Warren, observing Finch's struggle with his past, mockingly questioned the supposed accident and called attention to Finch's lingering trauma. Meanwhile, Barker awoke in a dark, eerie cell, disoriented and trapped. As she assessed her surroundings, she encountered another captive, the old beekeeper. He revealed himself to be no ordinary Buckaroo resident, but someone tied to the town's grim legacy. He mentioned being captured while relishing the sight of his bees attacking an intruder. Barker realized this man might be one of the infamous Buckaroo butchers, though he claimed to have only killed once. Long ago, when he was fresh out of diapers, he cryptically offered to share his story. Back at the cabin, Finch interrogated Warren about Carol, the mystery surrounding Buckaroo, and the identity of the man in the black mask. Warren deflected, but hinted at a larger conspiracy, suggesting the truth about Buckaroo was intentionally buried because revealing it would destabilize the world. Barker listened as the old beekeeper disclosed unsettling truths about Buckaroo, its secrets, and the potential world-shattering consequences of their revelation. He explained that Carol had uncovered the truth, but its implications were so profound they would drive anyone mad. Barker, horrified, resolved to inform Finch and ensure the story was told, despite the old beekeeper's grim prediction that she would not escape alive. Another prisoner then warned ominously, "He's back." As footsteps approached, the man in the black ram-horned mask entered. He dismissed Barker's protests. Another man was present there, wearing a bloody apron, his face hidden in the shadows. He ordered the masked man to strap the old beekeeper to a table. The masked man taunted Barker, calling it an experiment and inviting her to watch as they prepared for a gruesome display. Meanwhile, Finch continued interrogating Warren, who ridiculed Finch's methods and moral resolve. Warren mockingly suggested Finch should kill him, asserting that only good men vanquish evil. Finch remained unflinching, pressing Warren about his motivations. Warren confessed his love of killing, stating it was never about necessity or defense, but pure enjoyment. Finch, frustrated, threatened to extract Warren's teeth with pliers, but Warren provocatively dared him to act. The tension escalated as Barker helplessly witnessed the masked man savagely mutilating the old beekeeper with a chopper. Blood splattered as the cleaver descended repeatedly, and the beekeeper's cries echoed through the chamber. The horror culminated with the masked man reveling in the brutality, declaring the gruesome act as the time of his life. Back at the cabin, Finch snapped, shattering a table in anger. Warren laughed maniacally, mocking Finch's futile attempts to break him. Finch, seething with frustration, threw away his torture tools, contemplating his next move as Warren's sinister laughter filled the air. Back in the dimly lit dungeon, Barker repeatedly yelled, "No!" overwhelmed by despair. She managed to break free and escape briefly, shouting defiantly that she wouldn't be murdered. However, her attempt to flee was thwarted as the masked figure recaptured her. The man in the apron mockingly stated that killing her wasn't their intent. They had bigger plans. At his home, Warren said, "The killer is a part of us." He mocked Finch, claiming that once someone experiences the thrill of killing, the hunger never truly leaves. He confidently predicted that Finch would kill again, not immediately, but inevitably. Finch, visibly disturbed, tried to brush off the taunts, but Warren's words lingered, planting seeds of doubt. Finch, in a sudden act of defiance, leaned into Warren's twisted obsession with fingernails. He bit into his own nail, breaking it, as Warren looked on in shock and rage. Warren screamed, declaring the nails his and vowing vengeance. His outburst turned into a frenzied tirade, revealing his unhinged mind and dangerous fixation. Warren lashed out in fury, breaking free of Finch's taunting control. He charged at Finch, and the two engaged in a brutal struggle. Finch managed to fend him off, retaliating with punches and slamming Warren into the kitchen furniture. Warren fought with unrelenting aggression, shouting threats of murder while biting Finch on the arm in a desperate attempt to gain the upper hand. Finch, remaining composed despite the chaos, pinned Warren down, demanding answers. He declared that no one would die until Warren told him the truth about Buckaroo. Finch escalated his tactics, slamming Warren's head against the floor and repeating his question, "Why this town?" Warren, realizing Finch's persistence, initially resisted but finally gave in under the weight of Finch's relentless pressure. Finch threatened to resume chewing his own nails if Warren continued to withhold information. Defeated, with a bloodied face and a defiant stare, Warren told Finch, "Fine, fine. You want to know the town's secrets? I'll tell you everything." Chapter 2. Reverend Louis Fairgold prepared for his day, shaving and dressing in a priest's collar. He knelt by the bed and prayed for forgiveness, seeking strength for something difficult he had to do. As he headed to the kitchen, he called for Meredith. When she didn't answer immediately, he grew concerned, but she cheerfully greeted him, setting the table for breakfast. He told her about an early town meeting regarding Sheriff Crane and her new associates. Meredith defended the sheriff, urging Fairgold to leave her alone. She made a casual comment about their son Hank's school routine, but Fairgold reminded her that Hank was gone. Meredith, who was still in denial about Hank's death, brushed off the somber note and sent Fairgold off with a smile. Meanwhile, Crane started her morning chopping vegetables in the kitchen, but accidentally cut her finger. Frustrated, she wrapped it up muttering about avoiding a hospital visit on her day off. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. She answered, finding Finch and Warren standing outside. Warren, bruised and sarcastic, made light of the situation, calling Finch's interrogation methods pillow fights. Crane was shocked and questioned why they had brought Warren to her house. Finch assured her that no one saw them and justified the decision by saying he needed Warren to talk. Crane, stressed by the situation, insisted that Warren couldn't stay there without jeopardizing her career. Finch reassured her, but a doorbell interrupted their conversation. She told Finch to hide Warren in her room while she answered the door. Barker stood at the door, looking for Finch, who had stood her up for a coffee meeting. Crane lied, saying she hadn't seen him. As Barker entered, Warren hid with Finch, sarcastically comparing the moment to a sitcom, much to Finch's annoyance. Barker said that she was searching for Finch, who stood her for coffee. Crane noticed a wound on Barker's head. Barker dismissed it, claiming she likely got it during the school bus commotion. She commented on the town's strange days, pointing out the challenge of being a sheriff in a place infamous for serial killers. Crane, clearly uneasy, redirected the conversation and expressed a desire to return to her breakfast. Barker brought up her concern over Finch, mentioning his recent questionable actions, including killing someone during interrogation. She added that while it wasn't entirely her business, it raised concerns. Crane appeared uncomfortable and tried to avoid delving into the subject. Suddenly, Barker stabbed Crane in the abdomen. Crane cried out in pain and shock as Barker assured her it was okay in an unsettling tone. Crane collapsed to the floor, clutching her wound as Barker, remorseful, claimed she was forced into her actions. She explained that they made her watch before painting her face red with Crane's blood. Suddenly, Barker's trance broke. She was imagining stabbing Crane. Guilty and ashamed, she hurried out, but warned Crane to stay away from Finch. He wasn't right in his head. Meanwhile, Fairgold addressed a church congregation, speaking about the challenges of removing the demons within the town. He sympathized with their frustrations and described his personal loss, his son, Hank, who had been murdered and displayed in the infamous murder store. Fairgold pointed fingers at trusted community members who had betrayed their positions, like Mr. Crow, who kidnapped a child. He expressed anger toward the authorities, claiming they could no longer trust the police and suggesting that it was up to them to take matters into their own hands. The crowd, captivated by his impassioned speech, grew more agitated as he emphasized the need for action. He declared that fighting fire with fire was the only way to save their town. As his sermon escalated, Fairgold revealed his transformation into a fiery, masked figure draped in religious regalia, calling for righteous fire to purge the evildoers. His supporters, dressed similarly, echoed his cries of Amen, rallying behind his radical declaration. Together, they vowed to no longer allow the killers and outsiders to destroy their town. Back at Crane's place, Warren remained defiant and sarcastic, despite his injuries. Finch reminded Warren of their deal, telling him to share what he knew. Warren began to recount the story of Walter Kenny, one of the infamous Buckaroo butchers. Walter, known for killing clowns, became the center of media attention, fueling Buckaroo's dark reputation. As Warren narrated, flashbacks revealed Walter's bizarre obsession with fitting clowns into a car, showcasing his twisted sense of humor. The media frenzy surrounding Walter's crimes added to Buckaroo's notoriety, drawing journalists eager for scandal. Warren talked about Walter's family, particularly his parents, who endured relentless scrutiny. Reporters bombarded them with invasive questions about their son's behavior, leaving them broken and ostracized. Warren recalled working in Mrs. Kenny's garden as a child to earn comic book money, witnessing her pain firsthand. Warren remembered Mrs. Kenny, a kind but tormented woman who showed him compassion during his childhood. Mrs. Kenny talked about some people who brought her to Buckaroo. She believed that it was to cure her urges, but instead, she believed she had passed on her urges to Walter. Despite trying her best to raise him properly, she invited Warren later for a cookie. Just then, her husband walked out and told her to go into the house. That day, Warren went back and found a bowl of cookies outside. He took one, but didn't notice the blood splattered on them. Inside, Warren stumbled upon the aftermath of a murder-suicide, discovering the corpses of the Kennys. It was a harrowing moment, marking his first encounter with death, but far from the last. He stood in shock as he took his bite from the cookie. Crane confronted Warren about not revealing earlier that he had seen the Kennys dead. Warren brushed it off, sarcastically remarking that it wasn't the kind of thing one shared with a high school crush. Finch shifted the topic, questioning who were those who brought Mrs. Kenny into town. Warren insisted on taking control of the conversation, asserting he would share his story only on his terms. He demanded to be taken to the serial killer graveyard, declaring it necessary for continuing the discussion. Finch, already frustrated, raised his fist, ready to strike Warren again, but Crane intervened, stopping him. She acknowledged that Warren had been speaking more than usual and suggested they grant his request to keep things moving. Finch reluctantly agreed, deciding they would use his car and avoid main streets to remain unseen. As they left, the trio encountered a group of townspeople gathered outside, dressed in religious robes and holding signs that read, "No more serial killers, and not in our town." Fairgold led the group, passionately protesting against the perceived curse of serial killers in Buckaroo. Facing the odds, Warren sarcastically commented, "There goes the neighbourhood." Chapter 3. In the past, at a late-night gathering, Shannon hesitantly chose truth during a game, but Erica urged her to pick dare for once. Reluctantly, Shannon agreed, and Erica jokingly suggested mischievous acts in the infamous serial killer graveyard. After some teasing, Erica settled on Shannon kissing someone. She pointed out Travis Murphy, but Shannon dismissed him for being unappealing. Instead, Erica singled out Warren, who stood alone at the edge of the party. Despite her reluctance, Shannon approached him, commenting that at least he was kind of cute. Warren's detached demeanour shifted slightly when Shannon engaged him. She curiously asked which Buckaroo butcher he considered his favourite, suggesting morbidly notorious killers like the Book Burner or the Terrible Two. Warren responded with a cryptic explanation of his perspective on violence and art, specifically highlighting the Crossbones killer's intent to convey beauty in death, rather than kill out of anger or spite. Shannon, surprisingly intrigued, admitted a fascination with morbid topics, leaning closer to Warren. However, Warren stopped her advance, asserting that he didn't appreciate being used for games. His directness unsettled Shannon, but he calmly wished her and her friends to have fun with their serial killer-themed antics before walking away. Erica and the others laughed off Shannon's rejection, calling Warren gross. Yet, Shannon defended him, claiming he seemed interesting. Their banter hinted at deeper curiosities and unease about their surroundings. At present, tensions escalated as the masked clan, led by Reverend Fairgold, arrived at Crane's house. They claimed to be taking back control from Buckaroo's violent past and demanded Warren be handed over, citing Crane's incompetence. Crane refused, mocking their theatrics. Warren emerged like a maniac from the house, joking about a fingernail buffet. His unsettling demeanour caused some clan members to hesitate, though Fairgold remained unmoved. Warren taunted Reverend Fairgold, dismissing his past fears as long gone. When Warren mockingly said, "Boo," Fairgold remained composed, asserting that he didn't scare easily. Warren questioned his certainty, pointing to the wet patch on his garb, revealing that Fairgold had pissed himself out of anxiety. This humiliated Fairgold, though Warren relished the chaos. Finch decided it was time to leave, dragging Warren away as he continued joking about his antics. Crane followed, frustrated yet intrigued, as Warren's unpredictable nature unsettled her. A flashback revealed Warren and Shannon talking on swings, joking about twins and dark humour involving the black market. Shannon admitted that Warren made her laugh, showing her vulnerability and attraction. Just then, Erica arrived and informed Shannon about the Blonde, another notorious Buckaroo butcher who had been arrested and made the news. Erica and Shannon jumped in joy, declaring their love for the Blonde, while Warren watched them and smiled. In the present, the group descended into underground tunnels that Warren claimed to have explored for days. He teased Crane and Finch about his knowledge of the Buckaroo butcher's origins. A wall adorned with strange cave-like paintings caught their attention. Warren explained that the drawings told a story: 8 circles with a person inside them and 8 cells beneath the graveyard. He hinted at a sinister network. As they discussed, the ram-horn-masked man watched them from afar. Finch pressed Warren for answers about Carol's discoveries, but Warren evaded. Finch's desperation grew as he sought clarity about Carol's fate. Warren, elusive as ever, suggested delving deeper into the the caves to uncover the truth. When questioned about his loyalty to Carol, Finch revealed that Carol had saved him from a dark place, preventing him from ending his own life. Finch explained that Carol gave him a reason to keep going and a purpose, to find out who had hurt Carol and to repay his debt. Crane, shocked by this revelation, struggled to process the truth, especially in light of Finch's recently uncovered past actions. Warren led them to a tunnel, challenging Crane to uncover the truth. As they ventured forward, Finch noticed something unusual ahead. They came across a grotesque statue with a sinister, macabre grin, resembling something Finch had seen beneath a lake. Warren, however, had vanished, slipping away unnoticed. Finch, frustrated, remarked on Warren's consistent elusiveness and knack for disappearing. In a flashback, Warren and Shannon sat in a movie theater watching a gory horror film about the Lucky 13 assassin. Warren criticized the film's inaccuracies, pointing out that the assassin poisoned his victims rather than stabbing them. Shannon, unsettled by his detachment, tried to connect with him, but Warren focused on critiquing the shallow portrayal of the Buckaroo butchers. Frustrated, Shannon confronted Warren about his emotional distance and pointed out his numerous red flags, questioning his inability to form deeper connections. In the present, Warren arrived at Buckaroo Hospital and made his way to a room where Reverend Fairgold was waiting. Inside, Carol lay in a comatose state, attached to life support. Fairgold confronted Warren, accusing him, Finch, and Crane of mocking him earlier. Warren, unfazed, retorted that Fairgold deserved it. Fairgold, smug and self-righteous, implied that the others were mistaken in seeing him as the villain. He said it was his mission to rid Buckaroo of its evil. He declared his goal to uncover the identity of the person who murdered his son, the same individual who mutilated Carol by cutting off his limbs, and vowed to ensure such atrocities would never happen again. Fairgold explained how the townsfolk perceived him as an obsessed man rather than a grieving father, and he contrasted his reputation with Warren's, whom people viewed as charming despite his history. He insinuated that the evil of Buckaroo, not Warren himself, compelled Warren to commit his murders. Warren dismissed Fairgold's claims, skeptical of any forgiveness from the town. Fairgold admitted his inability to relate to Warren, calling it his sin. He ominously suggested that understanding Carol's wounds might help him bridge that gap. As he spoke, he leaned over Carol's unconscious body and opened the bandage on his right arm. Then, in a shocking and grotesque act, Fairgold bit into Carol's flesh. Chapter 4. In the past, at Buckaroo High's prom, a group of attendees speculated about Crane and Warren's whereabouts. They humorously assumed they were either fighting or romantically involved. Inside a motel room, Warren passionately explained to Shannon that his research into Buckaroo's dark history was consuming him, frustrating Shannon, who accused him of obsession. She expressed her wish to escape conversations about serial killers, but Warren dismissed her concerns, revealing how driven he was to uncover the town's secrets. Shannon grew visibly upset when Warren abruptly decided to leave, claiming he had something urgent to do and promised to call her in the morning. Left behind, she watched him run off into the night. Outside Buckaroo Hospital, a furious mob demanded justice, accusing Warren of being a monster and attacking a patient, Carol. Sheriff Crane, pushing through the angry crowd, confronted the chaos. Fairgold manipulated the situation, claiming to have witnessed Warren biting Carol. While Warren vehemently denied the accusations, the crowd's hostility intensified. Crane decided to arrest Warren, both to protect him from the mob and to maintain order. As Crane secured Warren, tensions exploded when someone from the crowd threw a glass bottle, striking Warren. Realizing the mob's intentions to kill him, Crane ordered Finch to get Fairgold's statement and took charge of Warren's safety. Determined, she declared she would transfer him to Portland, recognizing that keeping him in Buckaroo would lead to certain death. While driving, Finch physically reprimanded Warren for ditching them earlier, demanding answers about Carol and the caves. Warren cryptically stated that he needed to see something at the hospital and expressed frustration over his restricted access. However, Crane revealed they were not heading to Portland, but instead determined to get to the bottom of the mysteries surrounding Buckaroo. In a flashback, Shannon slept in her room, unaware of the dark presence watching her. Warren stood silently in the shadows, gripping a knife ominously as he approached her bed. Shannon stirred awake, her eyes eyes darting to the threatening figure. However, as she bolted upright, Warren was gone. She noticed a note on her bed reading, "I'm sorry." Realizing Warren had been there, she frantically looked around the room, exclaiming, "No." At present, Warren, Finch, and Crane gathered near a body of water. Finch warned Crane about the irreversible consequences of learning the truth, but Crane, determined to honor Carol, insisted on proceeding. Warren pointed out that he was still handcuffed, joking that he didn't have a safe word. Despite his reservations, Finch agreed to trust Warren, albeit reluctantly. The group then dove into the water. Underwater, they discovered a massive submerged staircase leading to an ancient structure. They proceeded cautiously, encountering eerie sights, including a grotesque statue similar to the one Warren had described earlier. The group emerged into a mysterious temple-like space, prompting Crane to demand how Warren knew about it. He admitted that he had found the tunnels long ago. Even before meeting them, Crane asked Warren why he didn't inform her earlier. Warren said that he tried to, but Crane never listened. Crane angrily demanded clarity, which led Warren to pick up his oxygen tank, his intentions unclear. Using the tank, Warren smashed the statue, much to the alarm of Crane and Finch. Finch demanded to know Warren's intent, while Crane stared in disbelief as Warren revealed chunks of the statue, declaring, "It's all fake, not real." He elaborated that the supposed ancient structure was no hidden Aztec relic, but an elaborate deception. Someone had constructed the caves and their eerie contents around 60 years ago as a test, a psychological torment designed to manipulate anyone who entered. Warren explained that when he first discovered the caves, he scoured every corner, finding unsettling remnants and clues. His search led him to uncover what he considered the biggest revelation. There were killers in Buckaroo long before the infamous Buckaroo butchers. Producing an old photograph, Warren pointed to 5 adults, all serial killers brought to Buckaroo in the 1950s. He speculated that the children in the picture might have connections to the butchers, and pointed out a young girl who might have been Mrs. Kenny, the mother of the first Buckaroo butcher. Crane and Finch pressed Warren for answers about the photograph and Carol's involvement. Warren revealed Carol's research into the original 8 killers, uncovering fragments of their history. This led Crane to question whether the butchers were descendants of these killers. Warren denied any connection to the group, claiming his family had no ties to these figures. Finch grew agitated, accusing Warren of lying, but Crane intervened, determining that Warren's claims were truthful. Before the group could proceed, Alice appeared, startling them with her sudden arrival. She admitted to following them, seeking the truth about herself and Buckaroo's violent legacy. She said that she had mapped the caves and entered it through the graveyard. Alice confided her fear of becoming the next Buckaroo butcher, driven by intrusive dark thoughts. Warren empathized, acknowledging his own struggles at her age. Their tense exchange was interrupted when the masked killer emerged. He swiftly stabbed Alice through the chest with his machete. The killer loomed menacingly as the group froze in shock. He addressed Crane, Finch, and Warren and said, "Run." Chapter 5. A flashback revealed young Shannon sitting with her mother, voicing frustration and confusion over Eddie's sudden departure. Her mother gently explained that his letter indicated he was afraid of hurting her feelings and rationalized his actions, offering Shannon reassurance about moving on. However, Shannon hesitated and began to reveal a deeper secret, leaving her sentence unfinished. Cut to the present. Crane and Finch confronted the monstrous killer in the temple. The creature flicked its blade menacingly, prompting both Crane and Finch to open fire, emptying their clips into the figure. Despite the barrage of bullets, the killer remained unfazed, deflecting the shots and advancing with terrifying precision. Crane rushed to Alice, who was bleeding heavily. Alice regained partial awareness, questioning the source of the blood as Crane tried to comfort her and keep her conscious. Finch, still firing at the advancing creature, shouted for them to find a way out. Warren insisted they follow him, claiming he knew a way through the maze-like tunnels. The group stumbled into a grotesque chamber filled with mutilated bodies and ominous chains hanging from the ceiling. Finch grimly assessed their surroundings, warning that they were out of time. As the killer entered the butcher hall, they managed to hide. The killer looked at the heap of corpses. Thinking that the group might be hiding underneath, he chopped up all the corpses, leaving a heap of flesh and blood. Unable to find them, he walked out through a tunnel door. The group stumbled out of the blood-soaked chamber, narrowly escaping the monstrous butcher. Warren, showing signs of exhaustion, Warren admitted he had lied multiple times since meeting Crane and Finch. He confessed to being deceitful, but offered a plan to buy them time. Directing the others to a path through the tunnels, he instructed them to head left near a statue and continue making right turns, which would eventually lead them back to a serial killer graveyard. Before parting, Warren cryptically mentioned investigating Dr. Glory and a mysterious Whitechapel project, revealing ties to the sinister history of Buckaroo. Warren identified the butcher as one of the 16 Buckaroo butchers, confirming his familiarity with the killer. Despite Finch and Crane's protests, Warren insisted on confronting the butcher alone. With grim resolve, he charged at the creature, engaging it in combat to provide an escape for the others. As Warren wrestled with the killer, Finch reluctantly convinced Crane and Alice to keep moving, trusting Warren's directions. The fight intensified as Warren traded blows with the monstrous butcher, making desperate moves to hold his ground. In a fleeting moment of reflection, Warren lamented his broken vow to never kill again, but resolved to make an exception for the butcher. But suddenly, Warren was struck by a jarring electric shock, collapsing to the ground in agony. Another man arrived there, the one who previously instructed the butcher to kill the beekeeper. Meanwhile, Crane, Finch, and Alice reached a ladder leading out of the underground nightmare. As they climbed, they overheard a shadowy figure berating Warren for exposing Buckaroo's dark secrets. Inside, the dark figure warned of catastrophic consequences if the truth were revealed prematurely, emphasizing the potential for widespread death and destruction. Warren, defiant yet weakened, acknowledged that the man was indeed speaking the truth. The ominous figure reminded Warren of previous warnings to stop digging into Buckaroo's secrets and threatened to punish him severely. As the group emerged from the tunnels, they heard Warren's blood-curdling screams. The rain poured heavily as they surfaced, with Crane and Finch debated going back for him, but Finch ultimately decided they couldn't risk it. Frustration lingered as Finch acknowledged Warren might be lost. He pulled the rope ladder out while the butcher stood below and watched them. The group began securing Alice, who had lost significant blood, prompting Finch to call for backup. Elsewhere, the authorities mobilized swiftly. Barker coordinated a response, dispatching ambulances and agents to their location. Finch relayed Alice's condition to ensure the medical team prepared to handle her severe blood loss. Crane told the paramedics about Alice's blood type and demanded to accompany Alice. When a nurse said that he had the situation under control, Crane shouted, "She's my daughter, damn it! Now let's go!" Investigators searched the cave but found no sign of Warren or the killer. The officers assessed the horrific state of the caves, with Barker criticizing Finch for withholding information about the tunnels and holding him partially responsible for the escalating chaos. Barker pointed out how the situation in Buckaroo had worsened, with the press and onlookers overwhelming the town. The FBI was sending teams to investigate the case. Finch faced scrutiny as Barker emphasized the gravity of his choices and their consequences. Frustrated, Finch asked what he would do next. Suddenly, in a shocking turn, Barker pulled out a gun and shot Finch. Her declaration, "You're done." Barker was hallucinating again as she realized she had only shot Finch in her mind, and her mind was telling her to do insane things. She controlled herself and handcuffed Finch, telling him that the FBI had ordered his arrest for obstructing their investigation. At the hospital, staff discussed preparing Carol for FBI transport. Suddenly, a nurse heard Carol calling out from his room. As she entered, she was shocked to find Carol had regained his senses. He asked surprisingly, "Can you please tell me what happened to my hands and legs?" Act 4. Bloodlust. Chapter 1. A young woman ran in terror through a dark and stormy environment. The looming silhouette of a castle and barren, twisted trees created an ominous atmosphere. She fled down a shadowy corridor, with her pursuer relishing the thrill of the chase. Her attempts to escape were futile, as the Nailbiter always got his victim. Suddenly, the monstrous figure of Warren lunged at her with horrifying teeth and claws. Despite her terror, she fought back, but the creature savagely overpowered her and began chewing her finger. This was how a group of kids fantasized the legend of the Nailbiter while walking through the woods. They argued about the truth of his capture, with one child insisting he was still at large. Despite their fear, they continued their annual tradition, navigating the woods with flashlights while teasing and daring each other about the dangers ahead. Their conversation touched on the increasing tension in Buckaroo, mentioning the discovery of bodies and the escalating chaos. The kids ventured further while while Buckaroo was overrun with law enforcement, reporters, and onlookers. The children decided to bypass the commotion by sneaking through the woods to reach their destination, the Nailbiter's house. In Buckaroo's urgent care, Crane sat by Alice's bedside, visibly emotional and refusing to leave. Morty entered, acknowledging the heavy burden Crane carried. Crane reflected on the difficulty of her decisions, revealing that Alice was her daughter, given up for adoption to shield her from the stigma of being connected to a serial killer father, Warren. She expressed regret and anger over Alice's return to Buckaroo and the danger it posed. She admitted to being extremely angry when Alice was sent to a foster home in Buckaroo, but felt powerless to intervene. Crane confronted Morty, accusing him of hiding his connections to Fairgold, a known protester against Warren. Morty admitted to being swayed by Fairgold's arguments, but insisted he was only searching for answers about the town's dark history. Morty revealed a critical piece of information. He had examined bite marks found on Carol and determined they did not match Warren's. This revelation suggested another killer was involved, possibly one of Buckaroo's other disturbed residents. Finch entered the hospital, expressing frustration with Fairgold's manipulative behaviour. Crane mentioned her intent to leave Buckaroo with Alice for safety, but acknowledged she needed to address unfinished business first. Finch apologised for his inability to uncover why Buckaroo continued to produce so many psychopaths. Crane reassured him that many had failed before, hinting at the town's deeply buried secrets. The conversation took a surprising turn when Morty announced that Carol had regained consciousness. Finch quickly headed to Carol's room, but was intercepted by Barker, who tried to stop him. Ignoring her warnings, Finch forcefully made his way into the room, demanding answers from Carol. Barker explained that Carol had been moved by the Bureau for his safety and could not disclose his location. Finch, visibly angry, accused the Bureau of hiding critical information. Barker assured him that Carol was being taken care of, but insisted Finch follow protocol to avoid being detained. Meanwhile, the group of children reached Warren's house, continuing their daring tradition of knocking on the infamous serial killer's door. Despite their fear, one of them knocked 3 times, causing the door to creak open. The kids ventured inside, commenting on the eerie atmosphere and the foul smell of decay. As they explored, their flashlights flickered and switched off one by one. A sinister voice in the darkness unnerved them, followed by the sudden appearance of a bloodied and dishevelled figure of Warren. His presence sent the children fleeing in terror, but one of them tripped and was left behind, pleading not to be harmed. Warren, wielding scissors, approached the child but stopped short of hurting them. Instead, he reassured the frightened kid, claiming he doesn't harm children, showing a surprisingly calm demeanour. He even bandaged the child's small wound, urging them to return to their Halloween activities, but with a clear warning not to tell anyone about their encounter. The child, still wary, asked Warren if he was angry about them breaking into his house. Warren dismissed the notion, recounting how he once participated in similar Halloween dares as a child, targeting a house belonging to a book burner. He acknowledged his reputation as a monster, but called himself a monster with principles. The child, in turn, promised to keep Warren's whereabouts a secret, and Warren allowed them to leave. Once the child was gone, Warren reflected on his predicament. He thought about paying his dues and imagined the time he was taken in and tortured by the butcher and his companion in the tunnels. Though he expressed concern about leaving Buckaroo without ensuring Crane and Finch's safety, he decided it was time to move on. He drove away, making up his mind to look forward to the future. In Atlanta, Georgia, 3 weeks later, a broken jack-o'-lantern lay on a rooftop. The owner lamented its destruction, saying he had spent a lot of time carving it. His wife dismissed its importance, noting it was destined for the trash anyway. He insisted it was about the principle, revealing his sentimental attachment. As they stood together, she humorously asked about an odd smell. As they entered their house, the lady gave out a chilling shriek. They found a man tied up with ropes, suspended in front of a fireplace, his body covered in blood. A pentagram had been carved into his chest, and a grotesque horned mask was strapped to his head. Chapter 2. The broadcast opened with news anchors reporting that the death toll from the Devil Killer had risen to 7 in Atlanta. The police and FBI held a press conference, assuring the public that they were making progress in the investigation, but could not reveal much to avoid jeopardizing their efforts. A reporter warned viewers about the graphic nature of the crime scene photos being shared, showcasing the grotesque posing of the victims as devils. Elsewhere, a woman watched the news while commenting on how shocking it was that such much violent imagery was being aired. Her partner, Daniel, asked to change the channel, expressing discomfort with the content. She argued that it was important to stay informed and mentioned finding additional details online that the media was not covering, including the victims being tortured before their deaths. Daniel's discomfort grew as he pleaded to turn it off. Suddenly, armed men burst into their home, attacking them. Chaos erupted as Daniel tried to protect his partner. He fought back, but was quickly subdued. Realizing he was being targeted, Daniel attempted to escape. He fled through the building, dodging the attackers. However, the chase ended in an alley where he was captured. Despite his protests of innocence, the men violently beat him, labeling him a serial killer. At a federal office, Barkers and the other agents discussed the bizarre occurrences in Buckaroo, referencing a fake Aztec temple. They expressed frustration over being excluded from key investigations and updates on Carol, who was now under higher-level scrutiny. They informed her that only the higher-ups had the rights to speak to Carol now, and Barker had been taken off the case. Suddenly, while talking, Barker pulled out her gun and blew the heads of the agents she was talking to. She kept shooting and killing everyone in her line of sight. She took out a pair of scissors and stabbed another female agent in the neck. She held the scissors there and kept shooting and killing others as well. An agent shot her from behind and wounded her, but she was unstoppable. She pulled out the scissors and threw it at another agent who was trying to escape. It went through the head and pushed an eye out of the socket of that agent. Next instant, Barker's trance of the killing spree broke as someone called out her name. Barker's superior asked if she was ready for a new assignment in Atlanta involving the Devil Killer case. Initially hesitant and desiring some time off after the chaos in Buckaroo, Barker eventually agreed. Her boss suggested she might need to consult a therapist, but she brushed off the idea. With no room for debate, she was told to be on a flight later that day, leaving her muttering in frustration. In Buckaroo, Crane checked on Alice, who lay unconscious in a hospital bed. Dr. Glory approached and startled Crane, who was visibly on edge. He reassured her that Alice was in good hands and suggested she take a break. Crane dismissed his concern, explaining she had been suspended indefinitely after lying about Warren's transport and losing him. She revealed that Officer Link had taken over as sheriff, while federal agents continued investigating the town and searching caves for answers. She remembered Warren had told her to investigate Dr. Glory. Crane admitted she felt something significant was hidden in Buckaroo, but Glory downplayed her suspicions, urging her to rest. Reluctantly, Crane agreed and left the hospital. Later that night, someone broke into Glory's home. The intruder was Crane, dressed in black and searching his library for answers. She discovered a book with a symbol matching the cave markings, hidden behind a damaged section. Flipping through the pages, she found incriminating documents, including a photo album detailing the history of the Buckaroo butchers. Shocked by a photo of Warren being acquitted, Crane became increasingly disturbed by the revelations. Suddenly, Glory appeared behind her. He was speaking to someone on the phone. He hinted that he had expected her intrusion, noting that federal agents would remain distracted for a while, giving him time to execute his plans. Crane kept the album in its place and left. Glory thought he had heard something, but then he brushed off the feeling and got back to the call. In Atlanta, Georgia, Agent Barker joined a group of SWAT officers discussing their capture of a suspect. One officer boasted about the fame and fortune they would achieve once the so-called Devil Killer faced justice. Barker questioned the validity of their claim and challenged their confidence in the suspect's guilt. Despite their insistence that the man was a serial killer, they admitted to getting no useful information from interrogations and hoped Barker could help. The suspect's origins from Buckaroo, a town infamous for its serial killers, were revealed, prompting Barker to leave abruptly. She stated she had to meet someone regarding a murder, refusing to question the suspect yet. In San Antonio, Texas, Barker found Finch drinking at a bar. She approached him with a proposition, explaining the connection between the recent murders and Buckaroo. Finch was reluctant to help, referencing their turbulent past and mistrust of the feds. Barker pleaded for his expertise, revealing the suspect's ties to Buckaroo and the ongoing investigation. When Barker pushed for Finch's cooperation, he demanded access to Carol, who the feds had detained. After some tense negotiation, Finch agreed, remarking that Buckaroo seemed destined to cause his downfall. Chapter 3. In the flashback, a man struggled in an alley, coughing amidst smoke and fire, before shouting desperately for help. His cries caught the attention of a passerby, who ran to check on him. The man, a Buckaroo butcher known as the Good Samaritan, reassured his rescuer that he was fine, but suddenly pulled out a gun and shot him point blank, killing him instantly. With a casual demeanor, he examined his surroundings, muttering to himself, and resumed shouting for help, searching for another victim. At present, Finch interrogated Daniel at the station. He was the man from Buckaroo who had been arrested as the Devil Killer. The Good Samaritan was his cousin. When questioned about his past and the Devil Killer, Daniel revealed he had left Buckaroo as a teenager and changed his name to escape its dark legacy. Despite his academic excellence, he faced rejection from universities due to Buckaroo's infamy, forcing him to reinvent himself through a new identity. He worked hard to create a new life, believing he had escaped his roots until someone started playing games with him. He expressed confusion and anger at being dragged into the current situation. Finch presented Daniel with gruesome photos of a dead man. Daniel initially believed these were the Devil Killer's victims, but Finch corrected him, admitting that the man was someone he had killed during his interrogations. Finch stressed his ability to detect lies and warned Daniel to tell the truth. However, Daniel insisted he knew nothing about the Devil Killer, leaving Finch unconvinced. Finch ultimately concluded that Daniel was not the killer and ordered him to be sent to a hospital. Outside, Officer Vaughn protested the decision, frustrated that the interrogation had been brief and unproductive. However, Finch remained firm in his assessment, declaring Daniel innocent of the murders despite the doubts and tension among the team. Agent Finch and Agent Barker questioned Officer Vaughn about the evidence tying Daniel to the Devil Killer case. Vaughn admitted that so far there wasn't any concrete evidence, only Daniel's connection to Buckaroo. He mentioned that Daniel's computer contained disturbing files on serial killers. Finch dismissed the files as insufficient to hold Daniel and demanded his release before his lawyer intervened. As the agents prepared to leave, Daniel's lawyer arrived, angrily demanding to see his client. As Finch and Barker left, Vaughn tried to stop them. At this point, Barker's trance kicked in. She thought of biting off Vaughn's lips, but she stopped and apologized, attributing her reaction to severe headaches. Finch brushed Vaughn off and reiterated that the agents would handle their investigation. Outside, Barker revealed her doubts about Daniel's innocence. She noted discrepancies in his story, particularly about changing his name, and suggested he might lead them to something significant in Buckaroo. Finch agreed they should follow Daniel while leaving the local authorities to handle the Devil Killer case. In Buckaroo, Shannon discovered that the FBI had confiscated all town records related to its history and residents. Frustrated, she learned from the librarian that most original records were lost in a fire in 1960. The librarian dismissed the incident as a minor historical footnote unrelated to the book burner, as he was a kid back then. Crane asked the address of the original library. Back in Atlanta, Daniel reunited with his girlfriend Brandy, who expressed relief at his release and anger at the cops who mistreated him. From their car, Finch and Barker observed the interaction, remarking on Daniel's lack of discretion. Finch shifted the conversation to the Devil Killer, revealing that the victims were mutilated to resemble demons. He noted that the victims had clean records and speculated someone was sending a message. Barker dismissed local leads, focusing instead on their next steps. Brandy admitted to Daniel she couldn't be with him anymore, citing his lies about his past and connection to Buckaroo, particularly his serial killer uncle. Despite Daniel's attempts to explain, she walked away, leaving him devastated. Meanwhile, Finch and Barker discussed Daniel's cousin, the Good Samaritan, who had been found dead in the streets, stabbed multiple times. Finch noted the defensive wounds, suggesting a struggle with someone who fought back. The gun linked him to previous murders, but the case remained unsolved, with many believing he deserved his fate. Finch expressed his unease about the situation, recognizing the pervasive shadow Buckaroo's infamy cast over everything. In Buckaroo, Shannon investigated an abandoned church built over the ruins of the original library. She questioned why she had never heard about the site and speculated on its significance, linking it to the serial killer graveyard. Exploring further, she found a hidden passage but was abruptly knocked unconscious by an attacker. It was Fairgold, who mockingly accused her of being where she didn't belong. Back in Atlanta, Daniel, still under surveillance, entered a suspicious location. Finch and Barker observed him closely, debating whether he was being set up or orchestrating something himself. Barker asked Finch about the interrogation that destroyed his life. Finch said he lost control while interrogating a child killer who refused to cooperate. The killer had kidnapped kids and kept small smiling when Finch asked questions. Suddenly, Finch lost all control and started hitting him. The beating was so bad that the killer lost his life. The memory haunted him as he recounted how his temper led to a violent and deadly outcome. He recounted how the department had successfully located and saved the children abducted. However, the higher-ups struggled with what to do about Finch's actions during the case. He acknowledged the weight of his actions. Barker questioned Finch, asking if he had experienced headaches before losing control in that instance. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a blood-curdling scream echoing through the building. Startled, Finch and Barker rushed toward the source of the noise. Uncertain if it was Daniel, they burst through a door, with Finch leading the charge and forcing it open with brute strength. Inside, they encountered a grisly scene. With bloodied hands, Warren stood in front of a bound and mutilated woman who was suspended with satanic symbols painted on her body. Warren nonchalantly tried to deflect suspicion, insisting, "It's not what it looks like, I swear," as blood dripped from his fingers. Chapter 4. Finch smashed Warren with a gun butt, demanding he get down as Barker commanded. Warren, covered in blood, pleaded innocence, explaining that he had been examining the body, not acting maliciously. Barker remained skeptical, but Daniel entered and insisted that Warren didn't kill anyone, urging everyone to stay calm. As tensions rose, Barker prepared to call the authorities. Desperate, Daniel begged her not to, arguing that such a call would falsely incriminate him. Barker had sadistic visions to blow Daniel's brains out, but she controlled herself. With calm momentarily restored, Warren began explaining his situation. He recounted an encounter with Alice and his battle with a butcher that led to his death. He dramatically stated that he had been sent to hell for his crimes, narrating his gruesome and fiery journey. In hell, Warren described a chaotic scene filled with demons and his determination to survive. He waged war against the creatures, vividly recounting his battles and the challenges he faced, asserting his strength and resolve to leave. As he told it, his fiery passion ultimately allowed him to escape hell and return to the living. Ending his grandiose tale, Warren dramatically declared that he was now there to help them defeat the devil himself. Barker and Finch remained skeptical, with Barker deeming him insane, while Finch noted that Warren believed every word he said. Frustrated by the theatrics, Barker sarcastically remarked about moving forward. Barker demanded answers from Daniel, insisting he explain his involvement. Daniel revealed that the deceased woman was Sally, a fellow Buckaroo native. He explained how all the victims of the devil killer in Atlanta were from Buckaroo, like him. He elaborated that Buckaroo survivors had changed their identities to escape the stigma of their hometown and tried to lead normal lives. Despite their efforts, they secretly supported each other whenever possible. Finch likened the network to an underground railroad for Buckaroo's outcasts. When asked who orchestrated the network, Warren casually interjected, admitting his involvement. Finch, surprised, questioned Warren's role. Daniel clarified that Warren had helped their group find new lives before he was exposed as a Buckaroo butcher. However, as group members began dying, Daniel reached out to Warren for assistance due to his experience with serial killers. Finch accused Warren of possibly using the group's trust to further his own twisted agenda, but Warren expressed disappointment in Finch's skepticism. Warren narrated his travels post-Buckaroo, claiming he monitored former residents to ensure they didn't repeat Buckaroo's horrors. He alleged his actions were out of a desire to help, even as Finch accused him of killing those he claimed to protect. Warren vehemently argued he was trying to prevent further pain, but Barker dismissed his explanations, pressing for answers about the devil killer. Daniel added that only one Buckaroo native, Frank, remained unaccounted for. Frank had failed to show up for a meeting, prompting suspicion. Finch decided they would locate Frank at his last known meeting spot. As the group prepared to leave, Daniel inquired about Crane's status, with Finch avoiding a direct answer. Meanwhile, Crane woke in a darkened area, confronted by Fairgold. Dazed, she accused him of assaulting her, but Fairgold insisted she had been in his home. Despite their heated exchange, he led her to the hidden remnants of the Buckaroo library. He revealed its records on Buckaroo families, sparking Crane's interest. When she questioned his intentions, Fairgold mentioned his deceased son, Hank. Fairgold accused her of failing to help uncover the truth about his son's death. He expressed frustration over the town's obsession with serial killers, while his personal loss remained unresolved. When asked why he mutilated Carol, Fairgold admitted he wanted people to stop defending Warren, implying it was partly to discredit him. Crane denied this reasoning, but received no sympathy from Fairgold. Fairgold insisted that Warren could not be trusted, referring to him as a monster and declaring him the true enemy. He urged urged Crane to work with him to access the town's records and prevent more tragedies. Despite their mutual distrust, they agreed to collaborate, driven by a shared goal of stopping further violence. In Atlanta, Finch, Warren, Crane, and Daniel arrived at a desolate, eerie spot that had been used as a secret meeting place. One member sarcastically commented on its creepy nature. They recalled gathering there for solace, but now only 2 of them remained alive. Speculation arose about Frank's potential role in the killings, but another defended him, arguing that his character and lifestyle made it implausible. They soon encountered a horrifying sight. Frank was trapped inside a cage on top of a burning structure. Flames surrounded him as he screamed for help. The group stood stunned and horrified. Frank begged for mercy, addressing Daniel directly and pleading his innocence. Daniel denied involvement, appearing equally confused and desperate to save Frank. He ran towards the cage. However, his leg tripped a wire and the cage went on fire. As the flames intensified, Frank's screams echoed while the group debated their next move. Crane demanded answers from Daniel, pressing him about Frank's claims and why Frank believed Daniel was responsible. Daniel, visibly shaken, insisted he had no idea, vehemently denying any involvement and claiming he was being framed. Finch and Crane tried to calm him down as Daniel panicked, stating he needed to leave. Finch assured him he wasn't going anywhere, but Daniel lashed out, striking Finch and shouting for everyone to back off. As Daniel tried to flee, chaos erupted. Before anyone could stop him, a gunshot rang out and Daniel collapsed, blood pouring from a wound to his head. A group of armed men led by Vaughn appeared, claiming they had taken down the serial killer. Finch demanded an explanation, furious at Vaughn for taking lethal action without warning. Vaughn defended his actions, stating they had been following Daniel, saw him trying to escape and decided to intervene. He justified the shooting by labeling Daniel as a Buckaroo butcher, adding that they had done the group a favor by eliminating the threat. Finch, Crane, and the others stood in stunned silence, processing the abrupt and brutal turn of events. Vaughn smugly remarked that they now had one less Buckaroo butcher to worry about. Chapter 5. At a public ceremony in Atlanta, Vaughn was awarded the key to the city for his actions against Daniel Webster, also known as the Devil Killer. When questioned by a reporter about how it felt to end Webster's reign of terror, Vaughn responded with satisfaction, claiming he was simply doing his duty. Later, Vaughn celebrated with colleagues at a bar, boasting about his success and imagining lucrative opportunities ahead. Reflecting on his rising fame, he mockingly mused that his exploits as a serial killer slayer could make him rich. Returning home, Vaughn discovered his apartment had been ransacked. He shouted at them for ransacking his home. Barker had her sadistic vision of shooting Vaughn in the jaw, but she controlled her thoughts. Barker and Finch confronted him, accusing him of corruption and complicity in the Buckaroo killings. Finch said that Vaughn was just a dummy, taking out people from Buckaroo. When Vaughn dismissed their accusations, Barker revealed evidence, a hidden murder weapon, and taunted him for his carelessness. Suddenly, Vaughn punched Barker, leading to a brutal fight. He demonstrated his strength by overpowering Finch and then punching him down to the ground. Gasping for breath, Finch asked Vaughn why he did it. Vaughn mocked their persistence, revealing that his motivations extended beyond money. He admitted to following orders from the master and the butcher. He claimed that the killings were part of a larger plan to prevent Buckaroo-born individuals from becoming serial killers. Vaughn justified his actions as a twisted form of salvation, even adding theatrics like demon disguises to the victims to enhance his terror campaign. Barker drove a knife into Vaughn's back, ordering him to back off. Vaughn lashed out, threatening to kill both Barker and Finch. Barker taunted him by directing his attention outside, where police cars with flashing lights had arrived. Vaughn, realizing he was cornered, mockingly laughed, remarking on how he'd enjoyed playing the hero for a day before attempting to escape. He jumped out of the window, crashing through glass as he fell to his death on the street below. Barker and Finch watched, stunned, as his body hit the pavement. Barker questioned who the master Vaughn had mentioned was, but Finch admitted he had no idea, expressing his eagerness to leave the city. In Buckaroo, Oregon, Crane sat by Alice. She was troubled, wrestling with her decisions. Earlier, Fairgold had tried to persuade her to collaborate with him, suggesting that together they could end the Buckaroo serial killer legacy. She rejected the idea, claiming she'd rather deal with the devil than work with him. Fairgold, desperate, asked her to do it for her daughter. Left conflicted, Crane questioned her own judgment. Alice woke up in her hospital bed, disoriented. She asked Crane what had happened and if her parents were there. Crane assured her she had something important to share. Later, Barker was praised for capturing Vaughn and retrieving the Nailbiter for the Buckaroo case. Though the devil killer's death was unfortunate, her superior reinstated her on the case and tasked her with returning to Buckaroo to continue the investigation. Finch opted out, reminding Barker of their deal to visit Carol. Barker said that Carol was in the infirmary wing. She decided to meet him and then arrange a meeting for Finch. In that window, Finch approached Warren in custody. Warren sarcastically mocked Finch, recalling past confrontations and asking if Finch was ready to try again. Finch confronted Warren with new findings from the Good Samaritan case, particularly about the wounds on Vaughn's fingers resembling bite marks. He questioned Warren directly about his involvement in the murders, pressing him to confess to the killings. Warren deflected with cryptic remarks, claiming the situation was complicated and hinted that he wouldn't stay locked up for long. No amount of pleading could keep him locked up since the FBI did not want the world to know what was going on. Barker, meanwhile, entered a hospital ward where Carol lay in recovery, missing both arms and legs. Carol greeted her warmly, thanking her for saving him. He shared that the experience of losing his limbs had been traumatic, but he had since adjusted and felt better. Barker hinted at information that Carol had learned in Buckaroo and noted his reluctance to disclose them publicly. Carol expressed reluctance to speak to Barker, preferring Finch. Barker pressed him for information. She said that the Butchers did something to her in Buckaroo. She questioned if a cure existed for the Butchers and what secrets Carol might be hiding. Carol hesitated, claiming there was no cure and that the truth was too dangerous to share. Suddenly, Barker lunged at Carol, pinning him down. She demanded he reveal what happened to him in Buckaroo. Carol, clearly frightened, struggled to calm her down, but Barker's mental state deteriorated as she screamed, "Tell me!" in a fit of rage. The situation spiraled further out of control when Barker, in a violent outburst, took a pair of scissors and stabbed Carol. Blood sprayed across the room as Barker screamed, "Tell me! I have to know what they did to me!" She kept stabbing Carol, and he started screaming for help. She slashed his throat too. As Barker watched him bleed out, she became consumed with horror and guilt, smearing the blood across her face in a traumatic breakdown, muttering, "They made me watch." Moments later, Finch, a nurse, and others rushed into the room to find the carnage. Carol's lifeless body lay sprawled in a pool of blood, while Barker stood motionless, covered in red. Shocked, Finch whispered, "What have you done?" Act 5, Bound by Blood. Chapter 1. Two students ventured onto the grounds of Buckaroo High School late at night. The boy expressed concern about getting caught, worried it could tarnish his record, but the girl dismissed his fears, remarking that no college would accept kids from Buckaroo anyway. Suddenly, the girl spotted a gruesome sight. Alice, covered in blood, standing atop a table, wielding a machete in one hand and holding a severed head in the other. Her scream pierced the night. "Die!" Earlier that day, a group of students at Buckaroo High School discussed the town's dark history. One student speculated that chemicals in the water turned people into serial killers, while others suggested alternative theories, like secret experiments by teachers or a curse from evil spirits. The group shared macabre details about infamous local serial killers, some of whom were their family members. They talked about the Hate Watcher, who starved victims in glass cells and watched them die, the Blonde, who paraded victims with sewn-shut mouths and received an insanity plea, and Mr. Fatal, who played gruesome what-ifs with his victims and had disappeared without being caught. Kyle was particularly fascinated by the gruesome legacy, viewing it as a twisted badge of honor. He speculated publicly that the next butcher, and his next favorite, was going to be Alice. When he approached Alice, he expressed envy, knowing her father was the notorious Nailbiter. Kyle asked her opinion on what caused the town's curse. Alice attributed it to a supernatural force, but Kyle shared his idea, showing a ram head tattoo of a mysterious symbol linked to a patron saint of serial killers. Alarmed, Alice called him insane and hurried away, overwhelmed. Kyle, seemingly inspired by their conversation, remarked to himself that Alice had given him an idea, leaving her shaken as she tried to reassure herself. Sheriff Crane confronted Alice, reminiscing about how high school kids idolized serial killers when she was younger. She tried to initiate a deeper conversation, but Alice dismissed her, accusing Crane of hiding the truth about her father being the Nailbiter. Crane explained her reasoning, but Alice cut her off, frustrated, and left for class, accusing Crane of prioritizing her role as sheriff over their relationship. At FBI headquarters, Warren was released and kicked out of the station. He confidently assured himself he always landed on his feet, despite stumbling during his getaway. He started to dance whimsically. Finch caught up with him outside, telling him that of all the weirdest things he watched Warren do, his dance was the weirdest. Warren asked about Barker. Finch said that she was being taken care of. Barker was in isolation, still haunted by past events, repeatedly muttering, "They made me watch." Acknowledging his own open schedule, decided to return to Buckaroo with Warren, who made a playful remark about their friendship level. They set off together in Finch's car. Back in Buckaroo, Crane was at the police station discussing the investigation with Fairgold and Morty. Crane explained she had reluctantly agreed to involve Fairgold in exchange for access to archives under the church, to uncover secrets about Buckaroo, particularly the Whitechapel project. Morty, initially resistant, eventually agreed to help after Crane emphasized his expertise in Buckaroo's dark history. They examined a map detailing tunnels under the town, leading to a temple beneath a lake. Crane revealed she had broken into Glory's house for clues, raising tensions among the group. Outside, the murder store was being prepared for reopening. Crane was shocked to learn it was being rebranded into a franchise. A confident woman claimed ownership through Raleigh's will. Crane firmly objected, but the woman dismissed her authority, asking who she thought she was. The woman introduced herself as the Blonde, one of the Buckaroo butchers. She expressed delight at seeing Buckaroo again and praised Crane for being the town's sheriff. Crane, caught off guard, acknowledged her identity with a mix of surprise and unease. The Blonde, insisting she be called Joy, exuded a sense of superiority and control, clearly enjoying the attention and Crane's reaction to her presence. Alice, confused and frustrated, confronted her foster father, who had tossed her belongings outside. When she asked why her things were removed, he callously replied that they belonged outside because she no longer did. Furious, she questioned his motives, highlighting how he relied on foster checks. He coldly dismissed her, calling her a serial killer in training and justifying his actions by revealing that her other belongings had been pawned off. Enraged by his betrayal, Alice momentarily had a bloody urge of strangling her foster father to death, but she controlled it. She lamented his cruelty while he smugly spouted survivalist ideology. Left alone and unsure of where to go, Alice tried to gather herself. As Alice contemplated her next move, she was suddenly ambushed by masked figures. One grabbed her from behind, but she quickly fought back, disarming and incapacitating the assailant with a precise blow. Despite her efforts, another attacker overpowered her, landing a punch that left her disoriented. The group tied her up and prepared a blindfold while she struggled to understand what was happening. Alice was dragged to an ominous clearing at the serial killer graveyard, where the masked group began a strange ritual. They addressed a supposed saint of serial killers, seeking guidance and claiming their actions were meant to rid Buckaroo of its curse. Alice, regaining consciousness, immediately identified Kyle among the group despite her blindfold. She openly challenged their beliefs, insisting there was no curse and mocking their devotion to a supernatural force. Kyle, the leader, ignored her protests and declared their intentions to continue the legacy of others who had tried to end the town's supposed curse. Raising a knife, he called for the saint to show itself. As Kyle called out to the supposed saint for guidance, rain began to fall. He interpreted it as a divine sign, reinforcing his resolve. His conviction grew as he declared the rain a message that their prayers had been answered. But right then, the situation escalated into chaos as the scene turned violent. A flurry of screams, slashes, and desperate cries filled the air. Someone was cutting all of them down with a machete. The ritual turned into a massacre, leaving the ground soaked in blood and body parts. When the chaos subsided, Alice stood amidst the carnage, her blindfold still on. She was surrounded by the lifeless bodies of her attackers, scattered in the rain. Confused and horrified, she called out, "Guys!" Chapter 2. Alice, still blindfolded and soaked from the rain, stood amidst the carnage, trying to piece together what had just occurred. Addressing her attackers, she expressed frustration at their games and demanded they remove her blindfold. Unshaken, she taunted them, asserting her ability to hear their presence despite her impaired vision. As her voice cut through the rain, she singled out Kyle, confident he was among them. While Alice did this, the butcher danced around her, carrying dual blades. Each time he dodged and tried to stab Alice, he stopped. His master had not ordered it yet. Alice screamed that her mother was the sheriff and warned them about the consequences of their actions. However, her words fell on deaf ears as the butcher closed in. Alice grew increasingly defiant, saying that she was a potential serial killer and everyone should be afraid of her and not give her pain. As tensions peaked, Alice was struck and thrown to the ground, but she refused to surrender. Determined to regain control, she began loosening her restraints. Once free, she opened her blindfold and saw the butcher standing in front of her. The butcher raised his machete. Alice took up another machete that the butcher had stabbed into the ground and ran into the ground. Meanwhile, Warren and Finch drove through the rain-soaked streets of Buckaroo, engaged in a tense conversation. Warren suggested playing a game where they would share gruesome details based on spotting red cars or license plates. Finch dismissed Warren's antics, urging him to be genuine for once, but Warren retorted that his real self was too terrifying. Turning the tables, Finch questioned Warren about his decision to leave Buckaroo years ago. Warren revealed it was because of Shannon, a girl he dated in high school. Warren recounted the night of his prom, describing Shannon as the only person who understood him. However, when she nervously chewed her nails and mentioned picking up the habit from him, Warren was struck by a realization about himself. Overwhelmed by fear of what he might do to her, he left town immediately. Warren admitted that if he hadn't left, he might have killed her. Finch responded with an enigmatic as they approached Buckaroo's ominous sign welcoming visitors to the birthplace of serial killers. Finch hesitated when asked if Buckaroo felt like home. He reflected on his conflicted relationship with the town, admitting it had given him purpose after he killed a child murderer, though the cost was high. He lamented the deaths of Carol and Barker's descent into madness. Finch unknowingly dropped a bombshell. Finch's daughter, Alice, had been stabbed by the butcher in black. Warren, shocked and confused, shouted at him, "My what?" Finch gathered himself. He suggested Warren to talk to Crane for more details. In an emotional outburst, Warren bit Finch's arm, causing him to shout in pain. The car swerved wildly as Finch struggled to keep control, cursing Warren for his erratic behavior. Finch yelled at Warren to calm down, but the situation escalated further, and the car veered off the road, crashing down a steep incline. Amid the wreckage, Finch groaned, berating Warren for his actions. Meanwhile, Alice found herself alone in the woods, face to face with the menacing butcher in black. The butcher taunted her, claiming he could feel the same murderous bloodlust in her as her father. He revealed that her father had disfigured him with a flaming baseball bat. That was why he wore a mask. It fueled his desire for vengeance. Unfazed by the butcher's threats, Alice fought back, using his blade to wound him. As she fled, adrenaline surging, she mocked him by saying, "Cool story, bro." Blood splattered from the confrontation as she ran through the dark woods, determined to make it home and search for Crane. Crane and Joy stopped at a diner. Crane asked Joy about her connection to Rully, the former owner of a local shop called the Murder Store. Joy revealed that she had inherited Rully's store and money after his murder, adding that Rully had been a fanboy of hers. Crane pressed her about the circumstances of her release from a mental institution, finding it suspicious that there had been no publicised process or fanfare. As their discussion unfolded, Crane brought up Buckaroo's hidden secrets, mentioning a massive temple supposedly located under Buckaroo Lake. Joy, intrigued, admitted she had explored tunnels with friends as a child, but didn't know anything about a temple. When Crane asked if she had encountered anything unusual, Joy recalled cave paintings, including one resembling a demonic figure. Crane linked this to the mysterious White Chapel project, likening it to Jack the Ripper, which the Nailbiter himself had mentioned. She suggested its connection to Buckaroo's infamous string of serial killers. Joy defiantly retorted that she had never killed anyone, but had been unfairly associated with the Buckaroo butchers because of her behaviour. Tensions escalated when a waiter confronted them for disturbing the other patrons. Crane told the waiter that if anyone had an issue, they should address it directly with her. Joy diffused the tension, saying they were leaving anyway. As they stepped outside, Finch appeared, looking troubled. He admitted that he had unknowingly messed up and emphasised that they needed to to find Alice immediately. Meanwhile, Alice stealthily infiltrated a house, her thoughts focused on finding her next lead. She passed by her foster parents, who were asleep downstairs, and made her way upstairs. A tense confrontation followed as Alice encountered someone waiting for her. It was Warren. He stood in Alice's room, surrounded by conspiratorial evidence about the butchers. With an unsettling calm, he declared, "Hello, Alice. Daddy's home." Chapter 3. Finch and Crane arrived at a house in a rush, determined to find Alice. Finch questioned why they weren't starting with Warren's house, but Crane insisted that Warren would be too smart to leave any trace there. They burst inside, guns drawn, and found the place in disarray. When confronted with two individuals inside, Crane demanded to know Alice's whereabouts. One of them nervously admitted that Alice used to stay downstairs but had been kicked out. As they searched further, Finch and Crane entered a room filled with evidence linked to the Buckaroo butchers. Crane was taken aback by the extent of the obsession displayed, with documents, maps, and notes scattered throughout. She admitted she had no idea Alice was so deeply invested in unravelling the mystery of the butchers, or that she had no knowledge of her familial connection to Warren. Finch connected the findings to their former colleague Carol, noting that Alice might have been trying to solve the case herself. Crane uncovered a notebook filled with repeated phrases, "Am I crazy?" revealing Alice's apparent mental turmoil. She speculated that Alice was deeply worried about her own state of mind. Finch agreed they needed to find her immediately and suggested combing through the clues left behind for leads. They received a tip from a deputy about a sighting of Alice in the woods with other teens and learned that something horrific had been discovered there. In the woods, bodies had been uncovered. Finch and Crane recognized the handiwork as belonging to the Butcher in Black. Finch wondered why Alice, if she had been present, was left unharmed. He grew increasingly desperate, demanding answers and asking, "Where the hell is my daughter?" Warren and Alice went inside the school on a rainy night. Alice asked Warren why they were there, and he explained that it was where everything began for him. When Alice implied it was the place he realised he would become a Buckaroo butcher, Warren cryptically confirmed. He recounted a traumatic experience from his youth when he discovered the bodies of the clown car killer's parents in a grisly murder-suicide. The incident profoundly impacted him, leading to an early obsession with the Buckaroo butchers and a self-styled role as a child detective. He admitted that some teachers disapproved of his investigations. Warren revealed his theories about the source of the Buckaroo butchers, showing crude sketches that reflected his suspicions. He wondered if there was a cult in Buckaroo, a supernatural curse, or a cosmic struggle between good and evil. He also considered scientific explanations like environmental pollution or something sinister in the water. Alice pressed Warren further about his theories. When she asked if any of his ideas were correct, he deflected with sarcasm, joking about aliens. He explained that after his fixation on the butchers became known, he was labelled a troubled kid, and his life spiralled out of his control. Warren insinuated that Alice might feel similarly trapped in a preordained fate. He revealed that their destination was the tunnels beneath the town. Inside the tunnels, Warren led Alice through an eerie, clinical-looking hallway. Alice was visibly unsettled, as Warren ominously hinted at what lay ahead, warning her that things were about to get much stranger. Meanwhile, Finch and Crane debated whether to split up or stick together as they investigated Warren and the butcher's activities. Crane, overwhelmed by the situation, pointed out that a dozen parents had reported their children missing, setting the town on edge. Finch insisted they needed to focus on finding Alice, but acknowledged that the town's rising panic would complicate matters. Crane reluctantly admitted she didn't think Warren would harm Alice physically, though Finch remained wary, noting Warren's past as a killer despite his manipulative charm. Their tense discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Fairgold, who entered the office with unsettling confidence. Finch immediately challenged Fairgold's presence, accusing him of being a creepy bugger. Crane stepped in to calm Finch, revealing that Fairgold was working with them now. Fairgold explained that he had sources all over town, giving him insight into the recent tragedies and the escalating danger. He urged Finch and Crane to act swiftly before the town descended into chaos. Fairgold ominously framed their efforts as a battle for Alice's soul. Finch, still distrustful, demanded to know how Fairgold had infiltrated their operation. Fairgold revealed that he had been monitoring events since Finch's time in Atlanta, positioning himself as a key resource in their mission. He emphasized the urgency, stating they had until sunrise to prevent the town from tearing itself apart. Crane, frustrated but focused, confided confided in Finch about someone who could help them locate Warren, Alice, and uncover details about the butcher. Finch agreed, reluctantly aligning with Fairgold despite his reservations. As they prepared to move forward, Fairgold cryptically warned Finch that he might regret seeking his help. Warren shared his past with Alice as they navigated through eerie tunnels under the school. He recounted how, after being labelled the next Buckaroo butcher, he had devoted his life to uncovering the truth about Buckaroo's dark history. He described feeling drawn to the hallways they were now exploring, likening them to a mysterious call. Alice related to his feelings, admitting that she had sensed a similar pull. Warren explained that the tunnels were designed to disorient and possibly drive people mad, but the section they were in now seemed to serve a more sinister purpose. He believed that real tests had been conducted there, tied to Buckaroo's twisted legacy. Warren also brought up Alice's mother, Shannon Crane, describing her as the love of his life. However, he admitted that during his relationship with her, he had begun experiencing intense headaches and horrifying visions of himself committing acts of violence. Warren recalled how his worsening condition had led him to isolate himself and eventually leave Buckaroo. He confessed to Alice that he had feared his own monstrous tendencies, believing that the town had twisted him into what he had become. He struggled with the revelation of having a daughter, admitting he had never wanted children because he didn't want them to inherit his darkness. Alice listened, visibly affected by his vulnerability. As their conversation intensified, Warren made a chilling statement saying that if he had known she was alive, he might have ended her life as an infant to spare her from his legacy. This remark shocked Alice, who accused him of being just like everyone else in Buckaroo. Warren apologised, overwhelmed by the responsibility of fatherhood, before redirecting Alice to the purpose of their journey. They proceeded deeper into the tunnels, discovering a disturbing room filled with vats of red liquid. Alice asked if it was blood and whether it was tied to the butcher's creation. Warren replied that while it might not hold all the answers, it was a critical step toward uncovering the truth. At the Portland Federal High Security Institution on a rainy night, a security guard lamented his job. He described to another guard over the phone how he was surrounded by crazies waiting to snap and complained about the insufficient pay. The second guard, sitting outside in a car, sympathised and shared a story about a recent incident with an inmate. They discussed the quiet nature of the graveyard shift, where most inmates were sedated, and their plans to pass the time watching horror movies and eating leftovers. As the first guard approached Barker's cell, he noted how unusually silent she was, a stark contrast to her typical behaviour. Inside the cell, the walls were covered with blood-red writing, repeating the phrase, "They made me watch." Alarmed, the guard realised the cell was empty and immediately reported that Agent Barker had vanished. Over the phone, his colleague expressed disbelief and urged him to check inside the cell. The guard insisted on sounding the alarm, but the second guard hesitated, speculating that Barker might still be hiding. Barker then appeared in the second guard's car and killed him brutally. Covered in blood, she began driving, declaring her need to return to Buckaroo. She vowed to find and kill those responsible for her transformation, now fully remembering what had happened to her there. Chapter 4. Many years ago, Dr. Glory Sr. recounted his parents being murdered by a madman, apparently triggered by something as trivial as their holding flowers. This traumatic event defined his resolve to ensure such a tragedy would never happen again. In Buckaroo, he led a government team conducting a covert operation in the woods. Local residents grew suspicious and began questioning the purpose of their activities. Dr. Glory Sr. remained evasive, instructing his team to provide vague responses. The excavation unearthed a temple-like structure buried beneath the forest floor, tied to a project linked to Whitechapel, a place steeped in the town's dark history. Some of Dr. Glory Sr.'s colleagues expressed doubts about the necessity of the operation, but he dismissed their concerns, underscoring its significance. As the project advanced, prisoners were brought in. Observing them, Dr. Glory Sr. praised their potential, calling them beautiful and proclaiming they would help him change the world. In the present, Dr. Glory Sr.'s son, sat in his private office reviewing a newspaper headline about a new Buckaroo butcher in Georgia. Reflecting on his father's legacy, he expressed pride in continuing his work. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of a masked figure who ominously declared they needed to talk. Dr. Glory tried to escape but was quickly cornered and assaulted. The masked intruder, soon joined by another, demanded answers, leaving Dr. Glory at their mercy. The assailants opened their masks. They were Finch Finch and Crane. Glory asked Finch what he was doing, but Finch coldly declared that Glory had information he needed to extract. Meanwhile, Alice kept questioning Warren in the mysterious blood-filled chamber. She demanded to know why she should believe anything that Warren said. Warren replied that it was because he was her father. Alice retorted that he had wished her dead as a baby, prompting Warren to admit that he couldn't always control himself due to what had been done to him in the facility. Alice pressed for details, and Warren revealed that the experiments were conducted by someone called the Master. He explained that the Master conducted horrific experiments of violence and mutilation. Warren shared that these experiments turned him into what he was and vowed to protect Alice from the same fate. However, he warned that as long as the Master was alive, the danger remained. Back at Glory's house, Finch accused Glory of withholding information and demanded answers about Warren and Alice. He discovered Glory's scrapbook of the butchers. Growing increasingly aggressive, Glory kept saying that he didn't know anything. Finch, angered, took out a pair of pliers. He revealed he once had the opportunity to stop the Nailbiter by ripping out his teeth, but he hesitated. But he won't repeat that again. Finally, Glory, under duress, began revealing details. He described how his father had brought 8 criminals to Buckaroo to study their capacity for violence, hoping to uncover what drives people to kill. The experiments were unconventional, seeking to force the evil within to surface. Glory admitted his father succeeded. When questioned further, Glory lost his cool. He screamed at them, asking them if they really wanted to see what his father had discovered. He took out a syringe filled with red serum and injected himself, declaring he would demonstrate how killers are created. Almost immediately, his body began to distort grotesquely. His face contorted as his flesh erupted violently. His eyes bulged and popped out, and his body collapsed into a grotesque mess of blood and viscera. Alice and Finch, horrified by the spectacle, stood back as his body fell apart with a sickening splatter. Alice exclaimed in disbelief, while Finch struggled to comprehend what had just occurred. Inside the tunnels, Alice pressed Warren for answers about the Master and his role in the creation of the Buckaroo butchers. Warren revealed that the Master had been in Buckaroo for a long time, watching and manipulating events from behind the scenes. However, he clarified that the Master didn't directly create the butchers, but amplified their violent tendencies through experiments, making them worse. Warren pointed to a product of the Master's experiments, large vats of red liquid, explaining that they contained samples used in the twisted experiments. Alice decided she needed to find Crane to reveal what she had discovered. However, Warren insisted Crane must never learn about the Master or the experiments, expressing concern for her safety. Before Alice could argue further, the butcher appeared, wielding a machete, declaring Warren a liar and urging Alice not to trust him. He broke all the jars of the blood, creating chaos as blood from the surrounding tanks spilled into the room. As the room flooded with blood, Alice and Warren tried to escape, but the situation turned dire. The butcher claimed the Master's work had to be hidden and ominously warned that the dam had burst. Alice and Warren found themselves overwhelmed as the blood engulfed the space. Alice was swept away, and Warren's desperate attempts to save her were in vain. The butcher captured Alice, stating she needed to meet the Master. Warren's anguished cries echoed as Alice was dragged away into the darkness. Chapter 5. Alice struggled against the butcher in black, demanding to be released. The butcher coldly reminded her that he had once been in her position, hinting at a shared vulnerability. He led her deeper into the ominous surroundings and unraveled his origins to her. As a curious and adventurous youth, he had been drawn to the mysterious lore of Buckaroo. His search for the truth eventually led him to the Master, who exploited his darker urges. He vividly recounted his transformation, driven by headaches and visions, culminating in his first act of murder, which brought him a twisted sense of relief. The butcher explained that he initially lacked control, but learned discipline through the Master's guidance, allowing him to harness his urges. He revealed the brutal process required to become a butcher. There were 3 stages: the test, the witnessing, and the activation. Alice, desperate to understand, asked if this was why he wore the mask. The butcher opened his mask, revealing his burnt-up face. He was none other than one of the Buckaroo butchers, Mr. Fatal, who was never caught. The butcher stated that the mask was tied to her father, the Nailbiter. Years ago, the butcher had learned that Warren had completed all the 3 stages and sought to eliminate competition. However, a girl, much like Alice, had intervened, saving the Nailbiter and leaving the butcher scarred. Forced to retreat, he resumed his role in the master's plans, tasked with maintaining Buckaroo's dark secrets. When Alice pressed him further, the butcher said he would only divulge more secrets if Alice agreed to go through all the stages of becoming a killer. Elsewhere, Crane and Morty investigated Dr. Glory's mutilated body. Morty noted that whatever substance Glory had injected caused his blood to violently erupt. Despite their dwindling leads, Crane pressed Morty for insights into Warren's potential location. Declaring that Alice was the only witness and had to be saved at any cost, Crane emphasized the urgency. Morty admitted that more dangerous elements were at play than just Alice's abduction. Joy appeared, confirming their theory. She insisted that Warren, if aiding Alice, would take her to the school. Determined, Crane and Finch prepared to confront whatever awaited them, vowing to face the butcher if necessary. Inside the tunnels, Alice learned the entire secret that the butcher had just told her. Shocked, she said, That is insane." She emphasized the magnitude of the master's work, suggesting that the secrets of Buckaroo must remain hidden as they could disrupt the world. The butcher agreed and told her to get ready to complete all the steps to becoming a killer. Right then, Alice declared herself a liar and attacked the butcher with a kick, catching him off guard. As he fell, Alice grabbed a nearby weapon and threatened the butcher. The butcher promised she would pay, but Alice seized the moment to escape. Running through dim tunnels, she muttered about finding a way back to the school. She reached a door and exited into the open, exhilarated by her momentary freedom. Outside, the butcher cornered her again, taunting that he knew every inch of the area better than she did. Alice attacked, slashing him in the shoulder, but the butcher triumphantly declared that by fighting him, she had already begun the test. Injured yet relentless, Alice refused to yield and countered another attack, stabbing the butcher repeatedly. As her rage peaked, she delivered the final blow, killing him and decapitating his head with a chilling scream of defiance. Meanwhile, 2 teens approached the school at night, nervously joking about getting caught. They dismissed the risk, noting their hometown's reputation already condemned them. Suddenly, they were horrified by a gruesome sight. Alice, bloodied and standing triumphantly on a picnic table, holding the butcher's severed head. Warren grimly remarked that however difficult it was to cut someone's head off, one never forgets their first kill. Alice was trembling. She tried to process what she had done, gripping the severed head in her hands. She muttered to herself, overwhelmed by the brutality of her actions. Warren approached her, asking if she had seen red while cutting off the butcher's head, a reference to the rage and compulsion associated with the 3 stages of becoming a killer. Alice, still in shock, denied it, but Warren's question lingered ominously. He pressed further, asking if the butcher had revealed anything about Buckaroo's mysteries, but Alice, confused and disoriented, admitted she hadn't learned anything of value. Warren softened momentarily, expressing regret for past comments he had made about her childhood, but before they could delve deeper, Crane and the others arrived on the scene. Crane immediately rushed to Alice, relieved to find her alive, but horrified by the blood covering her. Alice tried to explain her ordeal, claiming she had been kidnapped by some of the kids and killed the butcher in self-defense. Warren's presence, however, unsettled the group as he joked about hugging his family. Finch lashed out, punching Warren and accusing him of being a threat. Alice interjected, insisting Warren had saved her, not hurt her, and begging Finch to stop. The group debated what to do next, with tensions running high. Fairgold understood that the butcher had killed his son. He kicked the butcher's head away in anger. Warren suggested that the butcher's body could serve as a scapegoat for the townspeople's anger over the recent murders. However, Crane worried this plan would only attract more unwanted attention. Despite their differences, they agreed they needed rest before tackling the town's mysteries. As the sun rose, Warren hinted at his long history with Buckaroo's dark secrets. From the shadows, Barker watched the group, seething with envy at their unity, lamenting that she never had a happy ending, and neither will any one of them. She fantasized stabbing all of them at that instant. She promised that everyone would pay for making the sadness her life story, and then she would kill the master himself. Inside the old library under the church, the master stood and lamented how his butcher in black was slaughtered, referring to him as their perfect killer. He expressed concern over Crane and Finch's plan to investigate the secrets buried in Buckaroo's library, deeming the potential discoveries too dangerous for the world. Determined to prevent the truth from coming to light, he decided to act. He set the library ablaze, destroying the books and their hidden knowledge. Standing amidst the inferno was the master dressed as the book burner. He coldly remarked, "I hate reading." Nailbiter, hack slash. A few years before the Nailbiter's arrest, Mr. Fatal pondered darkly about a chilling what-if scenario. What if he grabbed a straight razor one morning instead of a toothbrush? A captive, tied up and bloodied, begged for release, but Mr. Fatal confessed his fascination with dark thoughts. Unable to act on himself, he intended to experiment on the captive instead, ordering him to open his mouth. He then began brushing the captive's teeth with the straight razor. At the carnival, Vlad carried a large pink prize, prompting humorous commentary from Cassie about how silly he looked. Despite the lively surroundings, their conversation turned grim as Cassie brought up a recent series of killings attributed to Mr. Fatal, a killer who targeted joyful places. She speculated about his presence at the carnival, noting his tendency to blend into crowds. Cassie noticed a suspicious man and decided to follow him. Vlad, feeling unwell, excused himself, leaving Cassie to emphasize her ability to stalk better alone. Cassie confronted the man, accusing him of being the killer. He revealed his knowledge of the Buckaroo Butchers, a group of notorious killers from the same small town. Introducing himself as Edward Charles Warren, he admitted to knowing the killer's identity, explaining he recognized the culprit from high school. They agreed to investigate further, though Cassie's suspicions about his motives grew stronger. Warren denied the possibility of being a killer, firmly stating it would never happen. Cassie clarified her intent, explaining she wasn't seeking vengeance but understanding why killers like the Buckaroo Butchers turned out the way they did. She mused whether it was nature, nurture, or simply circumstance. Warren admitted his complicated relationship with serial killers, but assured her it wasn't hereditary. Cassie remained skeptical, challenging how anyone could truly know themselves. In an awkward attempt at levity, Warren complimented her nails, which Cassie dismissed as creepy. Their conversation abruptly ended when Cassie was struck from behind with a crowbar. As she fell unconscious, Mr. Fatal emerged, taunting Warren and revealing his presence. He restrained Warren with a plastic bag over his head, mockingly inviting him to join for a ride. He talked to Warren about multiple what-ifs. What if he fell from a cliff? What if he shot himself with a nail gun? What if he swam with the sharks? He said that he couldn't do them himself, so he chose others to see what would happen in these scenarios. He opened the plastic bag over Warren's head and showed him where he was. He was on a Ferris wheel, and Mr. Fatal's what-if scenario was taking a fall from the Ferris wheel. His fixation turned darker as he taunted Warren about the Buckaroo Butchers, claiming they shared an unspoken bond. He insinuated that Warren had killed before, stating it must come naturally for someone from Buckaroo. Warren's hesitation only fueled Fatal's glee, reinforcing his belief that killing was second nature to Warren. Before Fatal could act further, Cassie intervened, furious about being attacked and forced onto a Ferris wheel. She swung her flaming baseball bat and hit Mr. Fatal in the face. Injured and his face burning, Mr. Fatal said that he'd have to wear a mask in future, but he didn't have to shy away from executing his what-if scenario and pulled Warren to fall with him. As they dangled, Fatal taunted Warren about the choice between being a hero or a killer. Fatal reminded Warren of the many lives he had taken, creating an intense moment of internal conflict. Meanwhile, Cassie maneuvered herself to save Warren, risking her own life. With determination, Cassie saved Warren, and Fatal plummeted. However, they realized his body was nowhere to be found after the fall. As they regrouped, Vlad appeared and Cassie introduced him to Warren. They discussed Fatal's possible escape and reflected on the harrowing events. Cassie shared details of her traumatic past, explaining that her mother was a slasher who had returned from the dead, turning her childhood into a nightmare. She now hunted slashers to ensure others don't suffer the same fate. Warren expressed disbelief, but reassured her that the Butchers of Buckaroo do not return from the dead, acknowledging the grim reality of their shared world. Cassie encouraged Warren to reach out if he ever felt consumed by darkness, emphasizing the importance of looking out for each other. The group shared a moment of camaraderie before parting ways. Alone, Warren opened his car trunk. There was a man tied up there, hinting at his secret and plans to return to Buckaroo. Warren said that he was starving and got ready to chew the captive's fingers. Nailbiter. Second story. Cassie and Vlad visited the Stump Coffee House in Portland, where Cassie mockingly labelled the patrons as hipsters, trying to be ironically cool. Vlad humorously pointed out that they might be her tribe, to which she retorted that her fashion choices were dictated by her job as a hunter of undead serial killers, leaving her budget primarily for patching up knife holes. While working on her laptop, Cassie reviewed the /Inc. emails, which had piled up. Most were junk, including messages from a cat website Vlad had mistakenly signed up for. However, one email stood out, coming from Edward Warren, the Nailbiter, whom she had met before. Cassie froze upon realizing that Warren's research involved her mother, who might have been a Buckaroo butcher. Later, Cassie and Vlad arrived in Buckaroo, Oregon, at the Buckaroo Museum of Serial Murder. Cassie found the merchandise disturbing, particularly jars labelled Lunch Lady Gravy. A man named Raleigh welcomed them and explained the museum's concept. Raleigh introduced himself as the brains behind the museum and a liaison for Edward Warren. He joked about incorporating out-of-state serial killer souvenirs to broaden appeal, and all of it was taken care of by Pedro Miramontes. Cassie, initially expecting to meet Warren, was suspicious. Pedro hinted at knowing secrets about Cassie's parents, including her mother being from Buckaroo and her father, Jack Hack. Pedro directed them to a mysterious barn outside town. Despite Vlad's misgivings, Cassie insisted on going, determined to uncover the truth. As they drove, she reflected on Warren's insight into the town's dark legacy and his understanding of what it meant to be feared and suspected due to one's origins. Vlad humorously promised to take action if things went awry. Cassie resolved to confront whatever awaited her, determined to learn the truth about her family and the horrors tied to Buckaroo. Vlad, Cassandra, and Pedro ventured into a foggy and eerie setting. Pedro explained how Edward had told him about Cassandra's father abandoning her at a young age. He reflected on his own childhood, describing how he idolized masked lucha libre wrestlers and coped with his own abandonment by imagining his father behind the mask. He imagined that his father had left him as he had a greater destiny. He then led them to what he claimed was Cassandra's father's grave. As they approached the gravestone, the mist cleared to reveal Vlad's name etched on it, leaving them both confused and alarmed. Suddenly, Pedro attacked Vlad, smashing him into the gravestone and mocking Cassandra for her experiences fighting simple-minded slashers. Cassandra lunged to protect Vlad, but Pedro proved to be highly skilled, taunting her as the fight escalated. The battle intensified as Vlad retaliated, using his immense strength and resourcefulness to defend them. Despite Pedro's agility and sharp insults, Vlad managed to briefly overpower him. The fight shifted to an underground wrestling ring adorned with grotesque decorations that resembled a macabre museum. Pedro revealed his twisted intentions to turn Vlad into a sideshow exhibit and make Cassandra his prized display, mocking her for refusing to embrace her supposed destiny. He introduced himself as Lucha Eliminado, a brutal wrestler and one of Buckaroo's deadly spawn. His attacks on Cassandra grew more violent as he ranted about his past and twisted ideology. He kicked Vlad viciously and said that it was not his father, but he himself who was meant for a greater destiny. Cassandra drew a broken piece of glass and wounded Pedro. He was shocked to see his own blood drawn. Vlad immediately incapacitated him and held him, while Cassandra approached him and slit his throat, his screams echoing from the ground. Later, Cassandra drove the van with Vlad injured in the passenger seat. Vlad, battered but trying to stay optimistic, commented that Cassandra had found her tribe. Cassandra, clearly upset, corrected him, stating their recent encounters with Edward Warren and Buckaroo had been nothing but lies. She was determined to confront Edward for deceiving them. She angrily dismissed Buckaroo and its killers as having no connection to her or her family. Meanwhile, Raleigh, the man from the Buckaroo Museum of Serial Murder, drove through town. He criticised Cassandra's reckless driving as she sped past him. As he approached the museum, he saw the corpse of Pedro hanging from the front of his store. Raleigh cursed at the scene, realising he had to clean up the mess before Sheriff Crane noticed. He mused about needing a new partner, and also got an idea to rename the museum as the Murder Store, home of killer deals. Later, outside the Riverside Police Department, a crowd gathered, anticipating Edward Warren's transfer into federal custody. A reporter highlighted the infamous Nailbiter murders tied to him. Amid the onlookers, Vlad, Cassandra, and others stood silently, watching. As Cassandra angrily watched, Warren was being escorted into a car. Warren noticed her, then smiled and waved, and then he was driven away. Act 6. The Bloody Truth, Chapter 1. Buckaroo was covered in snow, its relentless rain giving way to a chilling atmosphere. Local superstitions surrounded the town's ominous weather, with some believing it sought to cleanse Buckaroo's sins, while others thought it was a sign of a curse. Snow settled across the town after Halloween, marking a transition to something more unsettling. Holiday shoppers filled the streets, children played near a brightly decorated Christmas tree, and the festive air masked the darkness tied to the town. Inside a prison, Edward Warren gazed wistfully at the snowfall through his barred window. He muttered about roads not taken, hinting at regret. Shannon interrupted him, questioning who he was talking to. Warren deflected, claiming he was only talking to himself. Shannon pressed him about Nicholas Finch's absence, revealing that Finch had returned to the FBI headquarters for an emergency. Their conversation shifted to Warren's fondness for A Christmas Carol, which he used to reflect on redemption and second chances. Shannon dismissed his comparison, pointing out that Scrooge and the Grinch never committed murder or destroyed families. She accused Warren of deception and demanded the truth about his past. Warren reluctantly admitted his love for Shannon, but clarified that she was not his first love. He began to reveal a disturbing story about his compulsive nail biting, confessing it gave him comfort and made him feel normal despite the pain. When his habit escalated to the point where he could no longer satisfy his compulsion, darker tendencies took hold. After leaving Buckaroo, Edward Warren searched the world for answers about his nature, but found himself consumed by his dark urges. He targeted victims, satisfying his compulsion, which eventually spiraled into full-blown serial killing. Captured and tied up, one victim awoke to find himself trapped with Warren, who had succumbed to his monstrous impulses. Warren bit into his fingers, causing the man to scream for help. In order to stop his screaming, Warren slashed his throat. Warren casually acknowledged his own depravity, dragging the victim into a blood-soaked room filled with his previous kills, a macabre display of his uncontrollable hunger. He reflected on his progression from isolated murders to uncontrollable massacres. He admitted to Shannon that he killed dozens, but claimed he avoided harming her by leaving Buckaroo. Warren detailed his trial, during which he charmed the jury into acquitting him, arguing the town's sinister legacy created reasonable doubt. He explained how his lawyer, racked with guilt for securing his freedom, took his own life after the trial. Warren confessed to Shannon that he was a monster, the Nailbiter. Despite his self-loathing, he expressed his deep affection for Shannon, admitting he left to protect her from himself. Shannon, moved by his vulnerability, forgave him, acknowledging the gravity of his confession. They shared an emotional moment, but right then, Warren's trance broke. He was dreaming of his confession to Crane. In reality, Crane was still demanding Warren to tell the truth. When Warren kept quiet, Crane said that she knew Warren wouldn't budge. Warren was soon released, as neither Alice nor Finch pressed charges against him. However, Shannon warned him in no uncertain terms to stay away from her and her daughter, threatening him if he disobeyed. Warren left the station, walking into the snow-covered streets of Buckaroo. Outside, he wandered aimlessly, haunted by the mistrustful glances of the townsfolk. A mother hurried her child away upon seeing him, and others slammed doors in his presence. Warren sought refuge in a cafe, but was met with rejection there too. A man approached him in the cold, calling out his full name. He accused Warren of killing his brother, and his words spiraled into a deluge of accusations, naming every possible familial connection Warren might have killed. The man claimed to represent all the victims' families and sought revenge. He shot Warren in the gut, leaving him wounded and bleeding in the snow. As Warren lay on the ground, struggling to process what had just happened, the man declared that no one would care about Warren's death, just as no one cared about the lives he had taken. With those words, he disappeared into the snowstorm, leaving Warren to question his existence. Finch was bound and suspended by chains in a dark, ominous setting illuminated by flames. He was in one of the tunnels underground. He shouted into the void, accusing someone of wrongdoing and demanding answers. He said that he was abducted and knocked out when he arrived at Portland. Suddenly, he was struck from behind, causing him to cry out in pain. His captor, the book burner, emerged, revealing knowledge of Finch's actions, including his involvement with Carol. Finch, confused, tried to process the accusations as the book burner mocked his past deeds and methods, particularly his use of pain and coercion to achieve his goals. The book burner revealed that Carol had also been subjected to a similar fate, having been brought there to uncover the truth. The book burner then ominously declared it was Finch's turn to experience this journey, implying a twisted sense of justice. Using a flaming torch, the book burner inflicted excruciating pain on Finch, burning burning his flesh while Finch screamed in agony. As Finch writhed in pain, the book burner, partially masked, coldly remarked, "I can relate." Chapter 2. Months ago, Carol and Finch shared drinks on a quiet patio, reflecting on the darkness surrounding Buckaroo. Carol counted 16 murders, labeling them the worst he'd seen, and worse than Los Angeles in 2009. Carol joked that meeting Finch was the only positive thing from that time, but Finch deflected the sentiment. Carol teased Finch about taking an investigative lead, humorously casting him as Scully. Finch retorted with sarcasm about their shared legs, shifting the conversation to Carol's plan. Carol stated he would rely on his skill to catch someone in a lie through relentless questioning. Later, Carol interrogated Raleigh about the Buckaroo Butcher's mysteries. Raleigh deflected his question with a bizarre offer to split movie and TV rights in exchange for full access to the town's secrets. Carol later talked to Fairgold and Hank. Fairgold stated two things with conviction. First, he declared that his son would not be one of the Buckaroo Butchers. Second, he confidently proclaimed that after his son won the Super Bowl, he would follow in Fairgold's footsteps and bring godliness to Buckaroo. Hank, embarrassed by the declaration, interjected with a soft plea, "Dad, stop." Carol then met Morty. Morty explained that he had extensively studied the history of the Buckaroo Butchers since the arrest of his uncle, the gravedigger. He shared that his research led him to realize that uncovering the truth requires following the trail of bodies. Though the answers he sought continued to elude him, Morty suggested that Agent Carol might have better luck and recommended starting the investigation at the graveyards. Carol later stood in a graveyard, following Morty's directions. He had plans to meet Warren there, who he described as the final piece of the puzzle. As he waited, Carol became increasingly puzzled when Warren did not appear. He noticed something strange about a gravestone, recognizing a name tied to Buckaroo's sinister history, specifically the graveyard of serial killers. Realization struck, leading him to believe the implications were impossible. The gravestone could not be real. It wasn't possible. Suddenly, the ground beneath Carol shifted violently and he fell backward. As he scrambled to recover, the hands of the butcher in black emerged ominously. The hands pulled him into the ground as Warren hid behind the trees and watched, chewing his nails. At present, Warren lay in a hospital bed, hooked to life support equipment and surrounded by flowers and notes. He was recovering from the gunshot wound. Sheriff Crane stood beside Warren's hospital bed, reflecting on his precarious condition and the lack of witnesses willing to step forward about his shooting. Frustrated, she expressed disbelief that anyone even reported the incident. A deputy informed her the call was anonymous, and the flowers in the room came from Warren's fans. Crane, visibly upset, assigned the deputy to watch over Warren, forbidding anyone from approaching him. Resolute, she left, vowing to solve the case. Later, Crane questioned Morty about the mystery surrounding the Buckaroo Butchers. Morty deflected, mentioning the comic book writer Bendis's unfinished project and suggesting something in Buckaroo had scared him away. Fairgold joined the conversation, expressing his despair over his son's murder. While he knew that the killer was Mr. Fatal, it didn't bring him closure. Resigned, he welcomed the town's descent into chaos. Crane confronted Morty again at the mortuary, pressing him about his involvement with Carol and his awareness of the butcher's history. Morty said that he had almost given up after the Y2K killer attacked him. Crane noticed the recently repaired flickering lights and asked when he obtained funding for the repairs. Morty dismissed her concern, stating it wasn't important. He admitted to meeting Carol before his disappearance, but revealed little about the interaction, instead focusing on his frustrations with Raleigh and cryptically suggesting Crane investigate her new friend, Joy. Finally, Crane met with Joy at the reopened murder store. Joy claimed her return was unrelated to the town's mystery. Instead, it was all about money. Despite Crane's attempts to probe, Joy remained indifferent to Buckaroo's horrors, focusing on her business plans. Crane left the shop believing that it was useless speaking to Joy. Outside, two FBI agents, Hawthorne and Murray, approached Crane. They revealed their investigation into Buckaroo's underground tunnels and sought Crane's daughter, Alice's insights. Crane firmly refused further involvement, prioritizing her daughter's safety. However, the agents ominously hinted at a greater danger, suggesting Crane to leave town. They revealed that Agent Barker had escaped custody and might be heading to Buckaroo. Crane questioned their assumption, and they admitted that Finch, who was supposed to meet his lawyer, had failed to show up. This revelation angered Crane, who accused them wisdom of withholding critical information amidst the chaos in Buckaroo. They speculated on Finch's fate, but Crane left, muttering her frustration while the agents watched her go. Elsewhere, Finch, bloodied and restrained, stirred back to consciousness. His mouth had been crudely sewn shut, and he struggled to breathe before coughing violently, blood dripping from his injuries. The bookburner watched from the shadows, remarking on Finch's resilience. He taunted Finch, claiming that the torture was not for pleasure, but a test to reveal his true self, just as he had tested Carol. He mocked Finch's journey to Buckaroo, implying it was less about Carol and more about Finch discovering truths about himself, truths that might come too late. The bookburner revealed his plans to destroy Buckaroo and its secrets in a blaze of fire, vowing to protect the world from the dark truths buried there. Meanwhile, Crane returned home to find Alice hanging Christmas lights on the house. She questioned Alice's actions, and Alice explained her sentimental reasons, mentioning her foster parents never let her decorate for the holidays. Crane softened, allowing Alice to continue. Inside, Alice confronted Crane about her bad mood. Crane admitted the FBI wanted her to shut down the case and leave town, but she refused. Alice insisted Crane let the case go, suggesting it was better unsolved. Crane asked if Alice had seen anything in the tunnels, but Alice denied it. As Crane and Alice opened the door to go outside and hang the lights, Barker entered and stabbed Crane in the stomach, declaring, "This time it's real." Crane collapsed, bleeding heavily, as Barker stood over her. She marked her own face with Crane's blood and said, "I'm not sorry." Chapter 3. Alice alarmingly and whispered, "Mom," before chaos unfolded. Crane was attacked by Barker with a pair of scissors. Barker blamed Crane for failing to prevent the horrors inflicted upon her, saying, "If you were better at your job, the master might not have taken me." Alice leapt into action, grappling with Barker to protect her mother. The chaotic fight escalated, with Alice fiercely declaring that she didn't care about Barker's past torment as she searched for her mother's gun to end the threat. Barker taunted Alice, calling her the Nailbiter's little bastard, and vowing to prevent her from becoming like him. Alice searched for Crane's gun, but her hesitation allowed Barker to gain the upper hand. However, Alice managed to find the gun and shoot Barker in the leg, shouting, "Die!" Barker was incapacitated, but Crane was heavily bleeding and she collapsed in Alice's arms. Desperation set in as Alice begged her mother not to leave her, tears streaming down her face. Later, at the hospital, a doctor informed Alice that her mother's injuries, though severe, were not life-threatening. He reassured Alice that Crane would recover, though she might walk with a limp for the rest of her life. Barker, now in FBI custody, would face justice. Relieved but exhausted, Alice thanked the doctor, but her concern for Barker lingered. The doctor advised her to rest and suggested visiting the grand opening of the murder store as a distraction. Meanwhile, Joy's speech at the store's opening painted a hopeful picture. She expressed her desire to reclaim Buckaroo's narrative, transforming its dark reputation into a source of empowerment and revenue. She planned to expand the murder store into a global chain, promising that profits would benefit the town. As her speech continued, the bookburner set up charges underneath the town. Joy's belief in overcoming the town's past concluded with her declaring that Buckaroo could take control of its destiny once more. But right then, the murder store was blown sky high, and then the church, the police station, and multiple other locations. Chaos erupted in Buckaroo as explosions shook the town. Alice, recovering in the hospital with her injured mother Crane, was startled by the commotion. A frantic EMT rushed in, announcing that multiple explosions had occurred across the town. The blasts, originating from explosives planted in the tunnels beneath Buckaroo, left the town engulfed in flames. As the FBI began evacuating residents, Alice resolved to stay with her mother despite the danger. Meanwhile, Warren was shackled in a dark, eerie chamber. Injured but determined, he struggled against his chains, testing their limits. But he failed. His quiet resolve was punctuated by the distant sound of destruction reverberating through the town. Amid the flames consuming Buckaroo, Fairgold's wife desperately searched for their son, Hank. Fairgold spotted her and told her that their boy had fallen victim to the butcher. As they grieved, the inferno consumed more of the town, reflecting the inescapable destruction of their lives. Outside the hospital, the FBI coordinated evacuation efforts, prioritizing patients like Crane. Alice anxiously asked if her mother could be moved to safety. The agents confirmed Crane would be among the first evacuated. As the agents discussed Buckaroo's grim fate, one agent remarked that the town was affected effectively dead. Alice, overhearing the exchange, struggled to process the loss of her hometown, and just at that instant, an explosion rocked the hospital. The blast sent Alice sprawling, but left her determined to protect her mother. As the fire spread, Alice declared, "We are not missing that ambulance!" But suddenly, she spotted Warren, and she ran towards him. Alice urged her father to get up, stating that despite his injuries, the doctor had assured them he would recover quickly. She explained that she could not manage both him and her mother, who were both incapacitated. Desperation filled her voice as she insisted she needed his help to survive the chaos surrounding them. As Warren stirred, disoriented, he called out her name, struggling to grasp the severity of their predicament. Suddenly, the book burner emerged from the shadows, grabbing Alice and silencing her. Warren, alarmed, yelled at the book burner, accusing him of breaking his promise. The book burner calmly countered, declaring that circumstances had changed and his work was not yet finished. With a swift and brutal blow, he knocked Warren unconscious, solidifying his dominance over the situation. The book burner, now standing ominously over his captives, declared that the happy family would be going with him. Flames and destruction raged around them as he asserted control, leaving Alice and her family at his mercy. Chapter 4. Alice, Warren and Finch found themselves in a dimly lit space, surrounded by candles. Warren, confused and disoriented, asked Alice about their whereabouts. Alice explained that the town had been exploding and she had tried to evacuate them from the hospital. Warren began to regain his memory, recalling the chaos during their escape. Barker appeared detached from reality, mumbling about being attacked and chased. Her fragmented recollection left the group uneasy. Suddenly, the book burner emerged from the shadows, holding a weapon and drawing Barker's attention. She panicked, pleading not to relive the trauma, while Alice questioned her mother's sanity. Warren expressed skepticism, while Barker struggled to process her surroundings. The group realized they were in an underground cavern filled with grotesque statues and lava pits. Warren identified the place as resembling hell, though the book burner corrected him, calling it their theater of torture. The book burner revealed a bound Finch, explaining that he had been tested to see if he harbored the same darkness inside. Warren confronted the book burner, accusing him of being the master and demanding he drop the pretense. He claimed to have figured out his identity. The book burner remained unfazed by Warren's outburst, and the group braced for what came next. The group confronted the book burner, who had Finch bound. Alice demanded to know what had been done to Finch, and the book burner claimed he had tested him to see if Finch harbored the same monstrous darkness within. Crane declared that she knew the book burner's identity, accusing him of being the so-called master. Warren was surprised at what Crane was saying. Crane further said that she would have been stupid not to chalk out the master's identity in the last few months. As the master opened his mask, Crane called out his name, Morty. Morty mocked her, saying that his existence was inconsequential. Still, he was intrigued as to how Crane pieced out everything together. Crane said that she had her suspicions the moment she saw that the lights in the mortuary weren't blinking anymore. Then she started to work it up from there. She disclosed that Morty had set Raleigh and the boys up. He had Robbie attack him as the Y2K killer so that he could be painted as a victim. Crane looked at Warren and accused him of knowing that Morty was the monster, but still, he didn't say or do anything. Warren said that it was a deal he had with Morty to keep Crane safe, a deal that Morty wasn't honoring anymore. Crane told Morty that he was going to kill them or turn them into killers, so why not tell them the truth? Morty then admitted to burning Buckaroo to protect the secrets of the town, refusing to confess more. Alice interjected, claiming she knew Morty's secrets because of a deal she had made with the butcher. Alice revealed that it all started with the old Dr. Glory and the Whitechapel Project. After Glory Sr.'s parents were murdered, he became obsessed with discovering the root causes of serial killers, using experiments on inmates and testing theories ranging from supernatural curses to childhood trauma. The Gauntlet in the tunnels beneath Buckaroo became his twisted masterpiece, a test designed to recreate the conditions that could create killers. However, the inmates became reformed after the series of tortures they faced from Glory Sr. Glory Sr. needed more test subjects, so he decided to create more killers. One day, the reformed butchers revolted, slaughtering Glory Sr. and his team and burying the evidence. Then the butchers went out and started leading normal lives in Buckaroo. Over time, they had families and were happy. The Buckaroo butchers emerged eventually, with the book burner as the first. Glory Sr.'s son, the new Dr. Glory, arrived in Buckaroo to continue his father's work. He had an insatiable knack to know the motivation of the book burner. As Glory delved deeper into his twisted research, he collaborated with the master, Morty, escalating his atrocities. Together, they kidnapped citizens of Buckaroo, forcing them to witness and endure unspeakable terrors. Glory eventually decided he needed to finish what his father had started and became the original Butcher in Black. This persona allowed him to continue his experiments without detection. He kidnapped people from Buckaroo and made his subjects run this gauntlet repeatedly, attempting to refine his understanding of evil. Those who survived the experiments were drugged, erasing their memories of the horrors they endured. Some returned to normal lives, while others transformed into killers. Meanwhile, Warren emerged as a key figure in Glory's story. As a child, Warren discovered the tunnels on his own and became entangled in Glory's web of manipulation. Glory and Morty conducted countless tests on him, analysing his behaviour and using him as a critical subject for their theories. They went so far as to bribe officials to ensure Warren's return to Buckaroo, where they could continue their work. Warren's blood was compared against samples from other Buckaroo butchers, solidifying his role in their experiments. Meanwhile, Carol was investigating the case and found the headstone of Grave Diggins at the butcher graveyard. It was Morty's real name. He knew it was impossible unless Morty was hiding something, so the Butcher in Black punished him by cutting off his limbs. Morty also played a manipulative role, working with Raleigh, Bobby and Hank to mislead the town. He convinced the boys that the town was cursed and enlisted them as heroes to maintain control and divert attention from the truth. Alice revealed that Morty had manipulated events, including distracting the town with myths of curses and heroics to protect the experiments. Morty's ultimate motive, as Alice concluded, was not just about protecting the secrets of Buckaroo, but his own secret. He knew what created the serial killers. Morty silenced Alice mid-sentence by electrocuting her, leaving her writhing in agony. Despite the chaos, Crane attempted to intervene, demanding Morty step away from Alice, but he struck her with the electric rod. Warren shouted at Morty to leave Alice alone, but Morty mocked him, noting how Alice inherited her mother's intrusive tendencies. He explained that he had been experimenting on Warren for years, pumping him with drugs to ensure no one else could ever become like him. However, Warren alone wasn't sufficient for Morty's experiments. Using his connections, he arranged for another original sinner, the Blonde, to be brought to Buckaroo. But when the Blonde's motivations conflicted with his plans, she had to be put down. Morty revealed the bloodied remains of the Blonde, whom he had killed in the murder store explosion. Blaming Alice for ruining his plans by killing Mr. Fatal, his perfect Butcher in Black, Morty declared it was time to appoint a new Butcher, one who would be ruthless. To everyone's shock, he announced Abigail Barker as his choice. Barker pleaded desperately, begging for her old life back, but Morty dismissed her cries, reminding her of her role in killing Agent Carol. He declared her the perfect choice, throwing her into the remains of the Blonde and giving her the machetes and the mask. Reluctantly, Barker submitted and rose as the new Butcher in Black. Morty taunted Barker, telling her she would eventually embrace murder like the butchers before her. Finch and Crane demanded answers, questioning Morty's knowledge of the killers and Dr. Glory. Morty revealed his deep involvement with the Glory family, having worked alongside Dr. Glory Sr. in his original experiments. He explained how his claim of being related to the gravedigger served as a seamless cover in Buckaroo. Crane was shocked, realizing the time Morty referenced was from long ago. Morty admitted he had been in Buckaroo for a very long time, leaving his true age a mystery. Finally, Morty cut the bindings of his captives, announcing their turn to run the gauntlet and witness the horrors inside the facility. The group was left paralyzed with fear, knowing they were about to face the unimaginable terrors Morty had crafted in his twisted mind. Morty held a gene testing device tightly in his hands. He explained that everyone kept asking what made the serial killers. However, he stated that the question itself was misplaced. It was never about the what. Instead, he emphasized that the real question was why they created the serial killers in the first place. He declared that the answer to that mystery was now in his hands. Morty added that if anyone wanted to know the truth about the device and its purpose, they would have to run the gauntlet immediately. He commanded Barker to make them run. Chapter 5. In the past, a woman walked toward a house under a blood-red sky, sensing someone following her. She heard a strange gnawing sound, which unsettled her. Her unease grew, but she reassured herself as she approached the house. The red door was slightly ajar, and she cautiously stepped inside, calling out for someone named Dan. Inside, she was met with a horrifying sight. Warren's first victim, tied up and bleeding profusely. The killer, his face smeared with blood, greeted her with a chilling, "Hi." At present, Buckaroo burned in chaos as Morty, consumed by his twisted experiment, commanded Barker to chase their captives through the Gauntlet. He described it as a deadly test of survival, meant to reveal the truth behind the making of serial killers. Barker hesitated, but reluctantly agreed, wielding her machetes and mask as she prepared to carry out his orders. As she moved to strike, something within her shifted. Instead of attacking the captives, she turned her weapon against Morty, severing his arm with a decisive blow. Morty screamed in agony, collapsing as Barker stood over him, defiant. She freed Finch. Finch, relieved to be spared, thanked Barker. Despite her violent actions, he believed her when she said she had no control over her earlier killings. Crane and the others looked on, stunned by the revelations unfolding before them. Finch asked in frustration what was everything about. Alice held the genetic test device and said everything was because of that. She explained its purpose. The test identified a murder gene, a genetic trait that could predispose someone to become a killer, but that nature had to be unlocked within an individual. That was what Morty and Glory were doing. They kept the secret hidden so that the governments could not start testing people for the gene, as it would change the world. She wanted to test everyone there and determine if it was real. She tested herself and Crane, and the result was negative, bringing a fleeting moment of relief amidst the lingering horror. The genetic test confirmed Barker's result as positive for the murder gene, solidifying Morty's assertion that she was his perfect tool, specifically chosen for killing Carol. Morty explained how her genetic predisposition aligned with his manipulations, emphasizing her critical role in his schemes. Finch, however, refused to participate in the test, stating that he didn't need science to define his morality or identity. He firmly rejected the idea that genetics dictated his actions. Morty turned his attention to Warren, admitting that his case undermined the entire murder gene theory. Despite being one of the most infamous killers, Warren lacked any genetic markers for the trait, rendering Morty's experiments inconclusive. Morty revealed that Warren's crimes were not driven by genetics, but by his own choices, labeling him an anomaly outside the constraints of Morty's theory. Morty's explanation enraged Warren, who lashed out, blaming his actions on an uncontrollable force within him. Crane interjected with icy resolve, rejecting Warren's plea for understanding. She declared that his crimes were born of choice, not compulsion, and warned him to stay away from her and the group. Tensions escalated as explosions erupted, destabilizing the Gauntlet. Morty screamed at the group, warning them that the structural integrity of the Gauntlet was failing, leaving only one option: to run it. Barker, already having survived the Gauntlet once, urged the others to follow her lead. Finch hesitated, tormented by the possibility that Morty's experiments might have turned him into a killer. Crane reassured Finch, telling him that if he ever turned into a killer, she would kick his ass. She grabbed Finch and pulled him forward, determined to lead the group through the crumbling Gauntlet to safety. Warren grabbed Morty in a stranglehold, expressing his rage at the pain Morty had caused Buckaroo and its people. Warren accused Morty of exploiting the town's tragedies to answer the eternal question of what makes someone a killer. Morty, struggling for air, mocked Warren, sarcastically calling this his heroic moment and questioning if Warren finally saw himself as the savior he always wanted to be. Warren tightened his grip, declaring that Morty would never get the satisfaction of knowing the answers he sought. Morty, choking, dismissed Warren's resolve as useless chatter. In the chaos, Warren's anger boiled over, and he bit Morty's finger, drawing blood. Morty recoiled in horror, calling Warren a freak. Warren, with a twisted grin, remarked how Morty always loved to play with his food. Morty suggested that they could unravel the mystery of why Warren became what he was, adding that other towns could hold similar secrets. Warren acknowledged this ominously, but before anything could come of it, the unstable ground beneath them gave way. Both Morty and Warren plummeted into the fiery depths of the collapsing Gauntlet. Meanwhile, Crane and Finch ran through the crumbling tunnels, struggling to escape. Barker, carrying guilt over her actions, stayed behind, determined to save others as a way to atone. She urged Crane to leave and be a mother to Alice, vowing that her final act would be saving lives. Crane hesitated, but ultimately ultimately followed Barker's plea, escaping with Finch. Outside, the survivors emerged to see Buckaroo in flames. Alice noted the devastation, remarking on the town's complete destruction. Crane comforted her, reminding her that Buckaroo was never truly their home. Rain began to fall, extinguishing the fires but flooding the town. Federal agents declared Buckaroo a disaster zone and discovered countless bodies in the tunnels, victims of experiments spanning decades. The man who had shot Warren turned himself in out of guilt, receiving minimal punishment due to Warren's notoriety. Crane and Finch made a pact to reveal the horrors of the Gauntlet while keeping the genetic test secret, leaving Buckaroo's twisted legacy shrouded in mystery. 1 year had passed since the events in Buckaroo. Finch, now far from his past, tried to find solace in fishing. His thoughts reflected on his dishonorable discharge after killing a child murderer during an interrogation, an act that haunted him. Finch had since attended therapy to manage his anger and sought peace in isolation, but he gave up in frustration. A few days later in Los Angeles, detectives interrogated a hostile man refusing to divulge information about a missing victim. The situation grew urgent as they feared she would become the killer's next target. A consultant was brought in to handle the case, a sharp-suited man who promised only to hurt a little, his confidence intimidating the suspect. It was none other than Finch. Meanwhile, Crane and Alice had relocated to Portland. Crane had written a book about her experiences in Buckaroo, profiting from its sensationalism. She used the money to buy a house, pay for Alice's education, and donate the remainder to the families affected by Buckaroo's tragedies. Despite her success, Crane struggled with the guilt and the demands of motherhood. Alice trained with the FBI, finding it challenging but expressing gratitude for their new life. Crane reflected on Warren's influence, now realizing his supposed insight was a facade. Warren had been a man desperate for recognition, constructing his role as a feared killer to feel significant. She concluded that mysteries like the Buckaroo butchers might be better left unsolved and turned her focus toward living rather than questioning what leads people to kill. That night, Crane left for a film marathon, leaving Alice home alone. Alice, feeling restless, prepared for a shower. As water cascaded, an ominous figure entered the house unnoticed. The shadowy intruder moved silently, approaching the bathroom. Alice remained unaware, lost in thought, as the intruder stood just beyond the shower curtain, holding a weapon, ready to strike. Warren screamed, "Hi, honey!" as he removed the curtain and tried to stab Crane in the shower, but she was ready. She shot Warren 8 times until he fell down, seemingly lifeless. She checked Warren's pulse. He was clearly dead. Crane gave a sigh of relief and kissed Warren's forehead, but just as she walked out, Warren's heartbeat could be heard. He jumped out like a maniac with the knife, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Ah!" As the scene faded to black, both Warren and Crane's fate remained unknown. Act 7. Nailbiter returns. Chapter 1. In Buckaroo, Oregon, 30 years earlier, a child had been punished for disobedience. A storm raged as the figure of authority scolded the child, declaring the necessity of rules to ensure happiness and warning of the price for breaking them. The punishment involved pouring a corrosive liquid over the child's eyes, claiming it would cleanse their darkness. The child's desperate cries of remorse were met with cold finality as their punishment was carried out in horrifying detail. In the present day, the story shifted to a bar in Portland, Oregon. A group of friends debated horror movies, rattling off titles like Halloween, Rosemary's Baby, and The Shining. Amid broken glasses and casual banter, one of them jokingly steered the conversation to real-life serial killers, asking about favourites. Another teased, narrowing the focus to local legends, specifically the infamous Buckaroo Butchers, a group of 16 serial killers from the same small town nearby. Intrigued, the others joined the discussion, recounting grim tales of notorious figures like the Crossbones Killer, who had created gruesome art installations, and the Clown Car Killer, a deranged murderer who had turned chaos into a spectacle. They even discussed the Blonde and Book Burner. The conversation led to Edward Charles Warren, dubbed the Nailbiter, who had a chilling habit of biting off his victims' nails before killing them. One participant revealed a personal connection, mentioning that Warren had a high school local sweetheart in town, hinting at a dark and lucrative history. The mood shifted as the woman mentioned a child from this relationship, leaving the others stunned. Alice approached a group at the bar, introducing herself as the Nailbiter's daughter. She asked the group why Buckaroo produced so many serial killers, suggesting it might be something passed down through bloodlines. The others exchanged uneasy glances, while Alice made light of her lineage, hinting at her infamy and joking about charging for autographs. One patron, visibly angry, spat in Alice's face and accused her of flaunting her connection to the Nailbiter who had killed her uncle. Tensions escalated as the woman attacked Alice, shouting in grief and rage. Alice's companions restrained her attacker while trying to de-escalate the situation. They quickly ushered Alice out of the bar to avoid further conflict. Outside, Alice tried to laugh off the incident, joking about her contact lenses being affected by the spit. She fixed her lenses as her friends watched in disgust. Her friends, Sam and another girl, apologized profusely for bringing her to a horror-themed bar, realizing it had been a bad idea. Alice brushed off their apologies, downplaying her feelings about the attack. She decided to leave and reassured them she would walk home alone, promising to see them in class the next day. As Alice walked through her quiet neighborhood, she felt a lingering unease, but dismissed it. Upon arriving home, she entered the dark, empty house and called out for her mother. Her calls went unanswered as she searched the eerily silent rooms. Eventually, she opened a door to a horrifying scene, a blood-soaked bathroom with evidence of extreme violence. Staring in shock at the carnage, Alice could only utter, "Holy," as the gruesome reality of what she had discovered set in. In San Antonio, Texas, Finch's son, Jordan, spilled milk on the floor while making breakfast. Finch offered to help, but Jordan asserted independence by insisting he could clean it himself. Tippy, observing, reassured Finch not to read too much into Jordan's attitude, explaining that he was just self-reliant and happy. Finch, however, believed Jordan's behaviour was a subtle way of emphasising that he was not his biological father. Tippy dismissed the concern, reminding him that happiness, as rare as it was what mattered most. Their morning routine was interrupted when Finch received a message from work notifying him of a case in Portland involving Buckaroo. He had to leave immediately, with a private jet already prepared. Tippy teased him about an amusing autocorrect in the message, which read multiplayer deadlines instead of multiple fatalities. Finch shrugged it off and reassured her he'd text updates while he was away. In Portland, Finch arrived at the scene of a horrific car accident that left 12 dead and 10 injured. As he surveyed the wreckage with Agent Grey, he noticed something suspicious. Among the wrecked vehicles was a mutilated body dressed in a luchador outfit. The body belonged to Lucha Eliminador, one of the infamous Buckaroo butchers who had been dead for years. The tattoos on the body were fresh, and his eyes were missing, raising unsettling questions. Finch and Grey discussed the macabre discovery, with Finch recalling that Lucha Eliminador had used wrestling moves to kill his victims. The FBI wanted to keep the grisly scene quiet to avoid sparking public panic. Finch, clearly frustrated, exchanged tense words with Grey, who remarked that Buckaroo's serial killers had at least been unique compared to ordinary cases. Dismissing Grey's sarcasm, Finch decided to take a walk to investigate an abandoned warehouse in the vicinity. Finch entered the warehouse near the crime scene, scanning the area carefully. As he investigated, movement caught his attention, prompting him to draw his gun. Turning swiftly, he fired a shot that shattered a window, barely missing Alice, who revealed herself shouting, "Wait, Finch, it's me!" Finch, both relieved and frustrated, demanded to know why Alice was there. She responded sarcastically, commenting on his tendency to greet her with bullets. Alice explained that her mother had gone missing and she needed his help. Finch, still annoyed, scolded her for putting herself in danger, warning of the consequences if she got hurt. Her mother would kill him in retaliation. Alice detailed the events of the previous night, recounting how she went to a horror movie with friends and then a themed bar where she was attacked. On her way home, she felt like someone was following her. When she arrived, she found her house empty and the bathroom covered in blood, but her mother was nowhere to be found. Terrified, she fled and called Finch, remembering her mother had once told her to contact him if anything went wrong. Finch asked about the police investigation, but Alice firmly believed her father, Warren, was involved, as Warren's body was never recovered after the cave crash. Sighing, Finch told Alice to come with him. As they drove, he admitted that he and Crane, Alice's mother, had investigated numerous unresolved mysteries in Buckaroo before Crane left it all behind. Meanwhile, an unknown figure observed them from a distance. Finch brought Alice to a classified location, moving a book on a shelf. He opened a hidden basement door and led her into a high-tech glass chamber. Finch apologized to Alice for keeping the entire thing a secret. Inside, they found Warren sitting calmly, greeting Alice with a chilling, "Hi, honey." Elsewhere, a decayed, isolated house stood under the setting sun. A sinister voice reflected on the light's ability to reveal and destroy evil, contrasting it with the pain it brings when observed directly. Inside the house, shattered glass and broken objects hinted at a violent history. The voice declared that the pain of the light stemmed not from internal darkness, but from evil present within the light itself, urging bravery to confront it. Lucha Eliminador was ominously mentioned as someone who had blinked in the face of this light. A figure wearing a necklace of severed eyeballs claimed to possess the windows to Eliminador's soul and manipulated one of the eyes with clawed hands. Surrounding them were disturbing mementos, clippings of the Nailbiter's trial, eerie symbols, and lists of other notorious killers. The voice proclaimed that their way of life extended beyond Buckaroo, requiring everyone's return for their game to continue. Holding a glowing object, the figure declared their intent to reveal the world's truth, emphasizing the unique role of those involved in the unfolding events. 14 of the original butchers, encircled by candles, listened as the leader instructed them to make the world confront the horror in the light. Chapter 2. A man returned home late, apologizing to his partner for being delayed by a car accident earlier. He reflected on their 2-year anniversary, suggesting they celebrate by going out to dinner at the restaurant where they first met. As he entered the house and called out for his partner, she surprised him by throwing a stack of letters at him, startling both of them. They laughed over the prank, with her teasing him for looking scared. In the kitchen, she assured him she wasn't upset, joking that she liked to surprise him occasionally. As they chatted, she revealed she had a surprise for him, leading him to smile and respond that he had one for her too. Before he could elaborate, she gasped in shock. The man knelt on the floor, holding out an engagement ring and asking his partner, "Will you marry me?" As he proposed, 2 butchers, the Crossbones killer and the WTF killer, lingered in the shadow, waiting to kill them. Outside, the neighborhood was silent, except for muffled screams and a chilling no from within the house. Elsewhere, Edward Charles Warren began his morning routine. He woke up, groggily performed push-ups and brushed his teeth. As he prepared food, he erupted into manic laughter, biting his nails down to bloody stubs, revealing his disturbed state. He ended his routine with a scream, trapped in his deranged and isolated existence. Finch and Alice confronted Warren in his cell, where he mocked Finch's distrust of the system and his strict confinement rules. Warren feigned innocence, claiming his violent past as the Nailbiter was behind him and jokingly complimenting Alice's appearance. Alice showed visible discomfort, prompting Finch to intervene and remind Warren of his dangerous nature. Finch explained to Alice that Warren had a disturbing level of influence over the system, often released soon after being apprehended. Keeping him confined was the only way to control him. Warren taunted Alice, attempting to bond with her by recalling how he had admired her mother during his active days. Alice, unimpressed, called out Warren's manipulative behaviour, asserting he was sick despite her admiration of her mother's strength. Warren recounted a dramatic tale of his past, claiming to have been on a heroic mission of vengeance. His exaggerated story depicted him escaping various dangers, which Finch cut short, slamming the glass partition in frustration and accusing him of lying. Finch revealed he had found Warren living in squalor and brought him to the facility to uncover the truth about his mysterious survival after Buckaroo's collapse. Alice interrupted, insisting her only concern was her missing mother. The conversation shifted abruptly when Finch received a call about another murder. He dismissed Warren's involvement, stating Warren had no connection to Alice's mother. Finch and Alice left the facility, determined to uncover the truth, while ominous events unfolded elsewhere. Meanwhile, a red-cloaked figure interrogated a captive in a ritualistic setting. As the victim begged for mercy, the figure ominously promised to help by revealing truths beyond sight. The victim's screams echoed in the darkness as the figure declared, "Now you will truly understand," and then clawed out his eyes. Finch arrived at the crime scene, leaving Alice in the car while he investigated with Danny. Despite Alice's protests, Finch insisted she stay put. Inside, they discovered a grim scene reported by neighbours who heard screams. Forensic teams pointed Finch to 2 bodies, shockingly revealed to be the Crossbones killer and the WTF killer, both long-dead murderers from Buckaroo. Finch expressed disbelief, while Danny enthusiastically speculated speculated on the possibility of resurrection or the curse of Buckaroo returning. As the bodies were removed, the team discussed the victims, a couple who had managed to fight back before being killed. Finch pondered the trauma the residents endured to survive the attack, highlighting the escalating horror of their discoveries. Everyone said that the couple fought desperately for their lives. Outside, paramedics tended to the survivors, one of whom had just proposed before the attack. Their horror was palpable as they were taken to the hospital. A chilling discovery came next. Both killers' eyeballs were missing, just like Lucha in the previous crime scene. Finch searched the house, finding a suspiciously intact bedroom. Opening a hidden cabinet, he stumbled upon disturbing memorabilia of serial killers, including photographs referencing Crane and Alice. The revelation left Finch visibly shaken, realizing Alice's connection to the grisly events unfolding around them. He ran outside and noticed that the survivors of the recent attack were nowhere to be found. He demanded answers from the crime scene investigators, but no one could provide an explanation. Danny speculated that the survivors might have been taken to the hospital by ambulance, though this did little to calm Finch's anger. Meanwhile, Alice, sitting in Finch's car, muttered her frustrations about being sidelined. She resolved to take matters into her own hands. As she sat, the atmosphere grew tense when someone approached the car. A gun was suddenly pointed at her, and the intruders revealed themselves. It was the couple from the crime scene. The man was now dressed up as the clown killer. They made their way into Alice's car. The clown mockingly addressed Alice, admitting they knew exactly who she was and who her father was. Calling themselves fans, they issued an ultimatum. The clown warned Alice that his partner could scalp her on the spot, but if she cooperated, they would lead her to her missing mother. Alice was left with little choice. As the clown grinned wickedly, Alice slammed the gas pedal, the car screeching into the night, carrying her deeper into danger. Chapter 3. The silent movie killer sat in a theatre wearing 3D glasses, sarcastically criticised a movie, calling it a bad remake. As he chuckled, he spoke about the superiority of sequels, casually holding a knife. Suddenly, the Terrible Two emerged, wielding hammers. They mockingly suggested that the silent movie killer should watch movies at home, questioning why anyone still went to theatres. They approached the silent movie killer, ready to kill him. The killer, clearly unsettled, tried to reason with them, claiming their actions went against their supposed rules since he was not a twin, a fact they seemed to overlook. One of the twin killers retorted that rules could be bent. Then he delivered a brutal hammer strike to the man's head. Meanwhile, Alice, along with the clown and his bride, sped away in a stolen car as police sirens blared behind them. The clown mocked her for the pursuit, calling the chaser her guardian angel. As Alice maneuvered the car through the chase, the clown and his partner offered to reveal her mother's whereabouts in exchange for information about the Nailbiter. Alice resolutely offered to take them to him instead. Finch and Danny, in hot pursuit, realized the suspects were likely the lovebird victims who had turned out to be perpetrators. As the chase intensified, Alice crashed her car into Finch's car. Alice, gripping the wheel tightly, apologized. Alice attempted to maintain control while being pursued by Finch. When asked how close they were to the Nailbiter, Alice seized the opportunity, pretending to comply while abruptly slamming on the brakes and sending the clown and his partner hurtling forward. The car veered off the road, causing a dramatic crash into a building. The clown, unfazed, sarcastically complimented Alice's driving as she tried to recover from the impact. The trio stumbled out of the wrecked vehicle and entered a house. The clown's bride, skeptical of Alice's intentions, questioned her loyalty for betraying her father. Alice bluntly replied that her father being a serial killer made her indifferent. The bride, hesitant but intrigued, decided to trust her, dreaming of meeting the infamous Nailbiter in person. She fantasized about the Nailbiter, saying that the people wanted to hurt him as they painted him as a monster, but he was her lil biter. She wanted to hug and protect him and show that he was loved. Inside, Alice revealed a hidden passage behind a bookcase, explaining that her father was hiding in the basement. The clown's bride, in awe of the secret passage, joked about wanting one for their own future home. As she descended, she warned Alice that she would deal with her if this turned out to be a trick. The bride stayed behind, ensuring no one interfered, while the clown ventured down the staircase. Meanwhile, Finch and Danny arrived outside the building, the bride now armed and ready, prepared to confront the intruders. Finch, clearly frustrated by the chaos, entered the house, calling out for Alice. The bride lunged at him, screaming, but Finch quickly defended himself, firing a shot that grazed her. Despite her injury, she continued to fight, forcing Finch and Danny Danny to retreat momentarily. The clown became increasingly anxious to meet the Nailbiter himself, who he considered his hero. Inside the basement, Alice confronted her father, Edward Charles Warren, the infamous Nailbiter. Dishevelled, but still sharp-witted, Warren mocked the clown for his antics, dismissing him as a poor imitation of the real clown car killer. Alice demanded the promised information about her mother, but the clown chillingly revealed that she would never see her mother again. As he raised his gun to shoot, Alice grabbed his arm, forcing the shot to miss. Seeing his daughter in danger, Warren furiously attacked the reinforced glass separating them, smashing it with his fists. Driven by desperation, he broke through the glass, leaving his hands bloodied and covered in shards. Emerging from the wreckage, Warren boldly declared that no one would harm his daughter. The clown, unfazed by Warren's ferocity, tried to provoke him further, taunting him to bite his nails, a grotesque challenge to the Nailbiter's infamous reputation. The clown leapt onto Warren, but Warren used the glass shards embedded in his hands to slash the clown's throat. Gasping for breath, Warren sat up as the clown died with a twisted satisfaction, proud to have been killed by the Nailbiter himself. Meanwhile, Finch and Danny arrived at the chaotic scene. Danny was shocked to see Warren alive, while Finch promised to explain later. The clown's bride, unshaken by the events, taunted Finch with the revelation that the game was already in motion and the Buckaroo butchers were back. Outside, the Y2K killer prepared for his role in the unfolding chaos. Armed to the teeth, he stood amidst flames as Alice's car burned. Chapter 4. A few days prior, Jordan slept peacefully in his bed, clutching his blanket. The quiet moment was silently observed by Finch, standing in the doorway, his expression burdened with unease. Finch, visibly distressed, wiped his face as his partner softly called out, "Nicholas?" Receiving no response, she stepped closer and asked what he was doing. Finch admitted he couldn't sleep. When she pressed further, he moved to the kitchen to make tea, prompting her to follow. She lightly teased him about his repeated late-night absences from their bed, asking if Buckaroo was troubling him. Finch dismissed the idea, asserting he had left the horrors of that place behind. She reminded him of what he had shared about Buckaroo, the torment, the trauma, and the inescapable scars of what he had endured. She tried to connect, but Finch remained stoic, insisting the past no longer haunted him. Unconvinced, she pointed out his restless behaviour and expressed her love, emphasising how happy their life together was now. Yet, she directly challenged him, questioning why he couldn't sleep if everything was truly as perfect as he claimed. In the present, chaos erupted at Finch's place. The Y2K killer, dressed in a white hood and heavily armed, emerged as an agent of destruction. Unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire, he set the surroundings ablaze. Amidst the flames and chaos, he declared that the apocalypse was 20 years overdue, his ominous proclamation punctuated by the deafening sound of bullets tearing through walls and windows. The group, led by Finch, braced themselves as the Y2K killer launched a relentless attack, spraying bullets into the room. Finch yelled for Alice to get down while chaos erupted. Glass shattered and everyone ducked for cover. Edward Charles Warren, wounded but defiant, stayed low while Danny panicked, shouting in disbelief at the unfolding mayhem. Warren cursed as the room filled with destruction, and Finch tried to shield Alice from the onslaught. The clown bride, laughing, maniacally proclaimed they were all going to die. Outside, the Y2K killer's gun jammed, forcing him to momentarily cease fire. Furious, he inspected his weapon, the chaos giving way to an eerie silence. Meanwhile, the terrible two, twin killers on bikes, arrived on the scene. They mockingly asked the Y2K killer if they could join his game, boasting about their own gruesome exploits. The Y2K killer dismissed them, sneering at their attempts to align with him, but they pressed on, promising their loyalty in light of other killers converging on the area. Inside, the team assessed their dire situation. Danny attempted to call for backup, but communication lines had been severed. He muttered in horror about the Y2K killer and the presence of other infamous murderers. Warren, weak and pale, joked about feeling worse than usual as Alice checked on him. Finch, however, was focused on their immediate survival, urging the group to leave. As Finch peeked outside, a sudden gunshot struck him and he collapsed. Alice screamed his name and rushed to his side. Warren, clutching his wounds, glared at their assailants, determined to retaliate. Meanwhile, Danny was shocked as hammers broke through the walls and sadistic laughter echoed. The terrible two burst into the room, wielding hammers, as chaos threatened to overwhelm the group. The twins set their sights on the bound and defenseless clown bride, taunting her and demanding to know where her allies were. Meanwhile, Finch, Danny, and Warren tried to regroup, with Alice's unexplained absence adding to the tension. Warren, despite his injuries, attempted to lighten the mood with sarcasm, but Finch's worsening condition left little room for levity. Danny grew increasingly frantic upon realizing Alice had stayed behind upstairs to close the door. The terrible two escalated their violence, brutally murdering the clown bride in a horrifying spectacle. One twin, holding up bloodied eyes, boasted about their gruesome win. Gunshots rang out from upstairs, signaling the return of the Y2K killer. Armed and ominous, he muttered about the presence of a new player in the deadly game. Downstairs, the Y2K killer unleashed a barrage of gunfire, further intensifying the chaos. Alice narrowly avoided being hit as the group scrambled for safety. However, when the Y2K killer entered the room, he discovered the lifeless bodies of the terrible two, their brains blown out. Before the killer could process the turn of events, a hidden sniper eliminated him with a clean, precise shot, leaving the group stunned. Inside the basement, Alice gathered the survivors and informed them of the arrival of a new butcher in the game. Finch, barely conscious and bleeding heavily, urged the group to act quickly. Danny and Warren emphasized the urgency of getting Finch to a hospital. Despite the carnage around them, Alice armed herself and resolved to lead everyone out of the nightmare alive. Right then, the source of the sniper shot revealed herself. A calm and battle-hardened woman stepped into the room, shotgun in hand. Missing an eye, she exuded an air of confidence as she casually suggested they leave the scene and celebrate with ice cream. The shocking revelation left Alice stunned, as the woman was none other than Shannon Crane, her mother. Chapter 5. Crane told Alice about the harrowing events she had endured. That night, she reflected on her survival instincts, describing the deeply ingrained sensation that someone was stalking her, a byproduct of years spent in Buckaroo. With Alice out at the movies, Crane anticipated an attack and deliberately set herself up as seemingly vulnerable in the shower. When the intruder came, she opened fire, ensuring they were dead before considering leaving. It was none other than Warren, but, like a cruel twist in a horror movie, Warren wasn't finished. He charged at her with a knife, and she screamed as blood splattered. As the memory consumed her, Crane described the thoughts racing through her mind in that instant. Her life didn't flash before her eyes. Instead, questions gnawed at her. Had she been a good mother? Would Alice find happiness and safety? And was her decision to walk away from Buckaroo the right one? There were no answers, only the resolve that she couldn't give up. The situation worsened when Warren tackled her and pinned her to the ground. Crane, shocked and desperate, fought back as he pinned her down, his eyes wild and his behaviour erratic. Warren, rambling like a madman, told her that the hunting season had started and she was worth a significant amount of points in the twisted game. Crane, stunned, demanded to know what was wrong with him, pleading for clarity. Warren, ignoring her, mercilessly stabbed her right eye with his knife, carving it out with chilling precision. He held the bloodied eye aloft triumphantly and declared, "I'm going to win." His twisted proclamation was punctuated by the presence of the Lucha, who silently approached from behind. The Lucha mocked Warren, calling him a weak imitation of the Nailbiter. He strangled Warren from behind and slammed him to the floor with immense force. Crane, bleeding and exhausted, frantically searched for her gun. The Lucha pinned Warren down, ridiculing him further, while Warren grinned, unfazed by the pain. He shouted something about a butcher bar. Seizing the moment, Crane grabbed a gun and delivered a decisive blow to Lucha, cracking his head. She aimed the gun at Warren but suddenly realised it wasn't him. It was an exact replica. The fake Warren taunted her, claiming to be better than before, an upgrade. His confidence shook Crane to her core as she struggled to comprehend the situation. The fake Warren rambled about his invincibility, likening himself to a T-1000 of Nailbiters. Crane pulled the trigger repeatedly, but the gun clicked empty. Fake Warren, realising her helplessness, smirked and ominously declared that the game was just beginning. He turned to pick up a knife. Spotting her chance, Crane fled, running through a dark, blood-soaked landscape under the moonlight. Behind her, fake Warren moved slowly toward the Lucha, preparing to carve out his eyes. When her story ended, Crane explained how she had tracked the fake Nailbiter, piecing together clues from the silent movie killer's death at the hands of the terrible two. Finch mentioned a car accident involving the Lucha Eliminador, whose body had been discovered in the trunk of a vehicle. However, However, the driver, presumably fake Warren, had escaped. The real Warren joked about the existence of a doppelganger, wondering if he could shift the blame for his past actions onto this lookalike. Alice questioned Crane about her absence over the past 2 days, to which Crane replied that she had been preparing. The group then set off in an RV, stopping at a horror-themed butcher's bar. Crane armed herself and instructed the group to stay behind, but Alice insisted on accompanying her, determined to protect her mother. Crane and Alice cautiously entered the butcher's bar, scanning the eerily quiet room decorated with horror-themed posters. Alice voiced her desire to carry a gun, but Crane firmly dismissed the idea. As they moved deeper into the bar, Alice expressed relief that her mother was alive, but Crane suggested saving the sentiment for later. Alice, emotional, called out to her mother, telling her she loved her. Crane briefly paused, reciprocating the affection before they refocused on the tense situation. Suddenly, a pinball machine started pinging on its own and startled them. From behind the counter, the fake Warren emerged, wielding a knife and screaming at them. He lunged at them, and Crane shouted for Alice to run. The fake Warren, gleefully unhinged, grabbed Alice and held her hostage, mocking Crane for aiming her shotgun. Crane, defiant, demanded he let Alice go. He ridiculed her resolve, asserting that firing would kill them both. He even tried to claim he was a better version of Warren, relishing in his twisted superiority. Crane tried to distract him, recalling her disillusionment with the original Nailbiter and his weaknesses. She revealed her understanding of his cravings and showed him her fingernails. The fake Warren jumped at Crane's fingers like a mad dog. Crane seized the opportunity to strike him down with the butt of her shotgun. The fight culminated when Crane smashed his head against glass of the pinball machine, incapacitating him while he deliriously rambled about his study of the Nailbiter. SWAT officers stormed the bar, guns drawn, capturing the scene. The team acknowledged the chaos but provided no immediate solutions. Amid the aftermath, Warren looked at the fake Warren's face and said that it was like looking into the mirror. He concluded that he needed a shave. Finch revealed that 8 of the original Buckaroo butchers had inexplicably returned from the dead. When questioned by Crane, the fake Warren cryptically mentioned a sinister game called the Buckaroo Brawl. Crane and the real Warren admitted they knew about the game, revealing they had created it long ago. With the stakes rising, the team decided to pursue the origins of the restarted Brawl. They decided to go back to Buckaroo. Act 8. Horror in the Sun. Chapter 1. Crane and Warren stood in front of the chalkboard during a time when they were still dating. On the board, the rules of a disturbing game called the Buckaroo Butchers were being outlined by Crane. She explained that the butchers had to stick to their gimmicks, staying in character, and that extra points were awarded based on the coolness of a kill. Confidently, Crane stated that she and Warren, as experts on the Buckaroo Butchers, would decide what counted as a cool kill and ultimately determine who the best butcher was. The group, diverse and tense, carried on with their tasks as Crane remarked that no one was paying attention to the rules. To capture their attention, Warren made a loud, nails-on-chalkboard screech that immediately grabbed everyone's focus. When someone asked about the stakes, Crane revealed that the winner would receive a month's worth of weed, which she would personally buy. The group suddenly became interested and gathered together. As they speculated about who might win, disagreements broke out regarding the killer's histories and abilities. They debated topics like how the book burner might have used magic and whether another killer could have countered it. The arguments grew intense, highlighting the group's deep obsession with the killers. Warren and Crane watched from the sidelines, bemused by the chaos. They commented on Buckaroo's fixation with its serial killer history, noting the absurdity of trying to make entertainment out of it. Crane pointed out to Warren that the room upstairs was empty. Meanwhile, a woman in black quietly mentioned that there had never been another female butcher apart from the blonde, which always bothered her. As the chaos continued, she exchanged a tense glance with Warren. In the present, the group drove toward Buckaroo. A gruesome, blood-soaked carcass lay in the middle of the road, and their RV ran over it with a loud roar. Inside the RV, Crane reflected on her return to Buckaroo, noting that it hadn't been her home since the fires. She expressed frustration about returning to a place steeped in serial killer history, longing for a normal life. Alice reassured her, prioritizing their happiness over normalcy as they continued their journey. In the RV, fake Warren sat caged, ranting about an impending curse that hungered for souls and would soon rain blood upon them all. He screamed about the darkness consuming them, declaring that they would all pay for their sins. The real Warren dismissed his theatrics, mocking him by wondering aloud if he had ever been so dramatic. Danny debated whether to call in the situation, highlighting the absurdity of driving to Buckaroo with both the real and fake Nailbiters in tow. While Danny questioned the idea of a serial killer LARPing game, Finch clarified that his expectations for excitement hadn't included this. Warren and Crane discussed their old game, the Buckaroo Brawl. Crane corrected him, saying the name was actually Battle of Buckaroo. She explained it was a high school drinking game she and Warren had created out of boredom. Warren admitted that while others took interest in it, he and Crane were busy making babies. Warren then teased Crane, asking if she hesitated when the fake Nailbiter attacked, unsure if it was him. Crane shut him down calmly but firmly, stating she was 100% certain it wasn't him. Arriving in Buckaroo, the RV passed through a desolate, ruined landscape marked by ash and rubble. Crane told Alice to stay behind with Danny while she and the others investigated the murder store. Alice protested, but Crane insisted. With the fake Warren handcuffed to the van, the group began their search. Crane said they were looking for their old chalkboard, which detailed the rules of the Buckaroo Brawl. It might hold answers if someone had resumed playing the game. Warren mentioned the chalkboard was last seen in his family's house, though it had changed hands after his arrest. He suspected the blonde may have had it before her death. As they searched the wreckage, Crane admitted to a growing sense of unease. Meanwhile, an ominous figure in a red cloak observed the group through a wall of monitors, declaring that the game was just beginning and targeting Alice first. Alice was uneasy, questioning the logic of splitting up. Fake Warren, still restrained near the RV, began ranting loudly, proclaiming that Crane and Alice couldn't hide from their connection to the darkness. He claimed they were born from it and couldn't escape the horrors ingrained in their souls. Crane tried to ignore his taunts, focusing instead on their search. She questioned the others, but no one found anything in the rubble of the murder store. Meanwhile, fake Warren continued his deranged tirade, loudly declaring that there was evil in light and urging them to see the truth. As his rambling escalated, fake Warren bit his own wrist, drawing blood in a gruesome display. Shocked, Alice and Danny observed his increasing instability. Danny dismissed him as a nut, convinced he couldn't actually cause harm. However, the fake Warren's intensity grew as he loudly vowed to do anything for the light. Without warning, he gnawed through his own hand and cut it off at the handcuff. Bleeding, he lunged at Danny, screaming in a frenzy. Danny shot him out of desperation, but even multiple gunshots didn't seem to stop him. Crane rushed to the scene, shouting for everyone to fall back. Despite the barrage of bullets, fake Warren continued his assault, biting Danny's hand in the chaos. Warren, the real one, intervened, tackling the fake and yelling at him to stop mimicking his gimmick. Their struggle intensified, with fake Warren gaining the upper hand momentarily. The scene dissolved into chaos as Warren shouted, "Game on!" and ran away. The real Warren chased after his deranged doppelganger, vowing to bring him in. Danny, shaken and bleeding, worried aloud about becoming a zombie. Finch attempted to calm him while urging Crane to reconsider keeping the situation under wraps. As they debated the next steps, Crane suddenly realized something was wrong and demanded to know where her daughter was. Meanwhile, Alice ran frantically through the woods, muttering to herself in panic as her footsteps echoed against the eerie silence. Exhausted, she paused, catching her breath and wiping her face. A drop landed on her hand, prompting her to glance upward, thinking it was rain. However, the droplets were red. She realized with horror that it wasn't rain, but blood falling from the sky. Shocked, she muttered to herself, recalling the fake Nailbiter's earlier warnings about blood raining down. As the blood pooled on the ground, a head landed at her feet. Alice stood paralyzed, trying to make sense of the grotesque phenomenon. A wave of terror overcame her as a figure emerged behind her. It was the butcher in black, on a horse. It was his head that lay on the ground. His armoured horse was on fire, and the place where his head was also on fire. Alice stared at the gruesome scene in disbelief, muttering to herself, "But I killed him." Chapter 2. In a reflective moment from the past, Warren and Crane sat together discussing happiness. Crane admitted she was content with Warren, but uncertain about what happiness truly meant in the long term. She appreciated their shared experiences, particularly their creation of the Buckaroo Butchers, a distraction during high school. Meanwhile, others discussed how the book burner was a key figure in the town's history. Looking around at everything, Crane expressed her desire to leave Buckaroo in the future, wanting to escape its dark legacy. In the present, the group searched the ominous Buckaroo woods, desperately calling out for Alice. Crane's repeated shouts echoed through the eerie forest as the tension mounted. Finch, growing frustrated, voiced his hatred for the unsettling place. The group speculated that Alice had run into the woods following the earlier chaos with the fake Warren, who had attacked Finch. As they pressed deeper, blood began raining from the sky. Finch dismissed it as a hallucination caused by stress, but Crane, deeply unsettled, insisted they leave as soon as they found Alice. She firmly declared her unwillingness to remain in the blood rain. Meanwhile, Danny, concerned about his injury, asked to be taken to a hospital. However, Finch and Crane froze in horror when they noticed snakes slithering out of Danny's eyes. Both instinctively pulled their guns on him, causing Danny to back away in fear. To his own horror, Danny also saw monstrous distortions when he looked at Finch and Crane. The tension grew worse as grotesque, otherworldly creatures began emerging around them. Elsewhere in the woods, Alice, determined to escape the chaos, ran forward through the forest. She planned to find shelter from the blood rain and pressed on, focused on her survival. Alice stumbled upon a strange red curtain in the woods, adorned with an unsettling eye symbol. She approached cautiously, muttering about the weirdness of the situation. Curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked behind the curtain, only to find a void of darkness. Growing uneasy, Alice backed away, muttering, "Nope, no way." Suddenly, monstrous claws reached out from the curtain, grabbing her and dragging her into the unknown. Alice screamed in terror, struggling against the unseen force, but it was too strong. She disappeared into the depths of the red structure as it collapsed into itself, leaving the forest eerily silent. Alice then found herself catapulted into a surreal, blood-soaked dimension. She screamed as she plummeted toward a river of blood, surrounded by skeletal remains and towering structures. As she struggled to comprehend her surroundings, Alice landed on solid ground, greeted by a grotesque battlefield filled with twisted versions of people and creatures. She appeared equipped in knight-like armor, wielding a large sword, as she faced off against these nightmarish figures. Among the chaos, Alice fought her way through, slashing and cutting down monstrous enemies. At one point, a figure resembling her father emerged, pleading innocence and claiming he wasn't with the enemy. Alice hesitated briefly, but then coldly decapitated the figure, ignoring his pleas, shouting, "So bring on the family reunion." After the battle, Alice found herself transported again, disoriented but unharmed. She landed in a quiet field, reflecting on the horrors she had just faced. A flashback to her parents, Warren and Crane, revealed a conversation about happiness and escaping Buckaroo. As the flashback faded, the cloaked figure appeared and whispered to Alice. She tried to leave. Twice. Alice confronted a figure in a red hood who cryptically stated that Buckaroo never truly lets anyone go and that her parents understood that better than anyone. The figure hinted at secrets hidden in the shadows, particularly ones involving her family, saying they tried to hide Alice herself. The hooded figure admitted restarting the game to force people to uncover what lay hidden in the light. As Alice demanded answers, the figure opened its hood. It revealed a grotesque, tooth-filled, giant fingernail adorned with dangling eyeballs. It taunted her, claiming she had only scratched the surface of Buckaroo's secrets. Alice's shock turned to terror as her surroundings shattered into a chaotic scene. Giant claws surrounded her, and a distorted voice repeated, "Are you happy?" Her reflection morphed into a horrifying, disfigured version of Warren, leaving Alice screaming in panic. Suddenly, she was jolted back to reality by her father, Warren, who urged her to wake up. Alice was confused and frightened, questioning what had just happened. Warren explained she had been drugged and warned that things would feel unreal for hours. He reassured her he had tracked the fake Warren through the woods, finding her screaming. Alice insisted she had seen blood rain, but Warren dismissed it as a hallucination, urging her to stay grounded. Warren led Alice deeper into the woods, revealing his knowledge of the bizarre happenings. He cryptically stated that not everything in Buckaroo was as it seemed, and that his own copycat killer was proof of that. Following the fake Warren's trail, the two arrived at a dilapidated, eerie mansion. Alice, puzzled, remarked that she had lived in Buckaroo her whole life, but had never seen the house before. Warren's grim response was, "It's my ex's." Chapter 3. In the past, a a single actress recited lines from Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream, specifically Helena's soliloquy about love and its blindness. The performance was overdramatic, with the actress adorned in a floral crown and gesturing wildly. Meanwhile, the audience, including Warren and Crane, watched with mixed reactions. Warren remarked sarcastically about the actress's dramatic flair, while Crane questioned why they were attending such an odd event. Warren dismissed her concerns, suggesting he had a peculiar interest in the play. Others in the crowd whispered rumours, mentioning that the actress only secured the role because of her father's wealth. Warren, however, fixated on her and her red-painted fingernails, getting attracted to her uncontrollably. At present, Alice entered the eerie house with Warren. Alice expressed her disgust, accusing Warren of hiding details about his past, while Warren deflected with humour, stating that many psychopaths had sent him love letters during his infamous years. Alice, irritated, information had surfaced when Warren's life was scrutinised by the media. Inside the house, they discovered a chalkboard listing rules for the Buckaroo Butcher's game, with a tally of points for notable killers, including Warren and Crane. The board revealed some chalk marks were fresh, implying someone had been recently updating the score. This discovery deepened the mystery and left Alice questioning the identity of Hawk. Before they could investigate further, the other butchers ambushed them, accusing Warren of playing the victim while revealing they had orchestrated the events. Warren and Crane were subdued, chained, and dragged upstairs, where an ominous figure referred to as the Master awaited, promising a sinister reunion. Their screams echoed as they were pushed into a dark room. Inside, Alice stumbled upon a horrific scene where Finch, her mother, and Danny were chained and screaming in terror. She questioned what was wrong with them, but all Crane saw was a monster. Warren, determined to snap the others out of their trance, slapped Finch and Crane repeatedly, explaining that the drugged blood rain had intensified their hallucinations. Alice, in a mix of confusion and anger, pressed Warren for answers about the cryptic statements made earlier about him lying and withholding information. Warren avoided direct answers, focusing on their immediate survival. At that moment, Warren reminisced about that fateful day at high school. That day, their high school group discussed the Buckaroo Butcher's game. Kenny explained his admiration for the book burner, detailing how the killer lured victims into a library before burning them alive. As they talked, tension brewed among the participants, particularly when Penny expressed frustration about the game's focus on violence against men. Penny was the actor in the Shakespeare play the lady Warren was attracted to. Crane suggested expanding the game to include other ideas, but Penny dismissed it, sarcastically declaring the game over. She said that there were no lady butchers, even the blonde fixated only on hurting men. She wanted the world to see the truth. When Kenny mocked her, Penny reacted violently, clawing him in the eye with her nails. As Kenny bled and screamed, Warren looked at Penny's bloody fingernails, and his heart filled up with love. As his reminiscence broke, Warren freed the captives while Finch's hallucinations began to subside. He explained that the toxic rain had caused vivid, terrifying illusions. Alice demanded to know what her mother had experienced. Her mother replied with one word: nightmares. The figure in the red robe emerged ominously, addressing Crane and Warren's group with a chilling familiarity. The robed figure sarcastically complimented the family Crane and Warren had created, emphasizing the darkness behind their connection. Crane, recognizing the figure, confronted her, yelling out her name, Penelope Penny Hawk. Penny removed her hood, shocking everyone with her presence. She taunted the group, particularly Crane, dropping hints about their shared history. Danny shouted at the top of his voice, demanding to know what was going on, to which Warren replied that Crane was always his pretty bird, but Penny was his bird of prey. As tensions rose, Crane accused Penny of reviving the gruesome game and demanded answers for her intentions. Penny mocked the idea that Crane ever had control over ending the game, revealing it was never truly stopped. She explained that she had sent the fake Warren into the world to kill Crane, but expressed her disappointment in his failure. Without hesitation, Penny violently gouged the fake Warren's eyes, a disturbing act that highlighted her detachment and skill. She chillingly declared her mission to expose humanity's darkness, emphasizing that the worst atrocities occurred in plain sight, not hidden in shadows. Penny then retrieved the gene testing syringe, explaining its connection to years of experiments and the rain toxin, which amplified hallucinations. Ignoring the group's protests, she injected the refined butcher blood into Danny. He began screaming frantically as blood burst from his eyes, horrifying everyone present. As Danny succumbed to the violent effects, Penny Penny dismissed his death as inconsequential, coldly remarking that he hadn't even gone to high school with them. Crane demanded answers, questioning Penny's motives and the creation of the fake butchers. Penny responded cryptically, stating that the eyes were not only windows to the world, but also to the soul's corruption. She admitted to recruiting others through the internet, exploiting their twisted desires to fuel her plans. Finally, she revealed her ultimate goal, orchestrating the toxin-filled rain to drive people insane and expose their true natures. As the horrifying truth became clear, the group realized Penny had trucks loaded with the toxic substance heading toward Portland, setting the stage for mass chaos. Penny's chilling declaration left no doubt. She intended to show the world its true horrors, dragging them into the light. Chapter 4. Penny revealed her dark plan, explaining that the toxic rain would unlock hidden horrors within Portland's residents. She emphasized how people often hide horror in darkness, but her goal was to bring it into the daylight. Crane accused her of being institutionalized for her violent tendencies, particularly gouging Kenny's eyes out. Alice screamed at Penny, demanding she reveal who she truly was. Penny started telling her story. At sunset one evening, Penny approached Warren, who sat alone at a table outside. She teased him about watching her, though she admitted to stalking him in return, claiming she was simply better at it. Warren, initially defensive, grew curious as Penny hinted at their shared connection and the Buckaroo Brawl game. She described him as the only interesting part of it. Although the game had ended, Penny suggested their bond went beyond it. Warren felt uneasy, sensing Penny's fixation on the darkness she claimed to see in him. Leaning closer, she declared she could see who he truly was and spoke of the urge she knew he harbored, the desire to do something dark and unthinkable. Slowly, they leaned in and kissed. What followed was a whirlwind. Warren and Penny made love in secret places all over Buckaroo. Amid their wild affair, Warren also spent peaceful moments with Crane, finding a balance between the chaos Penny brought and the calm Crane offered. At the lake one day, Penny opened up about her controlling family, their wealth, and their involvement in Buckaroo's dark history. She explained how, after she got into trouble, her parents, descendants of the original Buckaroo butchers, organised a meeting to decide her future. Dr. Glory and Morty were present, and they discussed the Gauntlet experiment. As Penny recounted this, Warren experienced a vivid flashback to the time he had run the Gauntlet himself, the memories rushing back with startling intensity. Warren found himself haunted by disturbing visions of shadowy hands reaching for him, their intent malicious and overwhelming. Shaken, he surfaced in the lake where Penny was floating on a black inner tube, her demeanour as casual as ever. She encouraged him to follow her, hinting at something deeply unsettling she wanted to show him. Her nonchalance clashed sharply with Warren's lingering terror. As they approached her family's opulent house, Warren asked about her parents. Penny dismissed them as being preoccupied with the church meeting to maintain appearances. Inside the house, Warren was struck by strange, abstract paintings on the walls. Penny revealed that her mother had a peculiar obsession with creating them, leading Warren to a room from her childhood. She explained she had once been forbidden to enter it and had faced severe punishment when caught. The room's eerie atmosphere hinted at its hidden significance, and Penny cryptically stated the legacy of the Buckaroo butchers was far more expansive than they had imagined. Witnessing the horror, Warren was shocked. Suddenly, Penny's mom and dad attacked Warren. One of them restrained him, declaring he would not escape with his eyes intact. Penny intervened, urging Warren to run while she fought back, telling him to remember their plan and meet her later. Warren fled, leaving Penny to fend off her deranged family. Her mother taunted her, implying she could have simply asked if she wanted to bring a boy over. Penny's punishment was severe. She was dragged into the woods, where her family's sinister intentions became clear. They, accompanied by Morty, decided she would not run the gauntlet like others, but would instead be subjected to something more profound and horrifying. They restrained her and forcefully dropped the mutated killer blood into her eyes. Her screams echoed through the woods. Later, Warren sat alone at the edge of town, grappling with what had transpired. Penny's cryptic words lingered in his mind as he anxiously awaited her. When she finally appeared, she revealed her parents had shown her the town's dark secrets, claiming it was her calling to ensure the truth remained hidden. Warren offered her to escape the town with him, reminding her of the fun they had together. He talked about getting married and having a family, but turned and saw that Penny had disappeared. As the story ended, Warren apologized apologized to Alice and Crane. Crane ignored her past relationship with Warren and focused on Penny's intentions, particularly why she had collected people's eyeballs. Penny summoned her henchmen and revealed a jar filled with eyeballs soaked in killer blood. She claimed these eyes held power because they had witnessed horror. She explained that they were key to her plan to make nightmares a reality, emphasizing her obsession with unleashing chaos in daylight. Penny demanded that everyone be taken outside, insisting her toxin's effects must be witnessed under the sun. Warren accused her of madness, while Alice questioned the trucks heading to Portland. Penny sarcastically reminded Warren of his earlier visions, tying them to her plan to expose people's hidden darkness. She elaborated on her scheme to release the toxin over Portland during rush hour, forcing people to confront their worst nightmares and reveal their true selves. Turning to the group, she decided to begin the process with Alice. Warren intervened, pleading for Penny to stop, insisting that this wasn't who she truly was. Penny dismissed Warren's pleas, declaring that he didn't know her. She dramatically opened her cloak, revealing her now white and red hair and glowing red eyes. She explained that her family had hidden the horrors of the world, but she wanted them exposed. She accused Warren of recognizing the darkness and failing to act. Crane and Alice stood frozen in shock as Penny became increasingly deranged. Warren made a desperate attempt to connect with Penny, appealing to the shared darkness between them. He reminded her of how she loved testing the darkness in his soul. Offering it to her again, he shouted, "Taste it!" and kept his eyes open. Everyone watched in horror as Penny leaned in and began licking Warren's eyeballs. Chapter 5. Warren sat by the fire, deep in thought, as 3 children rushed to him, calling him Grandpa. Annoyed at first, he reluctantly agreed to share a story when the kids begged for a scary tale, specifically about the lady who stole people's eyeballs. He agreed to tell the story to his little ankle biters, but as he began, he was shocked to see that his grandchildren had no face. This was a possible future and the dark thoughts of Warren that Penny browsed by licking his eyeballs. Crane, Alice, and Finch watched in horror as the licking unfolded. Disgusted, Crane muttered about how gross it was, and even Penny's followers appeared unsettled. Penny dismissed their reactions and calmed down. She stood in front of Warren with a mix of longing and madness. She spoke about killing her parents in their sleep, revealing that she couldn't leave Buckaroo because her work was unfinished. Crane questioned Penny's motives, asking if she had spent nearly 2 decades creating chaos. Penny insisted her parents' secrets were far larger than anyone realized. Penny then begged Warren to embrace his old identity as the Nailbiter, claiming everything she had done was for him. Warren refused, declaring he was a new man who only sought peace. As tensions rose, Warren suddenly grabbed the necklace of eyeballs from Penny and struck her, shattering it and spilling the eyes everywhere. He shouted at everyone to run as chaos erupted. Finch punched one of Penny's henchmen, and Crane stepped in to direct the group. She told Finch to get Alice out of Buckaroo, while she stayed to confront Penny and Warren. She told Finch and Alice to stop the trucks of blood. Alice pleaded with her mother to trust her, and Crane assured her that she did. As Crane prepared for the fight ahead, she taunted Penny and Warren, willing to play the game of death as she ventured deeper into the woods. Finch and Alice argued about who would drive the car. Alice said that with Finch's driving, it would take at least an hour to reach Portland, but she could do it in 30 minutes. As they drove off, Crane ventured into the woods, heading toward a crimson banner with an ominous eye symbol. Penny ambushed her, knocking her to the ground with a scream. Penny confronted Crane, accusing her of failing to grasp the horrors they had endured. She spoke of her desire to end the suffering by exposing the world to their shared trauma, ensuring no one could ignore it. Crane deflected Penny's accusations, pointing out the contradictions in her plan. Penny admitted her intent to bring Crane into the game, reigniting their confrontation. As they fought, Penny revealed the dark truths about her family's atrocities, claiming their secrets fueled her actions. Penny screamed that Crane had softened Warren up. She wielded a syringe filled with the mysterious toxin, aiming to inject Crane. Before she could, Warren intervened, trying to restrain Penny. In the scuffle, Penny accidentally injected herself in the eye, screaming in pain as blood poured from her eyes. Penny staggered back, writhing as the effects took hold. Warren said sorry, while Crane said that Penny got what she deserved. Penny admitted that Crane won. She won the game, as well as got Warren. Warren admitted that it was hellishly difficult to choose between Penny and Crane, but it was Penny whom he should have chosen. Penny acknowledged Warren by telling him that she loved Warren because he always chose darkness. Just then, Penny's eyes exploded exploded and blood began to pour out. Warren cradled her, visibly torn as Crane looked on. Warren told Crane to stay away, as she would never understand the monstrosity that connected him and Penny. As Crane walked away, Warren slowly began to chew Penny's nails in the daylight. Alice and Finch drove urgently in pursuit of the last of Penny's toxin-laden trucks heading for Portland. On arrival, they realised the police had only intercepted 3 of the 4 trucks. Spotting the final truck near a food truck lot, they took matters into their own hands. Alice slammed the gas pedal, crashing the van into the truck in a violent and bloody collision that left everything drenched in red. Amidst the chaos, they confronted the remaining cult member, who refused to surrender, claiming the world needed to witness the horror. Alice and Finch subdued the attacker, stopping further bloodshed. As the tension eased, Finch remarked on the carnage, and they both acknowledged their grim success in saving Portland. As the adrenaline faded, they reflected on the surreal events and their shared longing for normalcy. A few days later, Crane and Alice cleaned a blood-soaked bathroom. Alice suggested taking a break from the chaos and considered putting their lives on hold for a while. Crane agreed, expressing a desire for peace. They joked about the van's durability, built for crashes, and decided to go on a road trip for a fresh start, with Alice insisting on driving responsibly. Finch returned home to his family, reuniting with his son and partner. He expressed his happiness, but admitted a lingering fear of losing it all. His partner reassured him, emphasizing that their happiness, though fragile, was worth cherishing. A television report discussed the aftermath of the Buckaroo massacre. The news revealed Edward Charles Warren, the original Nailbiter, was suing the state for defamation, claiming the chaos was orchestrated by an imposter. Warren, working on repairs at the old church in Buckaroo, saw a car pull up. Expecting a reporter, he was stunned when a young man stepped out bearing a striking resemblance to Penny. The man said, "Mum said if anything happened to her, then I should come here." Dad, father and son stood facing each other in the breeze as a new chapter in Warren's life began. Marvellous verdict. That's it for today, my Buckaroo butchers. The epic saga of the Nailbiter has come to an end, at least for now. But don't fret, because the next chapter, Son of Nailbiter, has already been solicited. This upcoming saga promises to unravel even more bloody secrets and untold chapters in the intertwined lives of Warren and his son. When it hits the shelves, you can count on our Long Reads crew to bring you exclusive coverage straight from Buckaroo itself. Till then, stay anxious and keep chewing your nails.